Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 7 of What If Naruto Was the Devil Ninja in High School DxD. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Rias Grimori expected to feel the crushing pain of being smashed beneath the paw of a monstrous wolf, so when she didn't feel any pain, she wondered why. Looking up from where she was crouched protectively over Kaneko, Rias blinked several times. Was she seeing things? She blinked again. Nope. She wasn't seeing things. Standing in front of her was a woman with dark hair like midnight. This woman was not facing her, but facing the claw that had nearly crushed her and Kaneko. The woman's kimono flapped as her arms shook. A tail poked out from underneath the short skirt of the kimono, splitting off to almost appear as if she had two tails. Cat ears sat on her head, twitching periodically. "You are Kuroka, right?" Rias asked. Kuroka turned and gazed down at her with a single yellow eye. "That's right. And you're in the way. Grab Sharon and get her to that healer of yours. Leave this beastie to us." Rias would have wondered what she meant by but something powerful chose that moment to strike Hattie Revitnison in the face. Fire burst from whatever had struck the beast. It was a gout of flame that rose in plumes from the monster's face like the nuclear explosions constantly happening in the sun. Hattie Revitnison howled as it was sent sprawling to the ground. High above the beast, darting to and fro, was a blonde girl flying on a broom. "Is that a magical girl?" asked Rias. "No, that's Lefay Pendragon, our mage," Kuroka said. "Now hurry up and get out of here. If Sharon dies because of you." "Don't worry, I'm already moving." Rias didn't need to be told twice, or even once, that she needed to get Kaneko to Asia. Kaneko was a beloved member of her peerage, a part of her family, and, more importantly, Naruto's girlfriend. She still didn't know if that was the right term. More than that, Rias loved Kaneko. She had loved Kaneko before Naruto even showed up, and she would continue to love Kaneko regardless of what her relationship to Naruto was. She lifted Kaneko into a bridal carry. She ignored the way her rook's leg dangled from fibrous strands of muscle and, without even looking back at Kuroka and Lefay Pendragon, she took off toward the last known location of Asia and Issei. Kaneko groaned in her arms. Devil Ninja tilde. Kiba-kun. It was the feeling of a hand shaking his shoulder that jolted Kiba awake. He groaned, blinking in an attempt to make the blurriness in his eyes go away. It worked, albeit, it took a while. It was while he was getting his vision back that he realized someone was standing in front of him. As his vision sharpened, he noticed that it was Tsubaki, tears in her eyes as she shouted his name. He blinked several times, then groaned again, hair swaying as he shook his head. "I'm fine. What happened? What are you doing here?" "I came back to help. Rhea is with Issei-san and Asia-san. Fenrir nearly killed you," Tsubaki said, still appearing ready to bawl her eyes out. "When you struck that wall, I was so worried. You weren't moving or anything. I thought you were dead." "That's so." Kiba recalled being struck by the giant wolf's paw. He couldn't remember hitting a wall. He must have blacked out before then. "Speaking of, where is Fenrir?" "He's battling against the White Dragon Emperor," Akeno said. She was standing beside him and Tsubaki, arms crossed. Kiba thought she was trying to act cool at first, but then he noticed the blood seeping from between her arms. "You're injured," he said. "Not as badly as you," Akeno countered. A loud rumbling interrupted their conversation as, without warning, the building several dozen meters from them exploded when something crashed into it. Fenrir, the wolf of Norse mythology, the son of Loki, tried to flatten the person flitting along through the air. White armor covered their body from head to toe. It looked like a type of scale mail created from dragon scales. Each individual plate glowed with power. Pinions jutted from the person's back, but they weren't the traditional devil wings found on devils. The spines were white, while the wings themselves were blue and shaped like elongated pentagons. Divide. Fenrir's claws were like blurs as they slashed at Valley Lucifer, the White Dragon Emperor, each one coming closer and closer to hitting their mark. Divide. Valley, wearing his balance breaker, continued dividing Fenrir's power. It didn't seem to do anything. Fenrir howled and rammed into Valley with all his considerable strength. Kiba barely had time to blink before Valley disappeared. Not even a second later, several buildings crumbled to the ground with a loud crash. "If this keeps up, the dimension we're in is going to collapse," Kiba said. "What should we do?" asked Tsubaki. "I don't know if there's anything we can do," Akeno said. Kiba, grunting, stood up. "Whether or not we can do something, we can't just leave things as they are. I don't know what's going on, but Valley is currently fighting our enemy, and the enemy of our enemy is a friend. Let's give him a hand this time." I suppose there's no other choice, Akino said with a sigh. Tsubaki-san, we're going to need that reflection magic you've been hiding as a trump card. Why you knew about that? Asked a befuddled Tsubaki. Of course, Kiba replied. We've got a ninja in our peerage. Naruto. Closing her eyes, Tsubaki pinched the bridge of her nose. I should have known that Rias would use someone to gather intelligence on us, but I never imagined someone as loud as Naruto could do that. Wait, did you say ninja? Tsubaki-san, Akino ignored her question, please cover us from above. When the situation gets dire, I want you to use your reflection magic. Don't let Fenrir see you. Tsubaki looked back and forth between them. She hesitated, her eyes straying to Kiba several seconds longer than Akino. Finally, she nodded. Okay. Be careful, you two. We'll be fine, Kiba said. I think. You think? Tsubaki's eyes widened. Akino rolled her eyes. Just get going. Wait until we begin the battle in earnest, and when you see an opportunity to use your magic, do so. Right. Tsubaki sighed and with one final glance at them, she took to the air and left. I think she likes you, Akino said. Kiba contemplated that. You think so? Definitely. I didn't know that. That's because you're clueless. I'm not eyes, you know. Kiba joked before noticing the way Akino flinched. He grimaced. Sorry. That was tactless of me. It's not your fault, Akino said. Come on, let's hurry up and give that white dragon emperor some help. Right. Their wings appearing from their backs, Akino and Kiba took to the sky. Their destination, the place with the most explosions happening. Devil Ninja Tilda. Issei gaped at the wound on his chest. A sword was poking out of his back, but it wasn't a regular sword. Light emitted from it. It was a light sword, the kind used by exorcists of the church. Pain tore at his mind, ripping his ability to concentrate asunder. He couldn't even think of what to do. He could barely even breathe, it hurt so much. Something hard slammed into his back. The sword was torn from his body as he soared to the ground, tumbling along before stopping. Lying on his back, Issei thought he heard someone screaming his name. It wasn't until his ability to think returned that he realized someone actually was screaming his name, Asia, who was kneeling beside him while crying. Hang on, Eyes-san. Asia cried, her hands glowing as she used her twilight healing to fix him up. I'll heal you in just a second. Just stay conscious. Who stabbed me? Asked Issei with a groan. That would be me, a voice said from beyond Issei's feet. He raised his head and nearly gaped as familiar white hair, red eyes, and a maniacal grin appeared before him. A light sword in one hand and a gun in the other, the man standing several meters from him wore the black habit of a priest, though his combat boots looked out of place. Both sword and gun were also the kinds used by exorcists. This man was as familiar to him as his own hand. Fried Selzen, the insane ex-priest who had been killed during the Excalibur incident. You've been reincarnated, Asia gasped in shock. That's right. Fried's slasher grin nearly split his entire face in half as he spread his arms wide, as though preparing to hug them. I've become a shitty-ass devil like you. I normally would be upset by this, but I'm so thrilled about getting to see your disgusting fucked up faces that I don't even care. Now I get to kill all of you. I think I'll start with the little nun wannabe over there. He pointed at Asia, whose face had grown pale, though she didn't stop healing Issei until his wound was gone. Fried, Diodora growled, you will not touch Asia. She is mine, or have you forgotten? Clicking his tongue, Fried said, no, I haven't forgotten, your shittiness. I just let myself get overexcited. Whatever, Diodora said. Look, just kill that filthy dragon. Sure, kill the dragon. I'll get right on it. Issei was feeling better now. Asia really knew how to heal. The pain was completely gone. He stood up, his boosted gear flashing. Boost. I see you're still using that shitty piece of sacred gear, Fried taunted. This shitty sacred gear is going to be shoved right up your ass. Issei shouted. Boost. Came the sacred gear, as if emphasizing Issei's point. Ooh, scary. How frightening. Fried pretended to be scared. The bastard. But you know, I don't see how you could possibly shove anything up my ass. When you're going to die here. Boost. Fried rushed at Issei with speed that exceeded his own, which meant he must have been reincarnated as a knight. That kind of sucked. However, this was fine. Issei had been sparring against Kiba for a while now, and Naruto was also stupid fast. Fried was moving quickly, but it wasn't so quick that Issei couldn't track him. Boost. Issei hopped back as Fried tried to slice him apart with that exorcist light sword. The man missed, not even coming close, though Issei could feel the air being cut. He brought up his gauntlet-covered hand and prepared for his own attack. Boost. That was enough. With his sacred gear boosted up to 5 times, Issei had enough power to unleash his currently primary attack. As his power swirled within him, he directed it to the front of his gauntlet, forming a crackling red orb, which he slammed his fist into. Dragon Shot. A massive beam exploded from his fist, expanding quickly as it headed straight for Fried, except Fried was no longer there. The dragon shot blew through the area. It smashed into several buildings and carved straight through like they were made of mud. Fried was gone. Sorry. A shout from above. It was Fried, descending toward Issei with a maniacal grin. That sort of straightforward attack won't work on me, you shitty little devil bitch. Clang. Issei grunted as he raised his arm to block Fried's sword strike. As light sword met boosted gear, sparks emitted from the squealing metal, and Issei's legs shook from the force of Fried's attack. As Fried landed back on the ground, he launched a kick at Issei, striking him in the stomach. Aiz-san, Asia shouted. As Issei held a hand to his stomach, which felt like a sledgehammer had slammed into it, he tried to think of a way to beat this guy. Surely, there must be something he could do. He had his whip, but that wouldn't work against Fried. He had his bilingual ability, but Fried didn't have boobs. He needed something that would not only boost his power, but also grant him speed. Asia, Issei said suddenly as a thought occurred to it. I need to ask you a favor. Asia was at his side in an instant. What do you need from me? Let me touch your boobs. FWEH. Your boobs. I need to touch your boobs. Issei held up his hands and wiggled his fingers. I want to poke in them nips. My, you mean in public? But Aiz-san. Issei clapped his hands together and bowed his head. I know I'm asking for a lot, but please let me touch your boobs. If you do, I'm sure I can win. Naruto had told Issei several times that his lust could be used to give himself a temporary boost of power. That was why they trained using Oroku-chan, Naruto's female form. It helped him focus his lust into a weapon. But what if he combined his lust for breasts with his love for Asia? Wouldn't that give him an even bigger boost? That was why he wanted to see Asia's breasts, to touch them. He was sure he could win if he got to fondle those sweater stuffers. Oh okay. Asia, despite her face being redder than a fire truck, got a determined look in her eyes. If Aiz-san says he needs my breasts, then I'll show them to you. Asia grabbed her nun habit and pulled the front open. She was wearing a bra, white cotton, very pure, just like her. Her cute little breasts were resting snugly inside. Oi! Fried suddenly shouted. What the hell is this? I thought we were fighting, not fucking. Do this shit after I've killed you. Shut up, D-bag. Issei shouted. Can't you see this is the single most important event of my life? I'm gonna poke Asia-chan's fun bags. I'm gonna press them nips back into her marshmallow heaven. I'm gonna. Aiz-san, Asia shouted. Whoops. Sorry, I guess I got a little overexcited. It's okay, Asia said, looking away. Just please hurry. Having them out like this is embarrassing. Right. He faced her again and raised his hands. I'm gonna poke them, okay. Her face turning an even darker shade of red, Asia nodded. Be gentle. Of course. Issei put his hands underneath her chest and pushed her bra over her breasts, revealing light pink nipples. They immediately stiffened as the cool air hit them. Hyan, Asia moaned. What are you doing? Diodora shouted. Don't touch her. She's mine. Shut up, limp dick. Issei shouted. Asia has never been yours. Diodora turned red with anger. Fried, kill him. Kill him before he can lay a hand on my Asia. Whatever, Fried mumbled, readying his sword. Well, you heard the man. Sorry, but I gotta kill you now. Fried put on a burst of speed. Issei knew he didn't have much time left. He needed to act now. Without a moment's hesitation, Issei raised his hands, extended his index fingers, and poked Asia's nipples. They felt amazing. They were a strange combination of hard and soft. Even though her boobs weren't very big, they had a great shape, and as he poked her nipples, they sank into the marshmallow softness of her breasts. Eon, Asia moaned. That did it. Issei was done. A loud gong echoed within his mind. It was as though the heavens had parted before him and revealed the truth, or maybe the gates of hell were opening up since he was a devil. Either way, in that moment, Issei felt the all-encompassing truth that no one could escape from. Breasts were the best. Power exploded inside of him like an orgasm, except without him shooting his load all over the place. It was locked inside of him, a raging inferno of perverted energy that was just waiting to be unleashed. Yes, this was it. This was the ultimate power. The power of love in breasts, and a love of breasts. Welsh dragon, balance breaker. Issei grinned as red armor covered his entire body. Pinions jutted from his back, not the black wings of a devil, but the leather wings of a dragon. His tail, which protruded from his butt, waved back and forth, whipping the air around to create miniature cyclones. This was his balance breaker. Boosted gear scale male. Well, now, Fried began as he took a step back, this might be a problem. A problem for you, maybe, Issei said. Now I'm really gonna tear you a new asshole. Fried gritted his teeth, but he was given no time to comment as Issei pushed off the ground and threw himself forward. As he kicked up dust behind him, he flew at a speed that not even Fried, now a reincarnated knight, could keep up with. The former exorcist didn't even have time to scream as Issei slammed into him like a demonic freight train. Satisfaction. Pure satisfaction. That was what Issei felt as Fried Selzen went flying. Of course, he didn't fly far. Issei launched his dragon tail at Fried, catching him before he could disappear and wrapping him up like a boa constrictor crushing its prey. Ack, wait, you don't want to kill me. No. Issei charged up another dragon shot. I really do want to kill you. After everything you've done to Asia, to my friends and family, I'm not going to regret this. I'm not gonna regret shooting my load all over you. Dragon shot. No, With his scale mail enhancing his ability to several times what his power usually was, the blast unleashed from his dragon shot was nearly 20 times larger. Fried couldn't escape. The massive torrent of energy washed over him. Issei actually felt the douche nozzle's body dissolve, freeing up his tail, which did not suffer from being hit by his own attack. The energy died down. Issei took a moment to bask in his most glorious victory, until he noticed that the area around him, Asia and Rhea, was no longer the dimension that they had been inside of. He looked around. Several dozen meters out, Fenrir was beating the crap out of an armored individual who Issei recognized as that Dick Valley. Behind him in Asia, Saroorg Bale was pounding the crap out of another wolf. Issei didn't know the name of this one, while a Nekomata and some chick on a broom fought against yet another wolf. Freaking hell, he said. How many Fenrirs are there? I think there's only one, Asia mumbled. Those must be his children. I actually read about them when I was trying to learn about the other mythologies. That right. It made sense. He shrugged. He couldn't think about that now. Asia. Rias shouted as she flew down from the sky. Kaneko was in her arms. Issei tried not to vomit in his faceplate when he saw the state she was in. Asia, I need you to heal Kaneko. Oh, no, Kaneko. Asia was quick to begin healing Kaneko, who Rias set on the ground. As his girlfriend began working again, Issei heard several loud roars and looked up. That was when he saw something that he really wished he couldn't see. Sirzex, Gabriel, Michael, Azazel, Irina, and Barakwile were all fighting against 10 massive dragons. Meanwhile, high in the air above even them was a man with blue hair laughing like a loon. We are so totally screwed, he murmured in shock. Tilda devil ninja tilde. Irina knew as the battle began that she was only getting in the way. She watched as Michael created spears of light all around him, launching them at the two Midgardsormr he was facing off against. Most of the spears were destroyed against the monster's thick hides. However, a few penetrate their scales and sank into the soft flesh underneath. Meters away and to her left, Sirzex had transformed into pure energy, his very presence now monstrous and causing the world around him to warp as he fought against 3 more Midgardsormr. Irina's teeth rattled and she wasn't even near him. He sent lances of powerful energy at the dragons, which roared as they did their best to avoid getting too close. While it looked like Sirzex surpassed both dragons in sheer power, the beasts were smart enough not to get near him, which meant they were in a stalemate. Sirzex and Michael weren't the only ones fighting. Both Azazel and Barakiel were doing their best to take down a pair of Midgardsormr themselves. However, they were neither as powerful as Sirzex nor as skilled as Michael. Azazel was being pushed back as he attacked Midgardsormr, a spear in each hand. Meanwhile, Barakiel was using lightning to attack Midgardsormr from a distance. None of their attacks did much damage. Irina was fighting her own Midgardsormr, though she only had one to contend with. That was good because she couldn't even deal with the one. Her swords bounced off Midgardsormr's skin. Her spears shattered against its scales. Nothing she did damaged it. Midgardsormr opened its mouth and unleashed a massive blast of fire, a cone of white-hot flames that Irina barely avoided by flying up. Even though she dodged, the heat made her break out into a sweat, and the soles of her shoes melted. I wish Dulio-sama was here. If Dulio-sama had been here, then maybe she would have stood a chance. Then again, if Dulio-sama was fighting, she probably would have only gotten in his way. It was tough to swallow, but the longer she fought, the more Irina realized that she didn't have the strength to fight against foes like this. She was useless. Michael-sama had made a mistake when he chose her to be one of his saints. She was not worthy of being an ace. Irina realized moments too late that her head wasn't in the battle. A massive tail appeared in front of her, and she had no time to dodge this one. Her entire front exploded as the tail smacked her. Agony flooding her body, she screamed as she rocketed down toward the ground. The air around her whistled, drowning out her pain-filled screams. She was going to hit the ground. She was. Whoa, a voice said in her ear. It took her a moment, but she soon realized that she wasn't moving anymore. In fact, she was rather comfortable now, save for the pain from having been hit by a dragon's tail. She looked up, into the familiar blue eyes of someone she knew very well. It was Naruto, one of the people who Irina now lived with thanks to the exchange program between the three factions. Naruto-san. That was a pretty close call, huh? Naruto's grin put the sun to shame. You okay, Irina? Yes. It was only after she started speaking that Irina realized she was in his arms. Could you put me down? Huh, oh, sure. Irina breathed a sigh of relief as Naruto released her. The more time she spent around him, the more she appreciated his strength and personality. At the same time, it worried her. If he kept sticking around Naruto, what would happen to her feelings for Issei? But Issei also has a girlfriend. The Bible says polygamy is sin, so I'd be a sinful woman if he and I dated, wouldn't I? Then again, Naruto was also in a relationship with Rias, Kaneko, Ravel, and maybe even that little one calling herself Ophis. Wouldn't dating him make her even more sinful? It probably would. She would have to be careful of Naruto in the future, Issei, too, for that matter. Thank you for the help, Irina said. No problem, Naruto replied. By the way, the dragon is coming back. What? Irina whirled around to see that, yes, the Midgardsormr was coming back around for another attack. She braced herself. She needn't have bothered. A golden light zipped past her, and Irina almost gawked when she realized that it was Naruto. Her friend and housemate blitzed Midgardsormr with a powerful attack that she could barely see. All she saw was a ball of light forming in his hand, followed by a loud cracking wail, and then Midgardsormr's entire head exploded as Naruto slammed the sphere into it. What sort of attack was that? Irina wondered. She stared at the body falling to the ground, and then looked back up at Naruto. Or where Naruto had been. He was no longer there. Devil Ninja. Valley flinched as Fenrir tried to crush him with its claws. Although each attack missed him by a hair's breadth, the wind pushing against him, force built up from the monster's swings, caused him to stumble. What's more, none of his attacks worked. Fenrir shrugged off every attack Valley launched, regardless of whether it was magic or a physical attack. This truly was an impressive beast. Valley thought he might have been able to win if he used Juggernaut Drive, but winning wasn't his aim. Arthur had better come through for me quick. Arthur Pendragon was setting up a spell to contain Fenrir, which would allow them to lock this beast up and control him via Excalibur Ruler. The problem was that the spell to contain Fenrir took time to complete. It wasn't as simple as creating a magic circle. This magic took time to create, time to cast, and time to execute. That was why Valley was fighting Fenrir. He was buying Arthur that time. Dragon shot. A massive bullet of pure energy slammed into Fenrir's face, but while the monster shrugged the attack off, getting smacked in the face enraged it. Fenrir's roar echoed across the Colosseum. Sword birth. Dozens of swords shot up from the ground underneath Fenrir. Again, the weapons did nothing. They shattered against the monster's skin. Even so, the attack enraged Fenrir even more. Valley used the beast's distracted state to launch his own attack, a projectile of energy that slammed into Fenrir's face. A massive explosion sent Fenrir back. As it dug its claws into the ground, a bolt of lightning struck it from above. Two figures suddenly appeared before him, one darting along the ground with incredible speed, and the other flying down from above. It was Kiba and Issei. Valley stared at the pair, a single raised eyebrow. What are you two doing? He asked. We're here to fight Fenrir with you. What's it look like we're doing, asshat? Issei said, shaking an angry fist at him. I don't need your help, Valley said. What sort of douchey response is that? Issei shouted. While I'm normally not the sort who would intrude upon another person's battle, I really think we should work together, Kiba said. Valley clicked his tongue. Whatever. Do what you please. Now that's what I'm talking about. Issei slammed his fists together. It didn't take long before Valley realized that having two people, three if he included Akeno launching spells from above, that he didn't know fight alongside him was more of a hindrance than a help. Issei kept getting in front of him when he tried to attack. While Kiba was a bit better at not getting in his way, the knight's fighting style ran contradictory to Valley's. He was nothing like Arthur despite also being a swordsman. Valley tried to fling an energy projectile at Fenrir, but Issei got in the way, and the projectile exploded against his back. Issei screamed and stumbled forward. Growling, he turned around and yelled at Valley. "What the hell, Valley? Why did you do that?" "Don't blame me," Valley shouted back. "It's your fault for getting in my way." "Getting in your way? You're the one who's in my, whoa." Issei and Valley had been practically nose to nose when they were forced to leap apart. Fenrir's claw passed between them. As the beast's paw slammed into the ground, the earth shook and several large chunks of rock flew at the two, uplifted from the force of the palm slam. "Now isn't the time to argue, you two," Kiba said as he tried to cut into Fenrir's body, tried being the keyword. His sword shattered against the wolf's body. In return, Fenrir tried to swat him aside, but Kiba darted backward too quickly for it to hit him. Issei growled, but he didn't argue. "Then what do we do? Nothing we've done so far has hurt this thing." "We don't need to defeat it," Vi said. "We just need to keep it distracted while my companion casts his spell." "Got it," Kiba said, readying his blade. "Let's go, eyes." "Right." Valley hung back as Kiba and Issei attacked Fenrir together. They split up as the giant wolf tried to smash them, each attacking from an entirely different direction and angle. Issei came in high. Kiba attacked from down low. While Kiba swung his blade at Fenrir, slamming it into the monster wolf's lower back, Issei launched a powerful punch that rang out like a thunderclap. Neither attack did anything to Fenrir, who shrugged off both the punch and sword like he was being splashed with water. "This isn't doing anything," Issei shouted. "Then it just means we need to try harder," Kiba said. Fenrir tried to smash into them, but Issei and Kiba leapt back, causing the beast to roar and try to launch an energy blast at him. Reflection. A large mirror appeared in front of the energy beam. The blast hit the mirror. Then it bounced off and struck Fenrir. A loud roar echoed off the walls, rending the air. Valley frowned. There was a burn mark on the wolf's face. Kiba and Issei moved in again, launching a double attack that made Fenrir stumble back, although no discernible injuries could be seen outside of the one on its face. Wearing an intense frown, Valley waited until Kiba and Issei were out of the way. Then he launched a powerful kick that echoed across the Colosseum with a loud bang. Fenrir, who was smacked face flushed in the snout, reared back and took several staggering steps. The wolf shook its head. Snarling, it glared at Valley, whose only response was to smirk. "This is my victory," he proclaimed. As though his words were prophetic, a magic circle appeared underneath Fenrir, who looked down in shock as several chains wrapped around it. The wolf struggled. It didn't do any good. Those chains were not the kind that could be defeated with sheer strength, and unfortunately for Fenrir, strength was all it really had. Soon enough, the monster was pulled into the portal that opened underneath it, disappearing from view. "What just happened?" asked Issei, scratching his head as he landed next to Kiba and Valley. "Nothing you need to worry about," Valley responded. "If it's all the same to you, I'll take my leave now. I got what I came here for." "Ass," Issei muttered. Valley didn't listen. He had done what Ophis asked of him and got a prize out of it. He was satisfied. "I wonder how the others are doing," Valley thought as he disappeared within a portal himself. Devil Ninja Tilda. Lefay flew around Hattie on her broom, launching several spells at the giant creature. The bolt of lightning flew from a magic circle and struck the beast dead on. She frowned when she noticed that it was negated by Hattie's fur. Grounded. It looked like the fur acted as an insulator. Down below was Kuroka. She launched numerous fire-like projectiles at Hattie, a pale blue ball of flame, each of which struck someplace vital. These couldn't be shrugged off as easily as Lefay's basic spells, which were the only spells in her arsenal that she had used so far. They were nature magic attacks. Those were quite deadly. I can't let her be the only one doing something. Lefay decided that it was time to bring out the big guns, and by big guns, she meant some of her most advanced and powerful spells. Black magic, white magic, Norse magic, fairy magic, teleportation circles. She knew spells from everything, but she wouldn't use those spells. If she was going to defeat Hattie, she needed something more powerful, something with more oomph. As Naruto might say, Septem debis et septem noctibus combers. Qui intelligent, peccata poenitentium decalo et facies eudicium. Fulmen caelestis. A giant magic circle appeared above Hattie, numerous powerful and ancient seals and symbols lining the entire thing, circling around and within it. Many people would never be able to read those symbols. They were archaic. Each symbol lined the inside, sealed within a circle and a hexagram. Energy gathered within those circles, fire, roaring and powerful. A little more time. Hey, Faye! Kuroka shouted as she leapt backward. Her blue flames, infused with nature magic, engulfed Hattie but didn't actually damage the wolf. They merely grazed its fur, which was almost like armor. How much more time do you need? Just 30 more seconds. Damn, all right. Hattie leapt into the air and tried to crush Kuroka underneath its weight. While the black Nekomata was able to avoid it, leaping backward, the rumbling earth made her lose her balance. Perhaps the wolf sensed that she was off balance, for it leapt at her with claws and fangs bared. However, Kuroka was a Nekomata, a cat monster, and Hattie must not have known that cats had a great sense of balance. What at first seemed like Kuroka being thrown off balance was soon revealed as a feint. Hattie's head was rocketed back when Kuroka kicked the underside of its chin. LeFay looked away from the battle happening down below and up at her magic circle. Power crackled inside of it. Flames of holy white fire swirled around like a tornado. It was ready. My spell is ready, Kuroka. Kuroka didn't look up. She leapt back several meters with a few massive leaps that relied on her powerful legs. Hattie tilted its head, confused, as Kuroka suddenly split into several different Kurokas. It was an illusion used to confound one's sight. Only an expert in the sage arts could use it. LeFay raised her hand, and then, with a deliberately swift movement, she brought it down hard. A massive flame shot from the magic circle. It descended to the earth. Hattie didn't even get a chance to move before the flame slammed into him. The last LeFay saw of Hattie was the wolf roaring in agony before he was consumed by the divine fires of her forbidden magic. Sorry, she apologized softly, but I couldn't let you keep rampaging. You hurt Naruto's friends. That's unforgivable. She looked around. The other Norse wolf had been defeated by the one known as Sarorg Bale. LeFay hadn't seen what had happened because the beast had been defeated so fast, but it didn't matter. With Hattie now dead, she and Kuroka's task was done. It was time to leave. LeFay sighed. She had really wanted to see Naruto. Devil Ninja. Naruto didn't really know who the guy in front of him was. Well, that technically wasn't true. He had never seen the guy before. However, there was no mistaking that hair. Sasuke. Naruto pointed. You've grown out your hair. And dyed it. Yuck. What an ugly color. Who the fuck dyes their hair blue? What kind of pansy are you? The one whom Naruto called Sasuke stared at him like he'd just shit a brick. His face soon turned an interesting shade of crimson, and several tick marks appeared on his forehead, bulging veins that throbbed in time to his angrily beating heart. I do not know who this Sasuke is, but I do not appreciate someone interrupting me while I look down on all the people who are trying and failing to defeat my minions. You even talk like Sasuke. Shut up. Sasuke created several dark purple bolts of lightning, or something very close to it, which he sent hurtling at Naruto. While Naruto had no idea what sort of magic this was, he wasn't too worried. It was moving slowly, well, slowly for him. With his chakra cloak activated, dodging the lightning was a simple matter. He used the immense speed granted to him to practically disappear and reappear at will. To the average eye it would look like he was teleporting, but the simple fact was that it was just pure speed. The lightning struck the Colosseum down below. It exploded with enough force that even Naruto, several dozen meters above it, was pushed back by air currents. That kind of power was beyond the average devil. This guy must be Loki. As a god of Norse mythology, Loki was an extremely powerful existence. Naruto didn't know how powerful, however. That was the problem. Without knowing his opponent's capabilities, finding a way to defeat him would be difficult. Even so, he was positive in his ability to defeat Loki. Yeah, this guy was a big bad with godlike powers, but he couldn't have been more powerful than Ophis. The problem wasn't a matter of, could Naruto beat him? The biggest issue was, could Naruto beat him without destroying the entire city? Naruto clicked his tongue when several burns appeared on his arm after he blocked one of Loki's fireballs. He retaliated by sending 6 chakra claws with a Rasenshuriken on them. 5 of the 6 were destroyed before they could even reach Loki. The last one slammed into Loki's face. Chuckling as the Norse god screamed and flew backwards against his will, Naruto flapped his devil wings and soared toward him. This Loki character seemed like a long-range magic user. Magic users normally sucked at close combat, so if he got close and personal, he should be able to wail on this guy. Rasengan. Once more, Naruto created numerous Rasengans with his chakra arms and launched them at Loki from different angles. The Norse god clucked as he sent lances of bright yellow energy outward, slicing through the chakra claws with ease. He then pointed a finger at Naruto. The finger crackled, sparked, and then a massive spear composed of white lightning blitzed toward him. Bijudama. Beast balls were a specialty of the Biju. For Naruto, the holder of Kurama, now a 10-tailed being with incredible power, creating one was as easy as breathing. The lightning spear was annihilated by the Bijudama, which continued on to strike Loki. Sadly, Loki wasn't a god for nothing. With a scream that rang out across the entire Colosseum, he punched the Bijudama with his bare hand. He probably shouldn't have. For the first time in a while, Naruto used devil magic to create a shield around himself as, worse than the fiercest tempest, a great wind kicked up from the explosion and threatened to blow him away. It howled in his ears, loud and ferocious. The wind was too great. Naruto flew down toward the ground, slamming into it with enough force to leave him breathless. However, he knew that he couldn't stay there, lying around like a lemon. If it was bad for him, it would be worse for his family. Naruto stood up. His legs threatened to snap. He looked around. Irina was lying on the ground, her body slowly being crushed by the immense pressure generated from the attack. Activating his chakra cloak, Naruto rushed over to her. He knelt down and covered her body with his own. As he shielded her, Naruto created a shadow clone, which created a shield out of chakra hands and ran off. Seeing how the clone was successful, he created several more. Their job was to find his friends and shield them from the backlash of his attack as well. This is a lot more powerful than I thought it would be. Did you already forget that I have 10 tails now? How about that mountain you and I accidentally destroyed? What were you expecting? I don't know. I didn't think he'd try to punch it. I'm beginning to think all gods are idiots. Not that you're much better. Ouch. Harsh much. The howling, fierce winds eventually died down. Naruto had been using magic and chakra to protect himself and Irina, so he hadn't realized it at first, but upon looking up, he discovered that he and Irina were lying in a massive crater. No, it was more like a canyon. Numerous land masses towered over him and Irina. There were several paths where the earth had cracked that he could walk through. Naruto looked back down as Irina groaned, her eyes slowly flickering opening. She blinked several times. Hey, are you okay? I'm okay, she slurred. She trailed off. Naruto wondered what was going on as her eyes slowly widened and her face turned red. Naruto-san. Yes. Irina's thighs squirmed. Could you please, get off of me? I suppose I could. Naruto stood up, then offered his hand to Irina, who stared at it for a moment before placing her own hand in it. He pulled her to her feet. What happened? Asked Irina. This is my fault, he admitted. I didn't think Loki would try to punch my attack. Had I known he would do that, I would have used something that couldn't be punched. Irina stared at him. This is the result of Loki punching your attack. It's called a Bijudama, Naruto said. It's used by gathering chakra and densely packing it into a ball about the size of my fist before shooting it at someone. It has enough raw power to destroy a mountain. I figured Loki wouldn't be able to block it like he did. Irina paused, shook her head, and then started again. I don't even know what to say to that. Naruto shrugged. We can worry about what you should say later. For now, we should go find our friends. Without waiting for her response, he grabbed her hand and gently tugged on it to make her follow him. Irina squeaked. It was a rather cute sound. Devil Ninja. The battle was over, which meant it was time to reconnoiter, reconvene, and recuperate. Damage had to be catalogued. Casualties had to be estimated. There was a lot to get done, which meant that Naruto and the rest of the Grimoire peerage were essentially free until further notice, since they had little to do with this particular issue. They were neither officials nor leaders. Let the adults handle the aftermath. Of course, just because the battle was over, that did not mean Naruto would get to rest. What were you thinking, Naruto? Using an attack like that in the middle of the Colosseum? Don't you realize we all could have died? Sorry. Sorry doesn't cut it. Honestly, do you ever think about these things before you do them? Sometimes. That was a rhetorical question. Naruto was kneeling on the ground inside of his and Rias's bedroom in the hotel that Rias's peerage was staying in. He was getting a verbal reaming from his girlfriend, master, probably future wife. Of course, he understood that he actually did deserve this. He hadn't really thought about how strong his Bijudama had become, but he should have. It was obvious. Who else the hell destroys entire mountains on accident just by releasing their power? Kaneko, Revel, and Ophis were conspicuously absent. So he knelt there, knees on the floor, hands against his knees, and silently listened as Rias ranted until she ran out of breath. It took a while. By the time she was finished, her face was flushed red, and she was huffing as she sucked in oxygen. Feeling better? He asked. No, Rias said, regaining her breath. In a move that was as sudden as it was surprising, Rias grabbed him by the lapels of his jacket. She hauled him to his feet and kissed him. It was an intense kiss filled with anger. Naruto wasn't particularly bothered by this. He kissed back and soon discovered something wonderful as Rias all but threw him on the bed and tore his clothes off. Angry sex was pretty awesome. Naruto remembered Jiraiya once telling him about angry sex. He hadn't really listened at the time, though he did remember his perverted sensei extolling the virtues of a good, hard fucking while a woman was angry. Well, Jiraiya was right this time. Rias was normally quite docile in bed. She preferred being on bottom as opposed to being on top, often letting him do whatever he wanted to her body. It was always Naruto who was in charge. She just went along with it. Not this time. This time, Rias was on top. Her kisses were filled with fire, commanding and bold. If it weren't for the fact that he was perfectly willing, he would have said she was raping his mouth. Likewise, she wouldn't let him touch her. She did the touching. Every time he tried to do something, she swatted his hands away before resuming her own activities. Her own hands were reinforced with her powers of destruction, so they kind of stung when she hit him. Naruto loved being the more commanding one in bed, but even so, he couldn't deny that a domineering Rias was pretty fucking hot. It wasn't long before Rias spent all of her anger. It seemed that angry sex was not only demanding, it also took a lot of energy. She barely lasted 15 minutes before she was spent. Feel better now? Naruto asked. Much better. Rias sighed as she nuzzled her face against his shoulder. Now that she'd spent all her anger, she was being awfully affectionate. So, Naruto began. So, what? Asked Rias. About the Colosseum. Are they gonna fix it? Rias shifted some more, trying to find a comfortable position as she spoke. They haven't decided yet, but I don't think so. You can't fix what isn't there. Naruto's Bijudama hadn't just damaged the Colosseum. It had annihilated the Colosseum. There wasn't a single brick left. The entire structure had been destroyed, utterly wiped out right down to its molecular constituents. Erased. All that remained was the canyon that had been created by the backlash from Naruto's attack, a testament to the power that Kurama now possessed. On a side note, the silver-haired Valkyrie he had fought was now in the hospital. It seemed she had been put into a coma after he ripped off the mind control device. He would need to analyze it with Kurama. Speaking of. To think we didn't even use a 100th of Kurama's power. It was almost frightening how much power Kurama now had at his disposal. Having absorbed Kagaya and the other Biju, Kurama was on par with Ophis in terms of sheer limitless energy, a fact that greatly intrigued Ophis and the main reason she had kidnapped him in the first place. I guess so. What about injuries? He asked. Rias hummed for a moment. There were a few injuries, but fortunately, they were minor. My brother, Lord Michael, and Azazel were able to shield Sona's and my peerage from incurring further damage. What injuries there were all healed by Asia. Revel also managed to escort all of the civilians to safety, and I hear Rainer even helped protect them when several Norse warriors tried to ambush them. Revel, Naruto smiled. She's very good at managing others. She is. Can I ask another question? Why are you letting me date Revel and Kaneko? Your real question is, why am I allowing you to have a harem, right? Yes. Polygamy was an accepted practice in the underworld. Even so, no one wanted their significant other to be with someone else. He was sure that if their situations had been reversed, he would not want Rias dating, sleeping, or otherwise being intimately involved with another man. Her actions were incomprehensible to him. Rias didn't speak for several seconds, but that was fine. He knew she was gathering her thoughts. While she decided on which words to choose, Naruto spent that time caressing her hips. As a king, I must consider the feelings of my peerage. A good king always takes her peerage's thoughts, desires, and emotions into account. What's more, I am a Grimoire, and for us, our peerage is a part of our family. I love you and Kaneko, so of course I'm going to let her be with you. I want for her happiness as much as I do yours. As for Revel. Rias. Naruto prodded when she trailed off. Sorry. Rias shook her head. It's not really my place to say. Suffice to say that Revel, as a rook, has given up her title as heiress to the House of Phoenix. Her potential will be wasted if she stays in her mom's peerage, since her mother is no longer taking part in raiding games, and I shudder to think about what would happen if she was traded off to someone who would abuse her. It's better that she becomes involved with you. Once you become a high-class devil and earn the right to have a peerage, she'll make a great addition. You really are too kind. Naruto kissed her hair. Of course, Kaneko and Revel aren't the only ones who love you. Naruto paused. They aren't. Partially sitting up to look at him with an incredulous gaze, Rias said, "Don't tell me you haven't noticed the looks that Irina has been giving you." "I did notice them, but I thought she was just being curious," Naruto admitted. "Doesn't she like eyes?" "I believe her feelings are divided on the matter, but I somehow don't think she loves eyes. She and eyes are childhood friends. However, being childhood friends doesn't mean they're in love. That said, I do think she had a crush on eyes when they were younger, which explains why she's divided on who she likes." As Naruto thought about that, Rias laid back down, using his shoulder as her pillow. Naruto didn't love Irina. He liked her, certainly, but they hadn't really spent enough time for him to say he loved her. It wasn't like Revel and Kaneko, whom he had bonded with over the course of time. At the same time, that's only part of the reason you're allowing this, isn't it? Naruto guessed. You're right, there is one more reason. Rias rubbed his chest, eyes staring through the window several meters from the bed. Naruto, did you know that your eyes light up whenever you're being affectionate? They what? They're like a pair of bazillion-watt bulbs, Rias continued. When you and I are going on dates, when you're pampering Kaneko, kissing Revel, or shopping with Irina, your eyes become these beacons of joy. It's like the happiness you feel is so strong that it radiates from them. Seeing you like that made me realize that what gives you the most happiness is making others happy. You give yourself freely to anyone who asks. That's why you were so willing to agree with Ophis after she kidnapped you. Naruto wondered if the heat spreading across his face was due to the temperature. That must have been it. He should create a clone and turn the thermostat down. Did hotel rooms in hell even have thermostats? I'm not sure that's it, he began. I mean, it's true that I like helping others, but... No, that is exactly it, Rias countered before he could make an argument. You're so completely selfless that you would give yourself to just about anyone. While that's kind of annoying, it's also one of the things I love about you the most. If I didn't let you make those girls happy, it would hurt you, and it'll be a cold day in hell before I let that happen. You know that hell does have winters now, right? Thanks to Beelzebub, the underworld was now blessed with 4 seasons. Naruto didn't know the specifics. However, he knew that weather manipulation was difficult to create. Rias slapped his chest. Ass. Chuckling a bit, Naruto soon settled down and grew contemplative. What about you? Doesn't it bother you that I'm in a relationship with several other girls? Not really. I mean, kind of, but not really at the same time. Rias paused here, gathering her thoughts. I know that if I asked you to right now, you would break off all relations with the other girls. That's why I'm letting you have a harem. As long as those girls love you, and you love them, I'm not going to tell you to stop. Naruto had not realized that Rias had seen through him so thoroughly. She was right. He loved Revel and Kaneko. And probably Ophis and perhaps eventually Irina if he chose to let himself grow closer to her. However, Rias was his priority. If there was an existence around which he revolved, that would be Rias. Even if it hurt him, if she said, I don't want you to see them anymore. Then he would obey her, not because she was his king, but because she was just that important to him. I appreciate that, Naruto whispered. Rias kissed his bare chest. Anything for my future husband. Silence ensued in the large hotel suite, with the only sounds being the nightlife outside. As he listened to the noises coming from several stories below, a frown soon crossed his face. Rias. Yes. Where are Kaneko, Revel, and Ophis? Ah. Tilde devil ninja tilde. Kaneko sniffed the air several times, tracking the familiar scent of her sister. It wasn't like the woman was doing much to mask her presence. She was probably leaving a trail on purpose so Kaneko would follow it. The trail led outside of the hotel, toward the back, in a small alley. Kuroka was leaning against the wall, arms crossed under her chest, lips peeled back in a small grin. The black kimono that covered her was quite revealing. It didn't do anything to cover her cleavage, and it split apart at the bottom, showing off her legs. Kaneko frowned. She wasn't the modest type, but she at least had style. What do you want, Kuroka? She asked. Is that any way to treat your big sister, Sharon? Asked Kuroka, smiling her cat-like smile. That isn't my name anymore, Kaneko said. My name is Kaneko Tuho. I'm a member of Rias's peerage now, not your little sister. That girl died after you abandoned her. Are you so sure of that? Asked Kuroka, pushed off the wall and walking forward. She stopped when barely half a meter separated them. Blood is thicker than water, you know. You can change your name, try to forget about your past, but you and I will always be sisters. That sort of twisted logic doesn't work on me anymore. Kaneko glared at the older Nekosho. Now what do you want? Such impudence. Kuroka lowered her head and sighed. When she looked back up, her eyes were sharp. I figured I'd give you a warning. You should be more vigilant from now on. Loki isn't going to let what happened in the Colosseum go. You and the rest of the Grimoire peerage put a serious damper on his plans. What's more, Naruto injured him greatly. He'll be coming after you in full force soon. Whatever. Kaneko crossed her arms. If he's got a bone to pick with us, then so be it. Naruto and I will kick his ass from here to Kingdom Come. Kuroka's smile sent a chill down her spine. Is that so? I noticed you've been using Sage Mode. I'm rather proud of you, Sharon. It seems the blood that boils for battle is stronger in you than even I imagined. You're wrong, Kaneko said immediately. Her rebuttal made Kuroka frown. I'm not like you, Kuroka. I don't take pleasure in combat. Are you so sure about that? Kuroka's lips peeled back, revealing her pearly white teeth. We Nekosho are violent. Battle is in our blood. These peaceful days with the Redhead's peerage, how long do you think they will last until you grow sick of them? If you're trying to taunt me, you're going about it in a piss-poor way. Kaneko closed her eyes. These peaceful days will last forever. Rias Bushu, Naruto, and even Ms. Kentucky Fried Chicken. Kuroka blinked. Kentucky Fried Chicken. Even if the world finds itself at war, I only need to be with those three for my life to be at peace, Kaneko continued. They bring me a peace that you never could. You've become quite mouthy, but that's okay. Kuroka waved her hand and a purple portal appeared behind her. One day, you'll come to understand that we Nekosho can't live without violence. I'll be waiting for when that day comes. As Kuroka disappeared into the portal, Kaneko continued to frown at the spot where her sister had vanished. That meeting had been strange. Kuroka had warned her to be careful of Loki, and then taunted her about the nature of their species. What was up with that? Stupid sister, Kaneko murmured. That day will never come. Devil Ninja. Ophis sat on top of the hotel building, her legs dangling off the ledge as she stared at the city below, watching the people as they moved. The capital city of the underworld was a bustling place filled with noise. It used to bother her. This noise had always been annoying. She used to hate it. For some reason, it didn't bother her as much as it used to. It must be Naruto. Naruto was an oddity that she knew nothing about. He'd come onto the scene randomly, appearing like a storm. She'd felt his power across a vast distance and decided that she was going to have him help her reclaim the dimensional gap from Great Red. To that end, she'd asked Team Valley to bring him to her. They had. However, in exchange for his help, he had asked her to live with him. She had agreed. It didn't matter to her where she lived right now. So long as she reached her end goal, kicking out Great Red from her home, nothing else mattered. Or so she had thought. A presence appeared behind her. I thought I might find you here, a voice said. Valley. She didn't look at the White Dragon Emperor as he walked up to stand beside her. I thought you had already left. I decided to stick around for a while, Valley said. You seem to be enjoying yourself. I am not sure what you mean by that. I've been watching you, Valley continued. You smile a lot more when you are with Naruto. Do I? You do. Ophis felt Valley's gaze on her, but she paid it no mind. It almost makes me wonder. You seem so content to live with him. Does that mean you no longer have any intention of fighting Great Red? Of course I do, Ophis answered immediately. Really? Ophis finally turned her head to frown at Valley. Are you implying that I no longer desire to return home? I'm implying that you no longer wish for the silence of the dimensional gap, Valley returned. She didn't show it on her face, but his words struck a chord with her. It was true. The longer she spent in Naruto's presence, the less annoying the noise of this world became. More and more she was becoming interested in Naruto. He was powerful. He formed strong bonds with others. He had agreed to help her but asked that she live with him in return. Nothing he did made sense to her, and she wanted to find out what made him tick, but more than that, she was drawn to his strange charisma. Ophis turned away from Valley again. Even if I decide not to live in the dimensional gap, I still want to kick Great Red out. It's revenge for kicking me out first. I see. Valley chuckled. That's good to hear. I was worried you had forgotten your true desire while you were playing house. Valley's power flared briefly as he opened a portal. Well, I'll be heading back now. I'm sure the others have already returned, and I have a new wolf to break in. With that, Valley left, and the noise of the city was, once again, the only thing Ophis could hear. She didn't mind. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. AAAHHHNNN. Loki never knew such pain existed. It was like every molecule in his arm was on fire. Even now, days after returning to Asgard, the phantom pain in his arm, his missing arm, was tormenting him. Damn that devil. He lay on a slab of metal, a medical table that was none too comfortable, but fortunately, the agony ripping through his now non-existent arm blocked out the sensation of everything else. Standing beside the table, using healing magic to try and heal his arm, was Ire, Norse goddess of healing. Her dark red hair fanned across her face. Blue eyes were dull and lifeless as they stared at his wound. She had placed her hands on the stump of his missing arm, green energy emitting from her palms as she did her best to soothe his injury. Loki's arm had been completely annihilated when he tried to block that blonde brat's attack by punching it. He had been so sure that he could defeat anything thrown at him. He was a Norse god. He wasn't like those inferior creatures from Christian mythology. Anything they could dish out, he could take in return 1,000-fold. Those had been his thoughts at the time. His arm had paid the price for his hubris. "You're quite lucky our master was watching out for you," Rizvam Lucifer said, standing on the other side of the table. "Were it not for his benevolence, you would have surely died." Loki gnashed his teeth at the devil's condescending look. "Do not speak of that. That thing as if he was my master. I have no master. I am my own master." Rizvam clicked his tongue chidingly. "Really? Have you forgotten that it was our master's power that allowed you to conquer Asgard, enslave its population, and kill Odin? Without him, none of this would have been possible. He is your master, whether you want him to be or not." Loki would have growled, but he was in so much pain that he couldn't muster up the strength to do anything else. He hated to admit it. He hated the idea of being on another person's leash again. However, it was true that everything he'd accomplished had only been made possible because of that thing called itself the true leader of the Chaos Brigade. A shudder passed through him as he thought of that man, that monster, whatever it was. He still remembered his first meeting with that being. He still recalled the fear he felt as the being's power washed over him. It had been like drowning in a sea during a storm. "Of course, our master did not save you merely out of benevolence," Rizvam continued. "He expects you to pay him back." "What does he want from me?" Loki asked in a growl. "Oh, nothing much." Rizvam smiled. "He just wants you to force Naruto to use Sage Mode more. You didn't accomplish that this time, but he's sure you can do it, if you try hard enough." Loki knew of Sage Mode, but he didn't know why this master wanted to make the blonde brat use it. There was something odd about that. However, he could think on it later. "Fine," Loki said. "Tell your master that I'll force the brat to use Sage Mode." "Good. I'll report that to our master." Loki snarled as Rizvam disappeared through a portal. As Ire continued working to heal his arm, he stared up at the ceiling and made a promise to himself. "Just you wait. Soon, I'll gain more power than you can possibly imagine. Then I'll kill both you and your master. Ragnarok would be coming soon." Since the Colosseum had been destroyed, the three factions' raiding game had been cut short, and the members who'd participated all went back to their regular lives. The angels returned to heaven, the fallen returned to their home, the devils went back to their mansions, and the Grimoire peerage returned to Kuo in the human world. Life went back to normal. Mostly. Ninja-sama. Naruto ducked as Metatron tried to tackle him in a ferocious hug. They had just gotten off the train that traveled between the human world and the underworld several hours ago, and Naruto along with the others had arrived home to discover the ninja-obsessed angel waiting for them. The Archangel must have used a different method to travel between dimensions. The other members of the Grimoire peerage watched as Metatron sailed over Naruto's head, flew out the open door, and landed face first on the porch that led to the entrance hall. The angel skidded across the porch with a harsh sound like someone whose nose was being ground into wood panels. No one really reacted with any shock despite this. Metatron always acted weird. "Man," Issei yawned as he stretched his arms above his head. "I'm so tired. Screw flying to another country. Dimensional jet lag sucks donkey balls." "It is tough," Rias agreed. "Why don't we all unpack, and then we can relax by doing whatever we want for the entire day? It's still summer, so we have the time." "That sounds like a good idea," Asia said. "Given what happened, I think we could all use a little break." In that case, Rainer grabbed Issei's arm and hugged it to her chest. Akino ground her teeth together. Aiz-kun, why don't you and I have some fun? Issei squirmed in her grip, no doubt struggling between his conflicted feelings for Rainer and his lust for her boobs. Naruto almost giggled. Almost. I don't know if that would be a good. Asia's cheeks puffed out as she hugged Issei's other arm. Don't leave me out of this. I also want to be with Aiz-san. Fine. Rainer agreed easily enough, but you're going to be on the bottom. What? Was Issei's dumb response. Naruto stared at Rainer as she more or less dragged Asia and Issei off. He still wasn't 100% sure about that chick, but he was of the opinion that people could always change. That was how he managed to redeem Gaara, after all. So long as Issei and Asia, the two most affected by what Rainer had done, were willing to give her a chance, he would extend an olive branch to the girl. He looked over at Akino. She was still grinding her teeth in frustration. It looks like someone's not pleased that Rainer is getting close to Asia and Aiz. He shrugged. Well, it's none of my business. Irina was also staring after the trio in mild disapproval. Naruto wondered if she was jealous. However, after another moment, the girl shook her head, long brown hair, tied into two ponytails, swaying with the motion. I'm not sure I like the fact that Aiz is getting so close to a fallen. But we're all allied with each other now, Naruto pointed out. Irina turned to him. I know it might go against the beliefs you've held for so long, but I think it's good if he can bridge the gap between devils and fallen angels. Irina's eyes went wide, but then she turned away, presenting her back to him. Naruto noticed, absently, that she had placed her hands behind her back, and she was playing with her fingers. I guess you do have a point. It would be nice if we could all get along. She paused. Do you think angels and devils can also become that close? What do you mean? Naruto tilted his head. I thought we were already close. Right, Irina squeaked. You're totally right. We are. Ha ha ha. Silly me. She coughed into her hand. Anyway, I think I'm also going to unpack. With her luggage in hand, Irina walked off with a wooden gate. Naruto remembered his conversation with Rias the other day about his polygamous relationship with her, Kaneko, and Ravel. Irina was another potential partner, supposedly, but he still wasn't sure if he should let anything happen there. After all, she was Issei's childhood friend. Just because they are childhood friends doesn't mean something will happen between them, Kurama interrupted his musings. It doesn't, Naruto agreed. At the same time, I'd like to make sure there are no feelings between them before I do anything with Irina. It would be best if we just stay friends for the time being. Suit yourself. A tug on his sleeve made Naruto look down at Kaneko, who, after latching onto both him and Ravel, began dragging him down the hall. What do you think you're doing? Ravel squawked. Come on, Kaneko said. You two are going to help me unpack. You can't just demand people to help you, Ravel shouted, and I have my own unpacking to do. Kaneko didn't listen to her. Naruto sighed. Then he frowned when a new weight was added to his shoulder. He looked up to find a pair of obsidian eyes staring at him. What are you doing? Naruto asked Ofus, who sat on his shoulders, playing with several locks of his hair. Since the cat decided to drag you off before I could, I decided that this was the best course of action. Sitting on my shoulders. Yes. Naruto, I had no idea you were a lolicon. Can it, Fox? With an immortal dragon girl sitting on his shoulders, a blonde Oju-sama arguing with a lowly Nekosho, and a furry snickering inside of his gut, Naruto realized that Ragnarok was the least of his problems. Devil Ninja. Rias watched as Naruto was dragged off. She wondered if it was natural that she didn't feel all that jealous. Yes, she did want to have Naruto to herself, but she couldn't feel jealousy or hatred or even mild annoyance at the other girls who wanted Naruto's affection. It was weird, if she was being honest. Rias felt like she should have been more possessive. However, seeing the smiles on the other girls' faces made it impossible for her to get angry. I'm growing soft. Ignoring Metatron, who was bawling his eyes out on the porch, Rias turned to Akino. Her queen was furrowing her brow and glaring at the place where Asia, Issei, and Rainer had disappeared to. Are you all right, Akino? She asked. I'm fine, was the immediate response. If you were fine, I doubt you would be glaring so intensely. Rias paused. Does it bother you that much? Akino stopped glaring and turned her head. It doesn't bother me at all. Liar. Rias withheld the urge to shake her head, grabbed Akino by the hand, and pulled her along behind her. Akino looked curious, but she didn't resist as she was dragged into the living room. They moved over to the couch. Rias pushed her friend until she was sitting down. Stay there, she said before heading into the kitchen. Going through the pantry, Rias grabbed some tea leaves, and then pulled out her traditional tea set and went about making herbal tea. She wasn't as good at this as Akino was. However, she had watched her queen enough times that she knew how to make some decent tea. She came back in with 2 ornate cups balanced on a pair of small plates, which she set down on the coffee table before sitting herself next to Akino. Drink, she ordered. Akino obviously knew better than to disobey when she got like this. She lifted the cup to her lips and took a sip. She paused, then took another sip. This is good, she complimented. Thank you, Rias said, also taking small sips of her own tea. They didn't speak for the longest time. Rias wouldn't force Akino to speak if she didn't want to. However, she left the invitation to speak open. During this time, she watched as Metatron trudged back into the mansion, his shoulders slumped. He was probably depressed because Naruto kept him at arm's length. It was weird for an angel to be so obsessed with a devil, but Metatron was apparently willing to ignore that if it meant being close to a ninja. I think I've made a terrible mistake, Akino said at last. With eyes. Yes. If someone were to ask Rias, she would have said that Akino had made many mistakes in regards to Issei. The first was deciding to date him on a whim because she wanted a relationship like the one that Rias shared with Naruto. The second was dumping him because of her own insecurities. The third was not confronting him about her problems and finding a solution where both of them could be, if not happy with, then at least satisfied by the outcome. Do you want to get back together? Rias asked. Akino hesitated. She took another sip of her tea. The hand that held the cup was shaking. I don't know, she confessed. I no longer know what I want. All I know is that I did a disservice to Eyes. I used him, and then when I realized how I felt, I dumped him and ran away from these feelings. Now Rainer has moved in, and I'm not sure what I should do. I don't want her with him, but I don't know if I want to be with him. Does that make sense? Not really. Rias drained her cup of tea. But love rarely ever makes sense, so I think your confusion is natural. Setting the teacup down, she waited until Akino was finished drinking before placing an arm around her queen's shoulder and pulling the other woman into a half-hug. Rias felt guilty. Akino had started dating Issei primarily because Rias had become preoccupied by her relationship with Naruto. Now her friend was running from her own feelings, confused about what she wanted, and haunted by her fallen angel blood. She should have noticed what was happening right away. She should have done something to help. However, the past couldn't be changed, which meant their only option was to move forward. I might not have been there for her back then, but I'll be there for her now. Silently, Rias plotted ways to help her best friend become the playful woman that she remembered. Devil Ninja Tilda. I can't believe you are making me help you, Revel complained as she folded Kaniko's clothes and put them in the dresser. I should be unpacking my own clothes. Just shut up and help me, Yakitori. I'll help you once we're done. Don't call me that. Revel wasn't the only one helping unpack Kaniko's luggage. Naruto also helped. He wasn't folding clothes, though. He was grabbing all of the items that they had bought in the underworld and was finding a place for them. It was probably a good thing that most of what they bought was candy. Unlike Rias, who had bought upwards of 100 souvenirs, Kaniko only had a few figurines and some posters that could only be bought in the underworld. I never would have guessed that Kaniko was a fan of magical girl Levi Tan. The things one learned. Ophis was also present, but unlike the others, she did nothing. Sat on the bed and watched the other three, her legs crossed as she stared at them like they were puzzles meant to be solved. Naruto looked at her once he'd finished unpacking. He promptly sweat dropped. Is she staring at Revel's boobs? Ophis was locked into a staring contest with Revel's breasts, which Naruto had to admit were magnificent. He had only touched them on rare occasion because Revel was such a shy, prim, and proper girl. He didn't want to make her uncomfortable. Even so, he often enjoyed watching the way they bounced and swayed inside of her shirt as she moved. The fact that they looked so large on her short frame only made them better. Do you like Revel's breasts? Ophis suddenly asked. Www what? Revel suddenly covered her chest. What about my breasts? If Naruto wasn't so used to Ophis's habit of being weird, he probably would have freaked out. As things stood, while the question was unexpected, he wasn't particularly bothered or embarrassed by it. He couldn't say the same thing about Revel. She looked ready to go flaming chicken on them. I do, he admitted. Naruto-sama. What do you like about them? Ophis asked. Everything, Naruto said. Steam poured from Revel's head as her face reached the brightness of a sun. However, if you want specifics, then I think their size, shape, and firmness are amazing. Www what you saying? Revell demanded, only to shriek when Kaneko pulled the girl's hands away from her breasts and got in so close that her nose was practically touching Revell's boobs. Kaneko. Let go of my hands. Kya. Kaneko placed her hands on Revell's breasts and began to rub and squeeze them, smashing them together and pushing them apart. Revell's shirt wrinkled as Kaneko fondled the blonde's mountainous mammaries. Naruto had to adjust himself. I do not see what is so great about these breasts, Kaneko muttered as she pushed Revell onto the ground, straddled the girl's waist, and resumed her fondling. Though I'll admit Rias's boobs are amazing, boobs are really just large globs of fat, and Revell's aren't even that big. Konik, Kya. Stop that. Revell tried to push Kaneko off of her, but Kaneko was a rook, and her physical strength far exceeded Revell's. These breasts are obscene, Kaneko muttered as she kept squeezing and squeezing and squeezing, until Mount Revell erupted. I said enough. Whoosh. Naruto and Office remained where they were as Kaneko stopped fondling Revell. While the Nekosho blinked several times as if confused, the Phoenix girl was breathing heavily, shoulders heaving and her face flushed scarlet. Kaneko. Yes, Naruto. You know, your head. It's on fire. I know. Oh, right. So, are you going to do anything about it? You know, like, run around and scream or something. Yes, I was just getting to that. There was a 2-second pause. Wah, my head is on fire. Kaneko leapt to her feet and ran out of the room. Naruto stared at the now broken door, which Kaneko, in her rush to find something to douse her head with, had completely busted down. The door was barely hanging off its last hinge, swaying back and forth with an ominous creak. He waited for 1 second. 2. With what sounded like a death cry, the hinge, unable to maintain the door's weight, finally fell down. I don't think I've ever seen Kaneko act like that before. Naruto turned to Revell and held out a hand. You okay? HMPH. Revell turned her nose at him. Some boyfriend you are. Why didn't you help me? I would have, but honestly, I was too busy trying to stop myself from getting aroused, Naruto admitted. Revell paused. Her face turned pink. She turned her head, just a little, and peeked at him from out of the corner of her eye. You were, T turned on watching Kaneko TT touch my breasts. Would you be upset if I said yes? No, Revell mumbled. Of course not. You are a man, after all. I know that men have urges like that. Yeah. Silence filled the air. He wouldn't say it was stifling, but he also was acutely aware of Revell's presence, and it somehow made him embarrassed. Naruto wondered what he should do to break it. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what he could say. Naruto-sama. Glad that Revell was the one speaking first, Naruto responded. Yes. Do you, would you like to touch my breasts? Naruto paused. Revell was currently wearing a pink off-the-shoulder shirt, jean shorts, and sandals. They looked good on her. However, in that moment, Revell had pulled her shirt down, revealing her breasts, covered by nothing more than a basic white bra with cute pink frills. He wasn't the only staring. Office was also looking at Revell's boobs. Naruto, however, could only pay her a moment's attention before all of his focus was on Revell. Can I? If you want, Revell said, looking away. Just be gentle with them, okay? Naruto nodded absently as he knelt down in front of Revell. He didn't think she could blush anymore, but her cheeks were suddenly lit aflame at their new proximity. Most of his focus was on her boobs, however. Cupped as they were in a bra, their firmness was readily apparent. What's more, the bra's clasp was on the front. He wondered if she'd bought the bra with moments like this in mind. Aren't you going to unhook my bra? Revell asked. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was distracted. Naruto reached out and undid the clasp. With the bra no longer confining them, Revell's boobs bounced free. They didn't jiggle quite as much as Rias's chest, but they had a springiness to them that the redheads lacked, probably because they were smaller. Your bra is very cute, by the way. Thank you, Revell's words, interrupted by a soft gasp, were halted because Naruto had placed his right hand on her left breast, pushing aside her bra. Revell's breasts were large enough to fill his entire hand and have some left over. They weren't like Rias's breasts, which were so large his fingers sank into them like they were water balloons. Revell's were a lot firmer. They're just as sensitive, though. Her nipple had already grown stiff against his palm. Revell bit back another gasp as Naruto rubbed her breast. Her thighs squirmed as his thumb brushed against her nipple. Revel bit her lip, which stifled a moan that wanted to escape when he tweaked her pink nipple between his fingers. She was really responsive. Naruto hadn't noticed it the few times he'd fondled her breasts because he'd been busy plunging his tongue into the depths of her mouth, but now that he was focused solely on her chest, he noticed that she was a lot more responsive than he had assumed. I want to suck on them. He looked at Revel's face. Her cheeks were still lit up in a prominent blush, but it seemed less like it was from embarrassment and more from arousal. He looked down. Yep, her jeans were growing damp. Not only was she blushing, but her breathing had grown quite heady. Her panting, rasping breath was stifling moans and gasps that threatened to escape. Would she mind? He should probably ask for permission before taking this any further. Revel was a very proper young lady. While he believed she enjoyed his spontaneity, it was always important to make sure he wasn't doing something that would make her uncomfortable. Before he could ask anything, however, Ophis suddenly appeared right next to them, cheeks in her hands as she squatted before the two. It was such a sudden, startling shift that Naruto and Revel practically fell on top of each other in their shock. Can I also touch them? Ophis asked. Revel was, oddly enough, the one to recover first. Absolutely not. Her shout echoed across the mansion. Tilda devil ninja tilde. It was later at night, after the sun had gone down and the moon waxed across the sky, and Rias was still awake. Naruto was dozing in their bed. So was Kaneko, who had crawled in after Naruto had fallen asleep. Rias wasn't sure what to think of that. She and Naruto had sex not long ago, and now Kaneko was nuzzling her face against Naruto's chest like an overly affectionate house cat. The problem, she determined, had nothing to do with the act, but with the fact that Naruto and Kaneko were currently naked. If those two had sex on their own time, so be it, but she didn't want Kaneko doing anything with Naruto while he slept. Consent was a two-way road and all that. Though I don't think Naruto would mind all that much. Looking away from her lover and Kaneko, Rias stared out the window as she mulled over the dilemma that was Akeno and Issei's disunity. Naruto had told her not to interfere. He said they needed to resolve this on their own. Rias agreed with him, but she still wanted to help somehow, even if it was just giving them a nudge so they would start communicating again. She couldn't stand seeing the division between them. They're both hurting, though I think Akeno is hurting more than Ise. Issei had been hurt by Akeno, but Akeno was hurting herself. It was like a form of self-mutilation, except instead of physical scars, she was creating emotional ones. It was killing Rias. She loved Akeno and Ise, and she didn't want to see them hurting like this. What's more, because they were hurting, Asia was also in pain, so 3 members of her peerage, her family, were suffering. You seem troubled, Naruto said. Rias was startled. She hadn't known he was awake, or perhaps he just woke up. I'm worried about Akeno and Ise, she said. I figured as much, Naruto said. He blinked several times as his eyes adjusted to the darkness, and then he looked down. He paused. When did Kaneko get in here? After you went to sleep. Ah. Naruto shifted underneath the covers. Rias started when she heard Kaneko moan. She looked down as the covers squirmed like there was something writhing underneath it, and then she looked at Kaneko's flushed face and twitching cat ears. Naruto. Yes, Rias. Are you fondling Kaneko? Naruto paused. Quote ellipsis. Maybe. Please don't toy with the girl in her sleep. Rias sighed. I don't think she's gonna complain. Maybe not, but it's the principle of the matter. Wait until she's awake. I am awake, Kaneko said. Naruto and Rias blinked. When did you wake up? They asked at the same time. I've been awake since Naruto's dick started rubbing against my thigh, Kaneko admitted, which was around 15 minutes ago. Rias looked at Naruto, who looked away and whistled innocently. She frowned. Anyway, Naruto started again, why don't you get back into bed? Without anything better to do, Rias did just that, crawling back under the covers and snuggling against Naruto and Kaneko, who was squished between them. Not that the Nekosho seemed to mind in the least. The white-haired girl made herself comfortable. Rias mused that they were currently making a Kaneko sandwich. The thought was vaguely amusing. You mentioned being worried about Akeno and Ise. Naruto prodded. And Asia, Rias said. I want to do something for them, but I'm not sure what. I'm not planning to interfere, she added before Naruto could say anything. I just want to help them. I want to give them an opportunity to clear the air between them. I understand what you're getting at, but, Naruto trailed off, perhaps unable to think of something to say. He had to know how badly this was eating at her. Why don't we go somewhere fun as a peerage? Kaneko suddenly suggested. Huh? Rias asked. Go somewhere fun, Kaneko said. It's still summer. We can take a vacation at the beach with everyone. We'll say that we're taking a break after all the hardships we went through, and then we can think up a plan to get the pervert and Akeno-senpai to start talking. That's a really good idea, Rias said. Actually, it was a brilliant idea, and she wondered now why she hadn't thought of it before. It was still summer. They had the time, and all of them were done with their homework. Plus, after what they had been through, a little R&R at a nice beach might be just what the doctor ordered. At the same time, they could come up with a plan to get Aiz and Akeno to start talking again. It was perfect. Naruto sighed as she and Kaneko plodded well into the night. There were so many things they needed to discuss. Location was important, but they also needed to figure out a plan to get Akeno and Aiz alone together. Of course, the beach was already decided. However, which beach were they going to was an important question. Somehow, he began, I'm beginning to feel really bad for Akeno and Aiz. Rias and Kaneko ignored his grumbling. This was for love. Devil Ninja tilde. When Rias Grimori decided on something, she certainly didn't do it half-assed. That was the only thought that Naruto had as he, the rest of the Grimori peerage, Irina Shido, Revel, Ophis, Rainer, Metatron, and Azazel rode on a bus that was headed for the beach. Apparently, not only did the Grimori family own a vacation manor up in the mountains, but they had a home by the beach as well. Metatron and Azazel were up front. Azazel was driving. Metatron had demanded that he be the one to drive, but when Azazel asked if he had a license and Metatron replied with silence, the argument had ended and the Fallen took the driver's seat. The Archangel was sulking in the front. Rias was sitting with Asia, oddly enough. Her excuse had been that she didn't get to bond with her, cute Asia-chan, often enough and wanted to take this time to grow closer. Naruto knew the real reason she was doing this. He turned his head. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw them, Akeno and Issei. The poor pair were sitting in the back, away from everyone else. They weren't talking. They were just sitting there awkwardly like they didn't know what to say. Part of the reason might have been thanks to Rainer. Hey, Aiz-kun, I got a new swimsuit, the Fallen was saying. Would you like to see me in it? Well, When Issei trailed off, Rainer grinned and leaned over, pressing her boobs into his arm. Oh, I know what you really want. You want to help me change into it. Rainer's grin made Naruto sigh. She was doing this on purpose. That's fine, too, Aiz. If you'd like, you can join me in the changing room and help put on my bikini. Just make sure you're extra gentle, okay? While Issei remained silent, perhaps stunned into silence or maybe unsure of what to say, Akeno was gritting her teeth. The woman looked like she was ready to light the Fallen up like Christmas lights. Naruto wondered what her game was. For what reason was Rainer baiting Akeno like this, or was Issei the one she was baiting? Rias looks pissed, too. His girlfriend was glaring daggers at Rainer as she sat between Asia and Kiba, though she shifted back into a smile when Asia said something to her. Meanwhile, in the seat in front, Kaneko was having a ball playing with Gasper. No. Get that raw fish away from me. Just try a bite, Gaspy. No. Naruto shook his head and sighed. Those two seem to get along well, Irina said. Naruto was sitting between Irina and Revel. The Phoenix girl was sitting close enough that their thighs and shoulders were touching. She'd also surreptitiously wrapped her pinky around his, as though she wanted the intimacy of holding his hand, but she was too embarrassed to actually hold his hand. Irina, who sat by the window, was further away, but that was like comparing apples to oranges. You think so? He asked. Irina took another look at Gasper and Kaneko. The poor boy was up against the wall, literally, and doing everything in his power not to let Kaneko shove sushi covered in garlic sauce into his mouth. Ophis was also with them. The dragon god seemed intensely interested in the dynamic between the two, or maybe she was just there because Rias had forbade her from sitting on Naruto's lap. There was no telling. Irina looked back at him. Well, maybe not so much. I'm just glad that cat is bothering Gasper and not me, Revel confessed. She paused, then added, though I do feel bad for Gasper. Dealing with Kaneko isn't easy. Isn't that the truth? Naruto said. As the ride continued, Naruto noticed that Irina kept stealing glances at the back, at where Issei was sitting with Rainer and Akeno. I'm sorry you had to sit with me, Naruto said suddenly. I bet you were hoping to sit with Aiz, huh? No, not really, Irina admitted. Then she looked away. What I mean is, Aiz is my friend from childhood, so of course I'd like to chat every now and then, but it's not like he and I are a couple. I guess the tale about childhood friends always getting married only happens in anime, Naruto said, suddenly wanting to curse. He'd been watching way too much anime lately. Rias had been practically shoving different series down his throat. The last anime they had watched was actually one in which two childhood friends got together, which was why he'd assumed Irina liked Issei. What was it called again? In any case, I don't mind sitting here like this, Irina admitted. It's nice. I mean, it means we can talk and get to know each other better, right? Yeah, Naruto grinned. Oh, that reminds me. You mentioned a while ago that you like to bake. That's right. Irina suddenly perked up and turned more fully to face him. I'm not really into baking sweets like Ravel here, but I enjoy baking different kinds of breads. After my family and I moved to the Vatican, I learned a lot about the different types of bread that can be made. Did you know that in Europe, bread and cheese with wine is extremely popular? I didn't know that, Naruto said. I always wanted to ask, but what sort of baking techniques are used in Italy? Asked Ravel. Naruto still didn't know a lot about this world, mostly because he didn't care. This world's history, its people, their past and present, it didn't really matter to him enough that he'd bother researching it. On the other hand, Rias, Kaneko, Irina, and the others were a part of this world. He didn't mind learning about what they enjoyed. Time passed as the bus continued toward the beach. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. The Grimoire mansion looked the same as Rias remembered it, though it was more like a large house than a mansion. It had a very modern feel. Shaped like a rectangle, with a flat roof and numerous glass windows and sliding glass doors that led to a porch, it definitely felt more modern than anything else her parents owned. They were so old-fashioned. The bus parked in the parking garage, which was a small 8-car garage that sat off to the side of the house. Because the bus was so big, it took up most of the garage, about 2/3 of it. Okay, everyone. Azazel clapped his hands and grinned. Standing beside him with slumped shoulders was a dejected Metatron. Grab your luggage, choose a room, and get unpacked. We'll decide what we should do first afterward. Who made you the boss? Metatron mumbled. I'm the one that's living with Ninja-sama and the others. I should be the one in charge. Then by all means, Azazel began with a gesture, tell them what to do. You already did that. Rias decided to leave the pair to their arguing. She looked over at where Naruto was chatting with Irina and Ravel as they grabbed their luggage, or, well, Naruto was carrying their luggage. After debating on what to do, she decided to give them some time alone. It was only right since she tended to monopolize Naruto most of the time. Besides, I need to keep Asia occupied. Asia-chan. Rias grabbed the girl's attention. Come on, let's grab our luggage and choose a room. Oh okay, Asia said, hurrying over to her side. Rias grabbed their luggage, both hers and Asia's, and then made her way toward the house with the former nun in tow. Kiba was already up ahead with Gasper, who was using him as a shield from Kaneko. Rias almost snorted when she saw the creepy grin on Kaneko's face as she waggled her fingers at the dampier. It really is good to see Kaneko having so much fun. Catching something out of the corner of her eye, Rias frowned when she spotted Rainer dragging Issei to the house. Issei was carrying several suitcases. He wasn't having any difficulty, but he was tripping over himself as the girl pulled him along. She didn't see Akino anywhere. I'm going to have a long talk with Rainer. Since Rias's job was to keep Asia occupied, she ended up sharing a room with the girl. They were splitting rooms up by gender anyway. Naruto was sharing a room with Issei, while Kiba and Gasper were sharing a room with each other. Akino was with Irina, while Kaneko was with Rainer. Though the Nekosho hadn't been pleased with the arrangement, she understood the need to keep Rainer in check. Rainer had also complained. She claimed that she wanted to sleep with Asia and Issei, but Rias had put her foot down. If she did that, then it would become that much harder for Issei and Akino to talk. As they were putting away their clothes, Rias decided that now was a good time to talk about Asia's feelings. Asia, come here for a moment, she said, sitting on the bed and patting the spot beside her. Okay. While Asia seemed confused, she obediently wandered up to Rias and sat down, placing her hands on her lap and looking at Rias with her big, green eyes. Asia, I wanted to talk to you about Issei and Akino. She smiled kindly when Asia stiffened. Don't worry, I don't want to be intrusive, but I wanted to know your feelings. Asia, you were involved with them both. I'm sure what happened between the three of you hurts. That's why I wanted to know how you feel. How I feel? Asia looked down as she played with her hands. Well, I feel like a part of me has been missing ever since Akino-senpai broke up with Aiz-san. Whenever we were together, it felt kind of like I had a kind and playful older sister, but now that she's gone, it's like some part of me has disappeared. Ice does what he can to make up happy, and he's a great boyfriend, but he's even more hurt than I am, so it's hard on him. Rias nodded. That was about what she had expected, but she wanted to hear the words from Asia's mouth. I would like to help them both, Asia continued, but I don't really know what I can do. I'm not strong like they are, so You're wrong. Huh. Asia-chan, you are strong. Rias made sure Asia didn't look away, holding her in place with eye contact. Ice might have been supporting you, but all this time, you've also been supporting him. And not just that, you were the one who broke the ice between everyone else and Rainer. It was because you accepted her that things have mostly calmed down between us. You need to give yourself more credit. Do you really think so? Asia asked. Of course I do, Rias said. And that's why I wanted to ask if you'd like to help me try to get Akeno and Issei to patch things up between them. When all Asia did was tilt her head, Rias finally let the girl in on her plan to help Akeno and Issei get over their problems. Devil Ninja. It was unanimously decided that they would all take a bath in the hot spring, an indoor hot spring located in the west wing of the mansion. Rainer had mentioned it as he was wandering the hall looking for Asia. Rias hadn't said anything, but Issei guessed that made sense. It was too late to hit the beach. The sun was lowering and it would be dinner soon. What's more, everyone had been cooped in that bus for several hours, so relaxing in a hot spring was definitely a good idea. He didn't see Naruto-sensei, Kiba, Gasper, Azazel or Metatron as he wandered into the large changing room. Their clothes weren't located in the changing room either. Naruto had said that he had something to do, so that didn't surprise him, but the others should have been there. Oh, well, Issei shrugged. It's not like getting naked with a bunch of guys is my thing anyway. Though it would be boring to relax by himself. Maybe he could convince Asia to join him. It would be nice if Akeno was also around to join us. After stripping down, folding his clothes, and putting them into one of the bins, which rested on racks against the wall to his left, Issei walked across the tile and over to the large sliding door. He opened it. Stepping in, Issei was about to take his first steps inside, but he paused when he realized something. Issei wasn't alone. Akeno was also there, completely naked, her back turned to him as she sat on the stool in front of the showers. Her long, dark hair had been pulled to one side and was resting over his shoulder. Unbidden, his eyes wandered over the expanse of her pearly white back, and then down to her butt as it rested on the stool. He wanted to close his eyes, but if he did that, the memories of what they'd done from behind would plague him. Eyes. Akeno seemed even more surprised than him. What are you doing here? It's supposed to be the girl's turn in the hot spring. Girl's turn. Issei blinked dumbly. But I thought this was the male's side. There is no male of female hot spring. Just this one, and it's the girl's turn to enter. Akeno narrowed her eyes, though she didn't turn around. I'll ask again. What are you doing here? Well, I was told that we were going to the hot spring, so. Akeno twitched. I see. This was a setup. What? Nothing. You can use the hot spring. I'll get out. Issei was conflicted. Speaking honestly, he didn't want her getting out, but he also didn't want to leave. That was a really roundabout way of telling himself that he wanted bathe with her. However, he didn't want to push Akeno either. No, Issei said. You were here first. I'll get out. Akeno raised her eyebrow, but Issei turned around and wandered back to the sliding door. He grabbed the handle and pulled. Nothing happened. He frowned. Then he pulled again. Nothing happened. That's odd. Issei grabbed onto the sliding door with all his might and tugged, but still nothing happened. Why won't this door open? Stand back, eyes, Akeno said, magic circles appearing over her hands. Issei squeaked when lightning crackled from the circles, and he hastened to do what she told him, scrambling away from the door as she unleashed a torrent of lightning, which struck the door with an unrelenting force. Again, nothing happened. When the lightning vanished after Akeno exhausted her attack, the door remained pristine. I should have known this building would be reinforced to withstand such a small attack, Akeno muttered. Issei worried when her frown became contemplative, as though she was debating whether or not to use a stronger attack. It's fine. Issei held up his hand, which glowed a bright red as he equipped his boosted gear. It might be able to withstand a weaker attack, but I somehow doubt it can deal with a concentrated attack. Boost. Akeno stepped back as Issei began boosting his sacred gear. He figured 5 boosts should be enough. After it was fully charged up, he rushed forward and slammed the boosted gear into the sliding door. Sadly, at the very last second, a magic circle appeared and Issei was sent flying back, his attack never landing. He splashed into the water and came up, coughing and sputtering. What the hell just happened? He asked of no one in particular. It seems someone doesn't want us leaving, Akino murmured, her eyes narrowing further, and I think I know who that someone is. Devil Ninja. Are you ready to hit the hot spring, Asia? Asked Rias. She already had a towel in hand and was merely waiting on her bishop. Since it was the girl's time to bathe, she wanted to enjoy that time with Asia and deepen their bonds. I'm ready, Asia said as she hurried up to Rias. The two of them left the bedroom and wandered down the hall, their feet sinking slightly into the soft crimson carpet. The other girls were probably at the hot spring by now. Since there was only one hot spring, and it didn't have a separation for each gender, the girls were going in first. It was too bad, but not all of the women were comfortable being seen naked by the men, and while Rias didn't care much for modesty, she really only wanted one man to see her naked these days. Before they could get too far, a massive explosion rocked the manor. At first, Rias thought they were under attack, but when, after several seconds, nothing happened, she helped Asia climb to her feet after the girl had fallen down and continued walking. That was when they were met by an angry Akino. She was dressed in the blouse and skirt combo that she'd been wearing on the bus. However, her sandals were in her hands instead of on her feet. Akino, Rias asked, what's wrong? Did you already take a bath? Rias, while I appreciate that you want to help me, please, from now on, stay out of my business, Akino ground out before stomping past them. Rias and Asia said nothing as Akino disappeared around a corner, presumably heading to her room. What was that about? Standing in place, Rias couldn't help but ask this question as she tried to figure out what Akino had meant when she said to stay out of her business. Rias hadn't even done anything yet. Akino saw, Senpai seemed really angry, Asia said. Do you think she found out that you were trying to help her make amends with Ai-san? I don't see how she could know that, Rias muttered. I haven't even begun enacting my plan yet. Rias frowned, but she realized that nothing would get done if they just stood there. Come on, Asia, let's get in the hot spring. Oh okay. Devil Ninja. Dinner had been stifling. Naruto didn't know what was going on, but several people at the dinner table had made it nearly impossible for anyone to eat in comfort. Akino had been exuding an aura that all but screamed, talk to me and I'll kill you. Meanwhile, Rias had been frowning at Akino as though trying to solve a puzzle, while Asia had sat meekly between her and Issei. At the same time, Issei had been stealing glances at Akino. Throughout it all, Rainer had been grinning. Naruto felt like he, Kiba, Kaneko, and Gasper were being left completely out of the loop. When dinner ended, Naruto was dragged out of the mansion by Kiba, who said that he wanted to spar. They had invited Issei and Gasper to join them, but both had declined. Issei had said that he wanted to be alone for a while. It was another sign that something had happened. Gasper had remained in his cardboard box. Sparring with Kiba was pretty fun, mostly because Kiba was an excellent swordsman who used blindingly fast attacks to seek out the blind spots in his guard. Naruto always had to keep on his toes when they fought. It was even more difficult now because Kiba had begun getting creative with his sword birth. TCH. Naruto leapt into the air seconds before several blades jutted from the ground. They were a mixture of western swords like broadswords and claymores. As he descended back toward the ground, Kiba placed his hands on the ground and called forth sword birth again, but Naruto already knew what he would do. Rasengan. Slamming a Rasengan into the tower of blades, Naruto destroyed all of them, though a few tried to cut his skin. He'd created a barrier of wind chakra, however. This allowed him to avoid getting hurt. As he landed back on the ground, a dual-wielding Kiba was already there to meet him. Naruto was not talented at wielding straightforward weapons. As a ninja, his primary weapons were kunai, shuriken, and ninja wire, which he often used in conjunction with traps. He wouldn't use those here. His ultimate goal, at the moment, was to get better at using hand-to-hand combat in his jutsu. That was why Naruto coated his hands in wind chakra, watched Kiba's attacks, and timed his own maneuvers. He smacked away Kiba's blades as they came at him, cutting through them with his wind chakra. This didn't stop his sparring partner. Kiba created more blades and kept fighting. In terms of close combat, Naruto would say that Kiba was better than him. However, that was only when other factors weren't involved. Physically speaking, Naruto was stronger, and if he used Kurama's chakra cloak, he was faster and stronger. However, his fighting style had always been rough. Kiba was precise, a fighting machine with more sword techniques than Ichiraku had ramen flavors. Battling him with nothing but taijutsu was difficult. Let's stop here, Kiba said at last. His forehead was drenched in sweat, and his breathing had grown labored. Running out of energy? Asked Naruto. Hardly, Kiba retorted. I just think now is a good time to stop. We're supposed to be on vacation anyway. The grounds of the mansion were larger than he'd expected. While the beach was located directly across the street, the backyard stretched out for several hundred meters. Walkways meandered through patches of flowers that varied in color and type, and he counted at least 5 gazebos where people could relax in the shade. There was also a swimming pool, which was larger even than the one at school. Then why ask me to spar? Asked Naruto as he and Kiba sat on the porch. Because I wanted to ask if you knew what was going on, Kiba admitted. But you didn't want to just come right out and ask. Basically. That's a pretty roundabout way of doing things. I thought it would break the ice. Naruto chuckled a bit. Kiba was something of a gentleman, though there was a darker side that none of his fangirls knew about. He always did things in a linear manner that he felt would make the situation easier on everyone. Sparring with him as a form of male bonding before asking about what was happening was just like Kiba. Looking at the sky, Naruto eyed the moon as it was surrounded by numerous twinkling stars. They were pretty far from Kuo, about 2 hours travel by bus. He didn't know where, exactly, they were, but if the stars were this visible, then it must have been far from society. There's a lot that's been happening, Naruto said. I'm sure you already know about the problems between Akino and Aiz. Who doesn't? Kiba nodded. So, this has something to do with them. It seems Rias and Kaneko have decided to help Issei and Akino resolve their issues. Ah, yeah, that sounds like Rias. Kiba flopped onto his back, closed his eyes, and smiled. She could never stand to see others in pain. If there's a way to help, come hell or high water, she's going to do whatever it takes to make you smile again. I know. Naruto followed Kiba's example and laid on his back. That's why I love her. Say, Naruto. Yeah. When something like this happens again, make sure to tell me, alright? I don't want to be left out of the loop anymore. It took Naruto a moment, but he quickly realized that Kiba was probably one of the only people who wasn't involved in all the drama happening within the Grimoire peerage right then. Even Irina knew the basics. She just wasn't involving herself. Gaspar was probably also out of the loop, but he didn't seem to care overly much for what the others were doing. You got it. Naruto raised his right hand into the air, fingers clenched into a fist. When something like this happens again, I'll let you know. Thanks man, Kiba said, bumping Naruto's fist with his own. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. The next morning was when everyone planned on going to the beach. Naruto and Kiba got up early and changed into a pair of swim trunks, Naruto in a bright orange pair and Kiba in dark blue. As they left the room, Kiba eyed Naruto's trunks dubiously, as though trying to figure out why he hadn't been blinded yet. Is there a reason you chose such an obnoxious color? What do you mean? Orange is awesome. I'm not sure I believe that. Oi, don't diss my trunks. They made their way into the kitchen, where the sound and smell of sizzling bacon filled the air. The kitchen was also connected to the living room, which had a very open feel. There were no doors outside of the ones leading into the hallway. What's more, a massive glass window filled 2/3 of the wall, and there were multiple sliding doors that led onto the porch. As his bare feet patted against the tiles, Naruto turned toward the stove to find out who was cooking. He was surprised. Metatron. Ah, Ninja-sama, Metatron greeted as he flipped several pancakes and turned the bacon over. The heady scent of sizzling meat filled the air. Breakfast will be ready in just a bit. Please exercise patience until then. Okay. It was really unusual to see Metatron cooking. Naruto didn't even know the Archangel knew how to cook. However, after thinking about it, Metatron had trained in a shinobi village somewhere in this world, so he must have been given some survival training as well. Cooking was a part of that training. Even so, from the scent, which was mouth-watering, he must have studied cooking more extensively than most. There were several places to sit, a long table in the center of the room, a set of couches situated over a rug and centered around a coffee table. Naruto chose to sit on one of the couches since it looked more comfortable than the chairs. As he sank into the couch, Kiba chose the other couch, and together they chatted about training techniques while waiting for everyone else to arrive. Issei and Gaspar, the latter wearing a paper bag on his head, were the first to arrive. They wandered into the kitchen living room. Issei yawned as he stretched his hands high above his head. Morning, you two, Naruto greeted. I hope you slept well, Kiba added. I slept all right, Issei mumbled with a tired look in his eyes. I'm so used to sleeping with Asia that it was hard getting to sleep without her. Naruto nodded. That I understand. I'm always sleeping with Rias, so not having her in bed with me felt weird. Don't brag about sleeping with Bushu to me, Issei grumbled as Gasper sat down next to Naruto. I don't want to hear it. Because you're jealous. Yes. Naruto snorted. Issei was nothing if not honest. He liked that about the guy, but sometimes his perverted friend was a little too honest. One by one everyone else came in. The girls were all wearing clothes over their swimsuits. According to Rias, they wanted to surprise the boys. While Issei complained a bit about not getting to see their boobs filling out their suits now, Naruto understood the joy of a good surprise, and he was looking forward to seeing what Kaneko, Revel, and Rias looked like in a swimsuit. They ate breakfast and then went down to the beach, crossing the road and traveling down a flight of stairs until they reached the sand. This beach was a private one. The Grimoire family owned it. What this meant was that there wasn't a single soul for kilometers. It was just them, the white sand, and the crystal blue water. The girls, finally, divested their shirts and shorts. Naruto and Issei were in awe. Issei even had blood gushing down his nose. What do you boys think? Asked Rias, who was wearing a swimsuit that Naruto didn't think could rightly be called such. It was more like 2 strips of purple cloth that stretched across her breasts before going into her crotch. Naruto could see camel toe. She wasn't the only one who looked amazing. Kaneko had chosen to wear a white one-piece that he thought suited her smaller, more lithe frame. Meanwhile, Revel had donned a white bikini with frills along the 2 triangle pieces that covered her breasts, and it was tied together with a blue bow. You ladies looking amazing, Naruto gushed as he gave them a thumbs up. You 3 look incredibly sexy. While Revel blushed to the roots of her hair, Rias and Kaneko shared a high five. Let's set up the umbrellas first, Irina suggested. Her bright pink bikini was pretty modest compared to Rias's racy swimsuit and Revel's elegant bikini, but Naruto thought it suited her well. Naruto helped set up the umbrellas while Kaneko and Revel laid out a large blanket that several people could share. Rias had grabbed a lounge chair from somewhere and set it just outside of the umbrella's protective zone. He guessed she wanted to catch some UV rays, though he hoped she wouldn't tan. He rather liked her fair skin. A little ways off, Akeno stood slightly separated from the group. As he spotted her out of the corner of his eye, he also saw a grinning Rainer walk up to her. They began to bicker. He didn't know what it was about, but Akeno eventually tried to fry Rainer with lightning. What are those 2 doing? Rias asked of no one in particular. That Rainer. She's going to ruin my plan if she upsets Akeno like that. Speaking of, what is the plan? Asked Kiba. For Akeno and Issei, I mean. How do you plan on getting them back together? Naruto, Kaneko said, holding up a bottle of suntan lotion. Do you want me to put lotion on you? Asked Naruto. Kaneko nodded. Okay. Give it here. Kaneko laid down on her stomach, and Naruto straddled her thighs as he squirted suntan on his hands and began rubbing the Nekosho down. The girl's back was highly muscled. It was a combination of her rook abilities and her natural strength. Naruto enjoyed the way her back muscles twitched under his hands. He enjoyed rubbing lotion all over her thighs and butt even more. The plan isn't to get Akeno and Issei back together, Rias said, frowning. Whether they start dating again or decide to remain just friends is up to them. All I want is for them to find closure. You're aroused, Kaneko said as she switched from lying on her stomach to her back. Naruto began applying lotion to her chest and stomach. It can't be helped, Naruto said. I'm excited that you're excited. Kaneko's cat ears twitched. Naruto-sama. Revel squeaked. Irina was standing next to her and peeking at Naruto and Kaneko from between the cracks of her fingers, which she had used to cover her face as though attempting to block out the sight. Can you apply lotion to me next? Sure, Naruto agreed. I see. Kiba cupped his chin, the conversation between him and Rias continuing without Naruto and the others. That does sound more like something you'd want. So, how are we going to go about this? Are you going to help, Kiba? Asked Rias. Of course. Naruto had switched from putting suntan lotion on Kaneko to Revel. She was on her stomach. He was straddling her thighs as he rubbed her back. The string of her bikini was undone, so Naruto had a great view of her side boob as it pushed out from underneath her. Revel's soft skin was something he always enjoyed touching. Out of everyone he knew, her skin was the fairest. Naruto-sama, Revel mumbled. You're poking me. Sorry. Naruto adjusted himself so his erection wasn't as visible. I'm straddling a gorgeous young woman whom I'm intimate with. You can't blame me for being aroused. I'm not saying I blame you, Revel mumbled. Yakitori is saying she's happy that her body gives you a stiffy, Kaneko said. That's not it at all. Stop putting words in my mouth. After adding suntan lotion to Revel's front, Naruto realized that they were missing someone. He looked around. Azazel and Metatron were both in swim trunks. Azazel was already in the water, catching some waves, while Metatron was relaxing on a lounge chair. Issei was putting suntan lotion on Asia. Well, it looked more like he was surreptitiously fondling her breasts, but Asia didn't seem to mind if the giggles were any indication. Akino was still fighting with Rainer, Irina was looking at him like she wanted something, Rias was still talking to Kiba, and Gasper was hiding in his box. "Where's Ophis?" he asked. "I'm right here," a voice said. Naruto turned to the voice. His jaw promptly became unhinged. Ophis had changed into. Well, he didn't know if he'd call it a swimsuit. The bottom was certainly that of a bikini, dark purple, with only a pair of strings tying it together. However, it looked like her boobs were covered in purple tape, and only her nipples were really covered, and they were poking through the tape anyway. That wasn't the problem. It was her boobs. They were huge. Ophis' height hadn't changed at all, but her breasts had suddenly increased in size. Instead of being flatter than a board, she was now sporting a pair of bazongas that looked just a size or two away from Rias's magnificent mountains. However, given that her height remained the same, the sudden hextupling in size made them seem a lot bigger than they were. What is this? The question had come from Rias, not Naruto, but he wanted to ask the same thing. Ophis was staring at him. "Do you like them?" Naruto tore his eyes away from the two jiggling mountains. "What? My boobs. Do you like them? They're bigger now." Naruto wasn't sure how to answer that. It wasn't that they were bad, but they looked so disproportionate on her small body that they seemed out of place. Kaneko wandered up to Ophis, and without any warning, she grabbed Ophis' breasts and hefted them in her hands. She proceeded to inspect them like one might a pair of watermelons. Naruto was almost disturbed with the way she eyed, squeezed, poked, and prodded the immortal dragon's tatas. What made it even more disturbing was how Ophis's boobs bounced, jiggled, and were squished flat like indestructible water balloons. These are too big, Kaneko declared. Ophis frowned. "Rias grimoires are bigger." "True." Kaneko nodded. "But Rias is taller than you. So you are saying I should also make myself taller. It might help, but I think for you, a smaller size would look better." "Is that so?" Ophis looked at Naruto expectantly. You'd probably look good in a B cup," he admitted. "I see. I understand. Very well. I'll be right back." Ophis turned around and began walking back up the stairs, all the while mumbling to herself. "This is harder than I thought." A moment of silence reigned over the beach as Ophis disappeared. Even Akino and Rainer had stopped fighting and were staring at the place where the dragon god had been, a pair of dumbfounded expressions etched on their faces. Naruto really did have to wonder about that little immortal dragon Loli. What was she trying to accomplish? Within this silence, Irina spoke up. "Does anyone else know what just happened?" Everyone shook their heads. "Oh, good. I'm glad it's not just me. Devil Ninja tilde." Rias was standing in a semi-circle with Kiba, Kaneko, and Revel. This was the team that she had gathered to help in her task of getting Akino and Issei to communicate and gain some closure. Naruto was not a part of this group. His belief that they should wait for Akino and Issei to solve this problem on their own kept him from helping. She was disappointed, but she respected his feelings on the matter. He was currently playing in the water with Irina and Ophis, who had gained about an extra 20 centimeters or so in height and now had breasts that were closer in size to Irina's than her own. Rias could only shake her head. "So, what's the plan?" asked Kiba. "The goal is to make Akino and Issei talk to each other," Rias began. "To that end, I think creating a situation where the two are forced into close contact is the only option." "What if we have the pervert save Akino from drowning?" asked Kaneko. "That could work," Rias admitted. Revel had a counter-argument. "Would it really? I mean, Akino-san doesn't seem the type to drown in water." "That is true," Rias conceded. "But does she really need to be drowning?" Kiba asked. "So long as Aiz thinks Akino is in trouble, he'll come running." "Point," Revel admitted. "Then how about this?" Rias quickly laid out a basic plan to get the two talking. Revel had a few suggestions to add, which Rias adapted into their plan. The girl was a great tactician. When they were finished coming up with a plan, Rias clapped her hands. "All right, we've got the plan ready, so let's begin. Operation Help Akino and Aiz Find Closure begins now." Everyone threw their hands in the air and cheered. It was time. Devil Ninja tilde. Naruto had decided not to help Rias in her quest to fix the issues between Akeno and Issei. Office didn't care, and Irina felt like it wasn't her place to intervene. That was why they had decided to play together. While Rias, Kaneko, Revel, and Kiba did their best to fix the relationship between those two, they were having fun in the ocean. This is really salty, Office muttered after trying to drink the water. Naruto and Irina were already busy laughing at the face she was making. He didn't know she could grimace like that. Office glared at them. Was she? She was blushing. You dare to laugh at me? Office questioned before unleashing enough power to create a wave of water that slammed into him and Irina. Well, it would have if they hadn't jumped out of the way. While Irina touched down with a loud splash, Naruto landed on top of the water and stayed there. Office sent more water at him, but he adroitly leapt over each wave. Frustrated, she created streamers of water that shot at him like snakes pouncing on prey, but Naruto proved his dexterity by dodging each and every attack sent his way. Office's face became more and more red as her attacks failed to hit. Naruto, being the upstanding gentleman that he was, did the gentlemanly thing, pulled down his eyelid while sticking out his tongue. Nya. Can't hit me. I will hit you. Office, in a rare outburst that he'd never seen from her, shouted at him as the snake-like tendrils increased. Naruto was about to dodge some more, but he suddenly found that he couldn't move. Something had wrapped around his ankles. Looking down, he saw a pair of hands holding onto him. The hands were attached to a grinning Irina. Now, Office-chan. Oh, that is so not company, grrblee. Naruto was unable to say anything when water slammed into his face, drenching him from head to toe. As the water ceased smacking his face, Naruto looked at the smug Office, who wore an expression that reminded him of a very satisfied cat. Then he looked down at Irina, who was still smiling, a mischievous look in her eyes. You are in so much trouble, he told her. That's only if you can catch me, Irina responded. In response to Irina's challenging words, Naruto stopped sending chakra to his feet, fell into the water, and came face to face with a startled Irina. He grinned. Hi. Hello, Irina said. Guess what you should be doing? Running. Good guess. Irina turned around and tried to run away, but she was submerged in water up to her shoulders and had nowhere to run. Naruto quickly created a shadow clone that leapt onto the water and ran over to Office and kept her occupied. Then he grabbed Irina, wrapped his arms around her waist, hauled her up, and threw her over his shoulder. Her scream as she flew through the air and hit the water was like music to his ear. His clone dispelled seconds later. Naruto leapt onto the water and ran over to engage Office. As he dodged the snake-like tendrils that she sent at him, he spotted Rias, Kaneko, and Kiba using ropes to pull a large floatable shaped like a donut behind them. Akeno was on the floatable. It looked like she was sleeping. What are they doing now? He wondered before Office sent even more tendrils, forcing him to focus on not getting hit instead. Devil Ninja. Issei hadn't known that Asia didn't know how to swim. Since swimming had never come up before, seeing how it wasn't the season for it until they all left for the underworld and there was no swimming there, she had never let anyone know that she couldn't swim. Now, though, she had finally confessed that she didn't know how. Which was why he was teaching her. They were in the shallow part of the water, the waves gently buffeting his girlfriend's body, rocking it back and forth. It was deep enough that Asia could practice her kicking, coming up to about his chest. Issei was holding her hands as she practiced kicking to propel her through the water. You're doing a great job, Asia, he praised his girlfriend. Am I really? Asia breathed deeply as she continued to kick. She looked happy, though. She was smiling at least. Yeah, you're doing really good, Issei said. Just keep kicking like that. KK. Issei didn't know how long they were at it, but it must have been a while because Asia was panting by the time they decided to call it quits. They sat on the beach after that. Naruto was playing with Office and Irina a ways off. It looked like they were having fun, so he didn't intend on interrupting them. Asia sat by his side, resting her head on his shoulders. Her expression was only slightly forlorn. She's probably thinking about Akeno. It always became like this. Sometimes, either he or Asia would end up thinking about Akeno, and then they would get depressed. During this time, they would comfort each other. Issei kept his arm wrapped around Asia's shoulder. Eyes. Rias shouted as she ran up to him. Eyes. Bushu. Issei blinked several times as Rias stopped in front of them, hands on her knees and a worried expression on her face. What's wrong? Is something the matter? It's Akeno. Rias gasped. She was on one of those floatables and got lost at sea. What? Issei and Asia both leapt to their feet. You have to hurry, Rias shouted. Issei didn't respond with words. He activated his boosted gear, rushed into the water, and used the strength granted from every boost to increase his speed. After 6 boosts, Issei moved so fast that he began running across the water's surface instead of swimming. It wasn't long after he started running that he found the floatable. Akino was, indeed, lying on it. Even worse, she looked unconscious. Hold on, Akino-sama. I'll save you. Issei leaped into the air, well above Akino. Seconds before he landed on top of her, Akino opened her eyes. Then Issei, Akino, and the floatable made a big splash in the water. Devil Ninja. Akino was angry. Turned out she wasn't in any danger. She had just floated out there somehow after dozing off, and Issei had, without thinking, rushed out to help her and only made her upset at him. What the hell were you thinking? Akino demanded. I'm sorry, Issei said meekly. I thought you were in trouble. What trouble could I possibly be in? I thought you were drowning. Drowning? I was on a floatable lounge chair, Issei. How could I possibly drown on that? Well. Akino gave him no time to defend himself before she started lecturing him again. The breadth of her vocabulary was astounding in how vulgar it was. He had never heard her swear before, but here, now, she was cursing like a drunken sailor. Yeah, she was really angry. Devil Ninja. Asia stood outside of the door, listening to Akino yell. It got even worse when Issei started yelling at Akino. She couldn't really tell what was being said. The door muffled their shouts, but it sounded like they were really going off on one another. She wanted to step in. She wanted to make them stop. But she couldn't. Because she was weak. Asia shut her eyes and held her hands to her ears, as though doing so would somehow block out their yelling, even though she knew it was a vain hope. Part of her thought she should have just gone somewhere else. If she wasn't there, she wouldn't hear it. However, these were the 2 people who mattered to her the most. She couldn't bear the thought of leaving them alone. That was why she stood with her back to that door, her eyes closed and her ears covered. She cursed herself for her weakness. Aren't you going to stop them? Someone asked her suddenly. Asia almost squeaked. She spun around, placed a hand against her chest, and eyed the woman standing there with her eyebrow raised. Rainer, she squeaked. That's my name, Rainer said before looking at the door. Are you not going to stop them? Asia looked down. I want to, but I would probably just make it worse. With that kind of attitude, you'll definitely make it worse. Asia flinched. Rainer, either not caring or not seeing, continued. But I don't think that's a bad thing. Even if you make things worse, isn't it better to do something than do nothing? The words made Asia's heart still as something about them resonated with her. It was true. Rainer was right. It was better to do something than do nothing. If she did nothing, then nothing would change. Doing something would cause change. Even if the change made things worse, it had to be better than what was happening now. However, what if I make it worse? Rainer shrugged. If it becomes worse, then just come to me. I'll make it better. Asia stared at Rainer, then took a deep breath, and then she gave Rainer a smile. Thank you, Rainer. I feel a lot better. Does that mean you're going to stop those 2 idiots from fighting further? Yes, I'm going to try. Good girl. Taking another deep breath to prep herself up, Asia grabbed the handle and pulled the door open. Devil Ninja. Look, I already apologized. I said I was sorry. You think an apology is good enough? You're always doing this, Issei. Even though we aren't dating anymore. Issei didn't know if he would call himself patient, but he did like to think he was tolerant. Perverted, but also tolerant. He didn't really have that many problems with other people, the girls in his class who thought he was a disgusting freak aside, and he generally got along with most people, or at least tried to. This was especially true in the case of people he loved like Asia and Akino. You're right, we aren't dating, I already know that. Are you rubbing it in to make me feel like an even bigger piece of shit? I'm not rubbing anything in. I'm telling you to leave me alone. Issei didn't want to fight with Akino. He didn't even know why they were fighting. She'd been angry and then he got angry, and now they were just arguing for the sake of arguing. However, he didn't want that at all. If she wasn't so stubborn and just accepted my apology. I'd love to leave you alone, but I can't. I already told you that I love you. I'm not going to stop loving you just because you don't love me. Akino backed up a step. Yeah, well, maybe you should stop. I don't need your love. I don't need love at all. Oh, yeah, well, I think you do. I think that. Stop it, you two. Another shout interrupted them. It stopped them both in their tracks. Perhaps it was the pain lacing that voice, or maybe it was the desperation that rang out more clearly than a bell, but both he and Akino ceased talking seconds after the voice yelled at them. That voice. It was Asia. She was standing over by the door, her shoulders heaving, her face red, and tears in her eyes. Why are you two fighting? Why do you two have to fight? I don't understand. Why? Why can't we just go back to the way things used to be? Issei looked at Akino, who was staring at him, though she looked away when she noticed him looking at her. She grabbed her arm. Her eyes darted to the left. He'd never seen her look this self-conscious before outside of the day she dumped him. I don't think we can go back the way things were, Akino said softly. I realized something during the incident with Kokobile, after meeting Barakil again. I'm not really fit to date anyone. I don't have what it takes. I'm not a good girlfriend. We didn't think that, Asia murmured. I thought you were an amazing girlfriend, Issei added. Akino smiled, even as she shook her head. No, I was just pretending. I was using you two because Rias was spending more time with Naruto than she was with me. I decided that if she was going to have a boyfriend, then I would too. It didn't matter who it was. You two were just there. You were convenient. Issei didn't know if she was being honest, but each word out of Akino's mouth hit him harder than one of Naruto-sensei's punches. It hurt. They were like stakes being driven through his chest. Asia, whose face had gone pale, was probably hurting even more than him. Even so, she shook her head. I don't think that's true, Asia said. Akino, even you if you started out like that, it doesn't mean your feelings never change. No, I know that you have the same feelings for Aizen that I do. I'm not so sure anymore, Akino said. I can no longer tell what my real feelings are. She looked away. I need time to sort out my own feelings. She held up a hand before either of them could say anything. Could you two wait for me? I don't know if I'll answer positively or not, but can we go back to before we all started going out while I sort through how I feel? Yes, Asia answered almost immediately. We'll wait for you, Issei said. It wasn't what he wanted, but he also wouldn't try to force a favorable answer out of her. If this was what she had decided, then he could at least help her by accepting it. Thank you, Akino said. The argument was apparently over. Akino made to leave. However, before she could, Issei decided that he needed to say one last thing. I know about what happened between you and your dad. Akino froze. I'm not going to say you should see him, but I think it might help you settle your own feelings if you at least confronted him. I know that you still want to be with him despite what happened to your mom. Akino gripped the handle of the door. Her hand was shaking. How do you know that? She asked, not turning around. Knowing her as he did, she probably didn't want him to see her face. Your boobs told me, Issei said in the most serious voice he could muster. Devil ninja tilde. Rainer stood outside of the room, listening to the trio as they yelled and cried. When everything calmed down, Rainer left, walking down the hall and heading to her own room, which she shared with Kaneko. Rias Grimori was leaning against the wall when she turned a corner. Her arms were crossed, head down, eyes staring at her as she walked by. Rainer did her best to ignore the woman. However, it seemed Rias wasn't so willing to let her do that. Why did you help them? Asked Rias. What do you have to gain by helping those three? There were so many things she could have said, but none of them sounded like the right answer, nor would giving them help her in this situation. Most of them were sarcastic anyway. In this instance, given that Rias was basically her keeper, it was probably best if she was honest. I don't know, Rainer admitted. Ask me that some other time, and maybe my answer will be different. Continuing on her way, Rainer eventually reached the room that she shared with Akino. She closed the door behind her, leaned against it, and slid down until she was sitting on her backside. Burying her face in her hands, Rainer asked herself the very same question that Rias had asked her, but more than that, she also asked. Why does my heart ache so much? Rainer hated that she had done the right thing instead of what she wanted. Unfortunately, Rainer didn't even know what she wanted anymore. Devil ninja tilde. It was later at night and everyone had gone outside to shoot off fireworks. There was a small town about 20 minutes away, which Naruto went to and bought fireworks from. He didn't know what kind of fireworks there were. He wasn't all that knowledgeable about fireworks, but he had bought several different kinds, including sparklers and one that looked like a giant dragon head. Naruto had his clones help set off the larger fireworks, watching as the small spark turned into a fire, which made the fireworks blast into the air and explode in an array of starburst colors. Several feet from him, Kaneko was chasing Revel with a sparkler. The blonde girl was yelling at Kaneko to stop. However, the smile on her face told Naruto that she had no desire to make Kaneko cease and desist. They were just playing. Ophis and Irina were crouched several meters away. They stood barefoot in the sand, the water lapping at their feet as they knelt down, sparklers in hand. Ophis seemed oddly fascinated by the small sparks emitting from the tiny fireworks. Irina was smiling. Her lips were turned into a really pretty smile, though her eyes seemed to contain a sadness that was masked behind several layers of emotions. A little ways off, Asia, Akeno, and Issei were setting off their own fireworks. They seemed to have made up, though it didn't look like Akeno had become part of the relationship again. Naruto couldn't explain it. Either way, he hoped they would find peace in whatever their new relationship entailed. Rainer was standing by their side. She seemed unsure of what to do, though when Asia grabbed her hand and forced the girl to join them in earnest, Naruto turned away. Whatever happened to them was their business. Azazel and Metatron were also setting up fireworks, though it looked more like they were arguing over who got to light the fireworks. Naruto shook his head. Azazel enjoyed messing with Metatron far too much. Gasper wasn't a big fan of fireworks. He seemed to think they were scary, which explained why he was sitting in his cardboard box next to Naruto, his face hidden by a paper bag with 2 eye holes in it. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" asked Kiba, who was also standing next to him. His arms were crossed, expression pensive. "What do you mean?" "I mean giving you this many fireworks to light seems like a disaster waiting to happen." "How rude. I'll have you know that I am always careful when playing with fire." "I somehow don't believe that." HMPH. Kiba had so little faith in his ability to properly light these fireworks. How rude was that? Well, whatever. He would show Kiba how awesome he was. He would light these fireworks up like there was no tomorrow. "Okay." Naruto called out to his clones. "Is everybody ready?" "OSSU." His clones shouted. "Then let's do this on 3, 2, 1. Naruto and his 5 clones each lit up their own fireworks, which went off seconds later and shot into the sky. They exploded in a bright array of colors. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked up. As Naruto grinned at his fireworks, Rias came up alongside him. "Having fun?" she asked. "I am," Naruto said. He turned to her. "You look good in that." Rias was wearing another bikini, but it was a lot more modest than her earlier one. A white two-piece, the bottom was covered by an understated purple skirt. While her other one had been sexy and made him want to push her onto the sand and have his way with her, this one simply made him feel like he could admire her for hours. It was like a work of art. "Thank you." Rias smiled as she gestured to the many sparks still falling from the sky. "We have more, if you want to keep going." "Nah, I think I'm good." Together, Naruto and Rias watched as everyone else set off fireworks in silence. Devil Ninja. Naruto found himself squashed between several people on the bus ride home. On his left, Rias slept with her head on his shoulder, while Revel had taken his right and was hugging his arm like it was her favorite teddy bear. Ophis and Kaneko had fought for the spot on his lap, but they'd eventually settled on a compromise and now they were curled up on his, Rias's, and Revel's laps like a pair of housecats. The trip to the beach had lasted a total of 2 days, and he would admit that it was fun. They'd done all kinds of things from learning to surf, to playing volleyball and smashing watermelons, to having midnight rendezvous filled with passion. Naruto even had sex on the beach. He was probably the only one who'd done that, though. Irina, Issei, Asia, Akeno, and Rainer were sitting around on their own. Issei and Asia were with Rainer. Akeno sat in front of the 3, separate but not isolated. Naruto still had no idea what was happening with them, but he hoped this was a good sign, a sign that the relationship between them was improving. If he was being honest with himself, he thought Akeno had moved too quickly. She'd started dating Issei not because she loved him, but because she didn't want to be alone. Part of that was his fault. He'd begun dating Rias and Akeno had been left behind, which was what ultimately prompted her to pick up Issei. Their relationship had worked up until the point where Akeno's own self-loathing had forced her to retreat. That was how it looked to him, at any rate. At least they're talking again. I don't think those 3 will ever have the relationship they once did, but if they can become friends again, it will go a long way toward mending the scars their fallout caused. They arrived home several hours after leaving the Grimoire Beach home. Everyone gathered their belongings and went inside, Naruto and Rias first, followed by Revel, Kaneko, Ophis, Irina, Asia, Issei, Rainer, and Akino taking up the rear. As they wandered into the living room, everyone stopped. Two people were standing there, waiting for them. Rias, Naruto, everyone. Sears greeted them with a smile as he stood up from the couch. "It is good to see you. All of you look refreshed. And you look like hell," Azazel said. "Yes, well, a lot has happened." Standing beside Sears was the woman who Naruto had fought back at the Colosseum, the silver-haired maiden with bright blue eyes and a stunning body. She wasn't wearing her gleaming Valkyrie armor this time. Dressed in a smart gray business suit with a skirt that stopped about halfway up her thighs, she looked like an incredibly sexy secretary, or maybe even a teacher. "I'm guessing you're here for a reason," Metatron said. "Does this young woman have something to do with that?" "Partially," Sears said. "You two are actually being recalled now. We're getting ready to have a conference, to decide on what we should do about Loki." Sears turned to Rias, even as he gestured to the woman. "Rias, this is Roswise, a Valkyrie who served under Odin All-Father. I'd like to leave her in your care for the time being." "I understand," Rias said, immediately assuming her role as king. "Roswise, it's a pleasure to meet you. I don't know if Japan will be to your liking, but I hope you enjoy living here." Roswise replied with a polite bow. "I'm sure I'll enjoy being in your care. Thank you very much for having me." "Come on." Rias gestured for Roswise to follow her. "I'll show you to an empty room." As Rias and Roswise disappeared deeper into the Japanese-style mansion, Naruto wondered what her presence here would mean. He still didn't know much about Loki and what had happened during the raiding game. That said, it seemed like there was a lot more going on than what met the eye. Naruto also remembered how Roswise was being controlled by some strange device that used nature chakra. That was another huge mystery, one that he really wished he could solve. Too bad his study of the device had revealed nothing. It had become useless after he'd removed it from Roswise, the seals used in its creation fading after it was removed, so the only way to learn more about it would be to use it on someone else, and he refused to do that. Whatever was going to happen, Naruto somehow suspected that he and the rest of Rias's peerage were going to get dragged into it. That was usually how this stuff went. Explosions rocked the training area in the backyard of the mansion that the Grimoire peerage lived in. The training ground, which was just a large space of nothing but sand and rocks and boulders, shook as fire plowed into the ground. Sand turned red, bubbled, and melted, becoming liquid like magma. Steam hissed all around the field as the superheated sand emitted powerful heat waves that distorted the atmosphere. A small figure darted between the balls of fire. The figure was Kaneko. She wove between the fire, which ranged from tiny spheres that exploded as they hit the ground to large cones that were so hot the ground melted. Meanwhile, high above her, flying on wings made of fire, Revel continued launching attack after attack. "How have you gotten so fast?" Revel asked in a loud shout that rang out over the explosions. "I thought you were a rook." Kaneko didn't respond with words, she kept darting past each attack that came her way. Sweat poured from her brow. There was a frown on her face. While these attacks all came really close to hitting her, so close that fire and heat washed over her like an avalanche, none of them were actually close to landing a true hit. Most would have assumed this was all her doing. Kaneko knew better. Revel is missing me on purpose. Thanks to her ability to use nature chakra, Kaneko could sense the intentions of others, to some degree at least. She wasn't as good at it as Naruto was. Still, it was enough to let her know that these near misses were intentional. The only question Kaneko could ask now was, what was Revel planning? She soon found out when cracks appeared along the ground. The area around her caved in and lava gushed out from the cracks, forcing Kaneko into the air. She used her wings to fly. However, Kaneko was a cat, not a bird. Even if her wings theoretically allowed her to fly, she did not have the predisposition for it. Revel took advantage of that, slamming into her like a fiery projectile. Kaneko was smacked back as Revel headbutted her stomach. She flipped end over end. Sadly, she couldn't recover either because her opponent launched another attack, a fire blast that soared toward her like a spear. The attack was powerful, certainly, but Kaneko didn't let that bother her as she readied her fist, straightened her flight, channeled nature chakra into her punch, and literally demolished the flaming attack with naught but her fist. The attack was still powerful, however, and Kaneko was pushed backward by the destructive force. She landed on the ground. Revel was still in the air. She and Revel looked at each other, one floating high over the other. Despite this being a spar, both of them were treating it as though they were in a real life or death battle. They'd thrown any number of deadly techniques, so many that even Naruto thought it looked like they were trying to kill each other. "You're pretty strong for a kitten," Revel said with a glare. "You're strong for fried chicken," was Kaniko's immediate. "Don't call me that." Revel created another pillar of fire underneath Kaniko, though it was easily avoided. This didn't deter her and she launched more and more attacks, all with the purpose of hitting Kaniko, though it didn't look like her attack were doing much. Once again, however, Revel was using her abilities to trap Kaniko, not hit her outright. This was as much a battle of wits as it was a sparring match between friends. It didn't matter if she trapped Kaniko or not. When that happened, Kaniko used her nature chakra abilities to destroy Revel's flames. At some point, the two became completely exhausted. Naruto, who'd been watching the spar from start to finish, looked at the pair as they sat on the ground, their backs leaning against each other as they breathed heavily enough that it looked like they'd run a marathon. "Good work, you two," he said. "Why don't you go wash up? I'm sure breakfast will be ready soon." Revel and Kaniko had begun training together only recently. Naruto wasn't sure when they decided to start training with each other, but they had asked him to watch them when they did. He'd done as they asked and watched them spar every morning for the past week. He was surprised, though. He didn't think Revel cared about getting stronger. "Are you going to join us in the bath?" asked Kaniko. While Revel looked at her shoes, Naruto shook his head. "Not this time, I actually have something else that I need to do." Naruto watched both of their expressions shift to disappointment, but it was his turn to check on Rosweiss. They had discovered early on in the days she started living with them that Rosweiss was a very serious person. However, she was also very susceptible to teasing and tended to get upset easily. It supposedly had something to do with the way she had been treated when she was working under Odin. Rosweiss also suffered from night terrors. That was, Naruto suspected, a side effect from having her mind controlled with something infused with nature chakra. He found Rosweiss in her bedroom. She wasn't alone this time, which was probably fortunate. Irina, and Ophis oddly enough, were with her. Rosweiss was wearing a dark gray business suit with a short skirt. She sat on a stool while Irina sat behind her and combed her hair. "You have such long and pretty hair," Irina complimented. "I wish I had hair like this." "Oh, thank you," Rosweiss said. Judging from how she blushed, it seemed she wasn't able to take compliments very well, another result of her treatment at the hands of Odin and her fellow Valkyrie, no doubt. "If I had hair like yours, I bet I would look even more like an angel." Right. "You girls should really lock the door," Naruto said as he walked in. "What would happen if you three were naked when I walked in?" He was teasing, of course. That kind of thing didn't happen in real life, at least, not often. However, given that he, Kiba, Issei, and Gaspar were all living with them, it was definitely important to lock the doors, lest one of them accidentally walk in and find themselves in a compromising situation. "That would never happen," Irina said with a laugh, though her cheeks did turn red. "Naruto, please do not joke about such things," Rosweiss, her hair now combed and perfectly straight like a shimmering waterfall, said. "I know that you are something of a joker, but all jokes have a time and place. Please keep that in mind." Yes, Naruto waved her off with a smile. "Anyway, breakfast is probably ready by now, so come down once you're finished. It's a big day for you three." School was starting up again, and since these three had become official members of this house, they were all going to be attending school. Ophis was going to Kuo Academy as a freshman alongside Revel and Kaniko. Meanwhile, Irina was going to be in the same grade as him, Issei, and Kiba, while Rosweiss was going to be a teacher. He had no idea how this was going to turn out. Rosweiss was a serious woman who always took every matter, whether that was shopping at a 100-yen store or lecturing Issei on why he shouldn't be so perverted, as if it was a matter of life and death. Given that she was going to be his homeroom teacher, he could only wonder. Either way, it was sure to be interesting. Devil Ninja. Then we are all in agreement. Sears X asked as he looked around the conference table. Sitting at the table with him was Michael, Azazel, Gabrielle, Barakiel, several other members of the Archangels and the Grigori. There was also his compatriots, Seraphal Leviathan, Ajuka Beelzebub, and Falbium Asmodeus. In total, there were 20 people present. The table they sat on was not round, but it wasn't rectangular either. It curved to create a strange wave-like aesthetic. No one sat at the head. Since this alliance was one in which there were no true leaders, they had decided that a head was unnecessary. Sears X sat in the middle with Michael on one side and Shemhazai on the other. They had been debating the matter of what to do with Loki and his takeover of Asgard, which they had learned about from Rosweiss, for over a week now. This was a serious issue. No, it wasn't just serious. Loki had killed Odin and taken over Asgard, enslaving its people using strange devices that none of them had ever seen and even Ajuka couldn't analyze. All they knew was that it used nature energy. They only knew that because Naruto had told them that he sensed nature chakra coming from it during his fight with Rosweiss. I believe we are, Michael said at last. Are we really sure it's a wise idea to send in an army? Asked Shemhazai. He was a member of the Grigori, and its newest leader. Azazel had resigned some time ago, claiming that he wasn't a good leader. We still don't know the full situation. We'll probably never know the full situation, Seraphal said, currently acting the part of a Mao and not a crazy magical girl. I think it's better to take the initiative than it is to wait for him to attack us, especially since we don't know what he's planning. Point, Shemhazai said with a nod. Then that's how it will be, Sirzex said, standing up and placing his hands on the table. In 2 days' time, we'll travel to Asgard, free all of the people who've been placed under Loki's control, and defeat Loki. Let's end this in one decisive battle. Before Ragnarok can begin, Michael added with a serious nod. Everyone nodded in agreement. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. Since they were all going to the same place, everyone walked to school together, chatting away as if nothing had happened this summer, as if they hadn't survived a life or death situation in the underworld. They drew a lot of attention as well. Perhaps it was because of how many people there were, or maybe it was because more than half of those people were gorgeous women, but everyone stopped and stared as they walked, especially when they reached Kuo Academy and strolled through the gates. I feel like we've suddenly turned into mice in the middle of a group of cats, Rosweiss mumbled as she eyed the students that stared at them, and her in particular. Being the newest, and a mature hottie to boot, Naruto could understand why she was being given more attention than Ophis and Irina. A mature adult woman was infinitely more interesting to horny teenagers than two girls their own age. That was just how things went with boys. Just ignore the crowd, Kaneko said. They're a bunch of dickless cowards anyway. The most they'll do is stare. Okay, then, I'll follow your advice. Kaneko gave Rosweiss a thumbs up. You're golden, Rossi. What? I'll show you to the principal's office, Rias said as they stepped into the school building. Oh, thank you, Rosweiss said with a bow. Everyone went their separate ways, though not before Naruto got 3 kisses from 3 separate women. Ophis also tried to kiss him, but since they weren't dating right now, he'd said to wait until he at least took her out on a date. There were steps to follow. Rosweiss had given him the stink eye for some reason, or maybe she'd been giving the girls the stink eye. It was hard to tell. Naruto shared classes with Kiba. As they walked into the homeroom, Kiba was assaulted on all sides from the girls in their class. Kya, Kiba-kun, how was your summer? Did you have fun? You should have called me. Isu wanted to spend time with you. Yeah, I even got a cute swimsuit that I wish you could have seen. Ladies, Kiba greeted with an easygoing smile. Only Naruto noticed the tick mark on his head. I'd love to have spent time with all of you, but my club and I actually had some important work to do this summer. Sorry. Ah. Kiba looked at Naruto, the way his face twisted into a grimace, as though in pain, practically begged him for help. Naruto just smiled as if to say, you're on your own, buddy, and walked over to his seat. The way Kiba's face morphed into one of betrayal tickled his funny bone. Class eventually settled down, though it took 15 minutes of girls squealing and guys giving Kiba the death glare, and it was during this time that Rosweiss entered the room. It was almost funny. The moment Rosweiss stepped in, every single head turned to her with machine-like precision. Many of the guys suddenly went beet red, or they started drooling lustfully, while the girls eyed her like she was competition. Either way, Rosweiss appeared to have finally mastered her surprise at being gawked at, for she didn't respond to their blatant ogling. Rias must have given her a pep talk. Good morning, class. Rosweiss adjusted her glasses, which he noticed she hadn't been wearing until this morning. They must have been for aesthetic purposes. My name is Rosweiss, and I'm going to be your new homeroom teacher. I'm not very experienced as a teacher, but I hope we can all get along. While many of the boys cheered at his proclamation, the girls just groaned and gave the appearance of people who wanted to slam their heads against the table. They probably thought she was competition for Kiba's affection, or something to that effect. Hey, teacher, one of the students said. He was a young man with spiky brown hair and blue eyes. Naruto thought his name was Oshizaku, or something like that. Would you mind if we asked you some questions? You know, to get to know you better. Rosweiss paused. She had been prepared to dive right into their lecture, but now she was considering the young man's question with a seriousness that Naruto didn't think it deserved. Well, I don't see why not, she said. Giving these brats permission to ask her questions was a mistake. The moment she said it was okay, the boys all stood from their seats and began firing off questions at a rapid rate that made Roswice's head spin. What are your 3 sizes? I can't tell you that. How large are your tits? That question is rude. Do you have a boyfriend? Well, no, I don't, but. Have you ever had a boyfriend? Well, I have not. Then doesn't that mean you're a virgin? Our teacher is a virgin who's never had a boyfriend. While Roswice's face had been growing periodically red thanks to the rude questions, her face suddenly froze with that last question. Not only that, but it began paling rapidly as tears welled up in the woman's large blue eyes. It's true, I've never had a boyfriend. Roswice suddenly started crying in earnest, tears streaming from her eyes like nothing else. They reminded Naruto of waterfalls. Go ahead and laugh at me. I don't care anymore. Wah. No one seemed to know what they should do. Roswice was on the ground, bawling her eyes out like a child who'd just been spanked by their parent. Even Naruto didn't know what to do. In the few days that he had known her, Roswice had never once responded to a question like this. What's more, it made the mature aura that surrounded her evaporate like a fire jutsu being doused with a water jutsu. What should we do? The new teacher is crying. This is all the fault of you boys. What? How is this our fault? If you hadn't asked her so many perverted questions, this wouldn't have happened. As the girls used this opportunity to browbeat the boys about their perversion, Naruto continued staring at Roswice in shock. Seriously, where did that stern young woman disappear to? It looked like Roswice wasn't as mature as he had first assumed, or maybe she had merely been putting up a front this whole time. Naruto ignored the argument, stood up, and made his way to the front of the classroom. He stepped in front of Roswice, put his ring finger and thumb in his mouth, and whistled, loudly, so loud that the noise pierced the air and made everyone stop arguing. Even Roswice ceased crying when he did that. All of you need to shut up and sit down, Naruto commanded. Everyone sat in their seats and closed their mouths with a loud clacking sound. He nodded. Good. Now, I'm going to take Roswice to the nurse's office. You have free study period until then. Kiba, keep an eye on everyone, will you? If anyone acts out, list them down and tell me later. I'll make sure they regret acting out. You got it, Naruto, Kiba said. Several people shuddered at this threat, no doubt trying to imagine what sort of prank he'll pull on them if they act out. While he hadn't pulled a prank in a while, everyone was aware of the pranks he used to pull, and they had better believe he would prank their asses into next week if they didn't listen to him. Turning to Roswice, Naruto extended a hand. Come on, let me help you up. I can stand on my own, Roswice suddenly muttered, turning her head away from him. Don't be so stubborn, Naruto said as he reached down and grabbed Roswice's hand. She let out a mouse-like squeak as he helped her up. There's nothing wrong with accepting help. Now, come on, let's get you to the nurse's office. Oh, no, I'm really all right, Roswice tried to say as he dragged her out of the classroom. I really should be starting this morning's lesson. You aren't in any condition to teach right now, Naruto rebutted. Now come on. Left with no other option, Roswice grew silent as Naruto pulled her to the nurse's office, which was really just a large room made of white tiles, white walls, and a white ceiling. Several beds were located in the nurse's office. Naruto ignored those since Roswice wasn't sick. The room was empty. Since it wasn't being used, Naruto had her sit down on the chair by the desk, then made her a cup of jasmine tea. Here, drink this, he said. Oh, thank you. Roswice accepted the tea and took a tentative sip. After the first sip, she took another, and then another. It looked like she liked this kind of tea. Are you feeling better? Asked Naruto. Yes, a little. Roswice blushed. I'm sorry you and the other students had to see me in such an unsightly manner. Do you want to talk about it? When Roswice stared at him, he added, you don't have to. I just thought it might help. There's not a whole lot to talk about, Roswice said with a sigh. It's just as you've heard. I'm 19 years old already, and I've never once had a boyfriend. Back in Asgard, everyone used to make fun of me for it. They would always call me awful nicknames like the Valkyrie who's never had a boyfriend. They said it was because I was too stiff, and that no man would want to date a woman who was so serious all the time. They also made fun of me a lot for being Odin's aide, calling me his secretary on the side, and other crude nicknames. Sounds like you've had it rough. When Rosweiss finished her tea, Naruto took the cup from her and set it on the table. I don't know what their problem is, but I think they were just jealous. Jealous? Rosweiss blinked. Because you're so pretty, Naruto clarified. I am. Rosweiss looked down at her lap. Of course you are, Naruto said, sighing. What was with these girls who seemed unable to realize their own beauty? It was stupid. You're gorgeous. Any guy would be blessed to date you. That's probably why the other Valkyries kept making fun of you. They were worried you'd steal their men away from them. Is she blushing? Thank you, Rosweiss mumbled. It's nice of you to say that, even if you don't mean it. What makes you think I don't mean it? Rosweiss looked back at him as he grinned. I would totally date you. Rosweiss squeaked. Anyway, now that you're feeling better, do you think you can go back to class and teach? He held out his hand. Don't worry. If anyone says anything stupid again, I'll take care of them. Rosweiss hesitated for another second before tentatively putting her hand into his, letting him pull her to her feet. I think I can, she said. That's the spirit. Now let's go back to class. With Naruto leading the way, the two headed back to the classroom. What an interesting start to the new school semester. Devil Ninja. Like most higher dimensions, getting to Asgard required someone to activate the gate from the other side, normally. In most circumstances, the person who activated the gate to Asgard was Heimdall, known in the mythology as the whitest of the gods. He was the one who possessed foreknowledge, keen eyesight, hearing, and kept watch for Ragnarok. However, since the likelihood of Heimdall being controlled by Loki was high, they had to use another method. Are you sure that device of yours is going to work? Michael asked Azazel as they stood in the center of several stones jutting from the ground. The area around them was nothing but dirt. Past the stones, which formed a circle around them, grass encroached upon the earth. Azazel was holding a staff in his hands. Archaic symbols ran along its surface, glittering silver in the light. The staff had been forged from the remains of Gungnir, Odin's staff, which had been destroyed by Loki. According to Azazel, they could use it to forcibly open the gate to Asgard. Of course I'm sure. Azazel began channeling energy through the staff, which was basically the same as an artificial sacred gear now. Ajuka and I ran all kinds of tests on this thing. There's no way it can't not work. Trust me. Michael, Azazel, Searzex, Shemhazai, Gabrielle, and Seraphol were standing in the center of the circle. However, they were not alone. Each of them had brought an army with them. Arrayed around the circle, some hovering in the air and some standing, were over 10,000 angels, devils, and fallen angels. They had changed their uniforms. Since they had become an alliance, everyone had decided to give them matching uniforms. Dark blue pants and shirt with light blue piping wrinkled as wings flapped. Gleaming silver breastplates shone in the light. Shoulder pauldrons and greaves clinked together. Everyone was wearing gladiator sandals. It was a very basic uniform, but they thought it suited their new coalition, and it should help prevent friendly fire. The place where they were now was the location of the gate that led to Asgard. Technically, the gate could be activated anywhere in the world, but only Heimdall had the power to do that. That meant in order to open the gate, there were 3 items they needed: a location within the country of Asgard's origin that was strong in magic, an item that had ties to Asgard, and several people with the powers of an ultimate class being. Fortunately, with 2 archangels, 2 leaders of the fallen, and 2 Maus, they weren't in short supply of power. They also had Gungnir, and the place they were at was in Germany, where Norse mythology originated from. I don't have much choice but to trust you, Michael said with a sigh. Don't worry too much, Michael, Searzex said, standing next to Seraphol. Azazel might be a bit of an airhead, but you can trust that his ideas, at least, are almost always correct. Azazel laughed off Sirach's insult. Listen to Lucifer. He knows what he's talking about. Michael just sighed again. It was eventually time for them to get started. The new moon was high above them, a symbol of new beginnings and one of the more powerful times of night. He, Gabrielle, Shemhazai, Searzex, and Seraphol stood around Azazel in a circle, channeling their energy into the staff that Azazel held, while Azazel slammed the butt of Gungnir into the ground. A soft ding rang out from the point of impact, echoing with an abnormal loudness, the ringing sound spreading across the entire clearing. It was obnoxious. However, none of them paid attention to that. They were more focused on how the staff was lit up. The symbols, written in the ancient Nordic language, pulsated several times. With each pulsation, the staff's glow grew brighter, until, without warning, everyone standing in the circle felt something pulling them. It was like they were being sucked into a vacuum. A vortex opened up all around them. Michael wanted to shout a warning at his comrades, but it was far too late by then. Even if he did scream, nothing would come of it. Not that it mattered. His voice had been lodged into his throat. It was like his throat had closed around his vocal cords, cutting them off. When the sensation of being sucked into a vacuum finally stopped, they were not standing in the clearing. A circular plate made of polished stone was beneath their feet. There was a large circle behind them, a gateway made of a unique metal that none of them had ever seen before. The gateway was inactive just then. Heimdall, the guardian who should have been in front of this gate, was nowhere to be found. "It looks like we're the only ones who made it through," Sierzek said. "Seems that way." Michael looked around. "I cannot see our army anyway, which means they are still on the other side." "Azazel," Gabrielle asked, "is there a way to open the gate now that we're on the other side?" Azazel tried to open the gate via Gungnir several times. Theoretically, it was possible for someone who didn't belong to that specific myth to open the gate from Asgard to the human world. However, no matter how many times Azazel tried, nothing he did worked. That was when Michael realized it. "I believe this is a trap," he said. Sierzek nodded. "I was thinking the same thing. It looks like Loki knew that we would come for him. In that case," Shemhazai began, "the only thing we can do now is continue to press forward." "I agree," Serafal said. The group of 6 walked along a broad walkway that overlooked an ocean. The still waters were calm, eerily so, but then, the silence was also quite eerie. Up ahead stood Asgard, the stronghold of the Norse gods. Massive towers and large buildings sat upon the rocky outcroppings of a gigantic mountain range. The largest of these buildings, Odin's palace, sat in the center, on a large mountain that looked like a city had been built into it. "It's too quiet," Gabrielle muttered as she looked at the buildings they passed. "If this is a trap, then that is only natural," Michael said. "This is the cliched, silence before they spring the trap, part," Azazel added. It was true that it was far too silent there, but it wasn't just that. It was the complete and utter lack of people that disconcerted them the most. Asgard should have been filled with the Asgardians, the Norse gods and goddesses who ruled over Germanic myth. There should have been hundreds of people walking along these walkways, standing inside of the buildings. That no one was there disturbed them more than they were willing to let on. "Sierzek," Serafal said suddenly, "there are several people in that palace up ahead." "How many?" asked Sierzek. "I sense 20. No, 30. That's probably the welcoming party," Azazel joked. Shadows eclipsed them as they walked under a massive archway, which also seconded as a bridge. A set of large steps stood before them. They walked up those, past columns, all the way to the top, where a large double door sat, made from bronze, gleaming brightly as though freshly polished. Sierzek walked up to the door and pushed it open. A loud groan resounded around them, ominous in that it was the only sound present. A well-lit interior revealed itself to them as they walked through door, moving slowly in case of an ambush. No one greeted them, however. No one leapt out at them. Their situation was probably more eerie for that very reason. They walked through a hallway made of marble, with open windows on one side and lateral passages on the other, and through it all, they didn't see a single living soul. "The presences have all disappeared," Serafal said. Then she paused. "No, wait, there's one presence up ahead." "That would probably be Loki," Sierzek said. "He's likely playing tricks on us." Sierzek was the first one to step into the throne room, a responsibility he took upon himself because he was the most powerful among them. It was a large, open space. Colonnades formed a sort of path that led up to a massive throne, upon which Loki, Norse god of trickery, lounged as though he were an indulgent king. "Welcome to Asgard, misbegotten creatures of Christianity," Loki said, smiling as he remained where he was, as though he didn't care that 6 of the most powerful Christian figures had come to slay him. "We've come to put a stop to whatever it is you are planning," Michael said, stepping forward. "We won't allow you to unleash Ragnarok." Loki smiled before, finally, he stood from his chair in a graceful move that made Michael blink. It was almost as though he'd teleported. "You cannot stop Ragnarok," Loki said, and it seemed to be a signal. Serafal screamed that the presences that had disappeared were back. At the same time, several Norse gods and goddesses appeared before them, surrounded them. Michael recognized a few like Thor, Freya, Balder, Frigg, Tyr, and Sif, but there were quite a few who he couldn't name right away. Not only had the Norse gods appeared, but a giant winged serpent flew into the room. Michael knew this creature. It was 10 times larger than the ones they had fought at the Colosseum, but there was no mistaking this creature. Magarsormr, the real sleeping dragon, the dragon of End, the world serpent. Michael could see now why he was called the largest dragon in the world. Unlike those clones, he truly was massive, easily spanning a kilometer in length. He was so large only part of his body could fit inside. All of the Norse gods and goddesses were armed. Thor had his infamous hammer, which was said to generate storms with every swing. Freya twirled her spear with the precision of an experienced warrior. Bows and arrows, swords, knives, all manner of weapon was pointed at them, all of them legendary and powerful. Michael wanted to curse himself, to curse them for this plan, but he already knew that there was nothing they could have done. Loki had to be stopped. The problem was that he didn't know if they would be able to stop them, not when they were up against an entire pantheon. For you see, my Christian friends, Ragnarok has already begun, Loki finished, lips twisting into an arrogant sneer. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. After getting over her issues about not having a boyfriend, Rosweiss proved herself to be an excellent teacher. Naruto soon discovered that Rosweiss's serious demeanor lent itself well to teaching. She was also well versed in their lessons, and she explained everything in a way that even Naruto, who couldn't care less about school, could understand. There was just one problem. Rosweiss's figure. More specifically, her boobs. It was clear to Naruto that she was wearing a bra, but even so, the way they popped out of her business suit was distracting for the male students. Naruto was sure they had spent more time staring at Rosweiss's tits than they spent listening to her lecture. Of course, this wasn't her fault. If anything, the people to blame were the boys who lacked self-control, which was every boy except for him, Kiba, and a few others. It made him feel bad for the woman. Being ogled like that couldn't be enjoyable. There wasn't much Naruto could do about that. He was just a student. Fortunately, Rosweiss didn't seem to notice the leering looks. Perhaps she was just so serious about everything she did that she was oblivious to how her looks made heads turn. After school, Naruto exited the classroom with Kiba and Rosweiss. With Azazel gone, she was acting as their current advisor. Of course, it wasn't like there was much for her to do. Azazel hadn't done anything either. Really, all she did was watch them as they went about her business. Of course, there was one person who Rosweiss, the serious woman that she was, took issue with. I cannot believe you would be so disgusting as to put a pair of panties on your head, Rosweiss was lecturing Issei, who had been running around with a pair of black lace panties on his head. Naruto thought they were Akanos, until he saw a beet red Irina standing several meters away, near the shower room. She was dressed in nothing but a towel. Look, I already told you that I didn't put those on my head, Issei said. They were hanging from this clothesline, I didn't see them, and I accidentally walked into them. Rosweiss crossed her arms and glared. A likely excuse. I'll have you know that I was Odin's secretary for 2 whole years. I know perverts, and you are definitely a pervert. Hehehehe, Issei chuckled in a dark manner that seeped with lecherous intent. You underestimate me. I am not just some pervert. Oh, Rosweiss raised an eyebrow. Then what are you? Puffing out his chest as though in pride, Issei shouted, I am a super pervert. Rosweiss took a step back as though she'd just been slapped in the face. Naruto couldn't tell if the redness on her cheeks was due to embarrassment, rage, or both, though he'd bet on it being both. The doors opened during this time, and Kaneko walked in alongside Ravel and Ophis. She took one look at the situation, frowned, and then looked at Naruto. I'm guessing the perv did something pervy. She asked. Seems that way. Huh. Kaneko accepted this with a nod, then pulled Ravel and Ophis over to the couch. Come on, Yakitori, dragon. I've got some sweets that I'm willing to share with you. Ravel sighed. I wish you would stop calling me by that nickname. Not happening. What kind of sweets do you have? Asked Ophis. It's a kind of mochi. Kaneko, Ravel, and Ophis sat together on the couch, and Kaneko brought out some mochi that she broke into pieces and shared with Ophis and Ravel. As they nibbled on their treat and spoke amongst each other, Naruto felt his heart lighten. It was nice to see them getting along. Seeing that Irina was still embarrassed, and Rosweiss was still arguing with Issei, Naruto grabbed the girl's underwear, walked over to her, and held the panties out to the girl, who took them from his hands with an embarrassed blush. Thank you, she muttered. May I ask what happened? I don't mind telling you, but please let me get dressed first. Irina, panties now in hand, rushed back inside of the shower, the curtains closing behind her. Naruto heard the rustling as she dropped the towel and began changing. He could also see the outline of her body through the curtains. Maybe he was imagining things, but he could have sworn he could even see the outline of her nipples. She came out about a minute later, now dressed. During the time that she'd been changing, Naruto had spent it watching the argument between Roswise and Issei get progressively worse. It was kind of funny. Issei used to be so meek and docile around women, but now he was arguing with a woman whose body was, as Issei might say, banging. I wonder if this is the result of whatever happened between him and Akeno. Certainly, Issei seemed a lot more confident than before, and he was a lot more lively again. When Akeno had dumped him, he'd been listless. Even after trying to move on, he'd rarely spoken out except during battle. Yet now, here he was, yelling at a woman who was accusing him of being a pervert. Had this happened months ago, he would have just taken his lumps. Akeno, Rias, and Asia had arrived while Irina was getting dressed. It seemed Asia was trying to placate Issei and Roswise, but she wasn't having much success. Roswise's face had become red, and for some reason, tears were welling up in her eyes as though she was getting more frustrated by the second. So, what happened? Naruto asked the still blushing Irina. I think it was my fault, she admitted. I had gotten really dirty while helping clean out the gym storage shed. Rias said I could use the shower here, so I did. Then Issei came in and... He didn't walk face first into your undergarments, did he? Irina's blush told Naruto all he needed to know. I see. Ag, you are so annoying. I didn't do this on purpose. Issei grabbed his hair and shouted. You know, for someone who has such a smoking hot body, you've got a really SHTTY personality. That's gonna make it hard for you to get a boyfriend. That was the wrong thing to say. Naruto barely had a second to think, before Roswise began wailing again. You think I don't know that? She cried to the now shell-shocked Issei. Tears streamed down her face like waterfalls as she sank to her knees. I know that men don't like me. I know that. I know I'll never get a boyfriend. No, I didn't mean. That's why everyone calls me the Valkyrie who could never get a boyfriend. Look, I only meant, it's like this. Wah. Tilde devil ninja tilde. Almost from the get-go, Sears X and the other 5 who'd come to Asgard with him, had been forced to fight separate battles. Not only were they being forced into separate fights, but they were fighting 5-on-1. Overwhelmed and outnumbered. It was the worst-case scenario. No, it might have been worse than the worst-case scenario. Sears X was fighting a completely defensive battle. Against the forces of Thor, Freya, Frigg, Hermod, and Sif, it was all he could do. Thor struck at him with his hammer, a mighty swing that caused lightning to burst from the legendary weapon, Mjolnir, and race toward him. The ground in front of him, rocks and marble, was ripped from the ground. It scattered everywhere as though more than just lightning was flying Sirich's way. The air itself exploded and burst as though being torn apart by a storm. Sears X would have moved out of the way. No sane person would have taken this attack head-on. He couldn't, however. Freya and Frigg were already attacking him in a pincer maneuver, and Sif was immediately behind him, 2 swords in hand and ready to skewer him. If he wanted to make out of this, he needed to deal with the attack in these 3. Creating a magic circle in front of him, Sears X unleashed as much power as possible without losing control. The lightning from Mjolnir slammed into his magic circle. The powers of destruction clashed with the powers of Asgard's mightiest warrior. The air between them combusted, blasting at his face, making his eyes water. However, he couldn't afford to remain idle. Freya, Frigg, and Sif were coming in from the other 3 sides. If he didn't deal with them, he'd be done for. This would be so much easier if I could just kill them. Releasing a loud shout, Sears X temporarily turned his entire body into the powers of destruction, and then sent a good portion of that power at the 3 attacking him from behind. The results was that all 3 women were blasted away. Sadly, he didn't see Hermod hiding beneath him until it was almost too late. Sears X grunted as he raised his forearm to block the dagger aimed at his throat, gnashing his teeth together as the small weapon pierced his armor. Fire flared through his arm and up his shoulder. It wasn't terrible. However, it distracted him long enough for Thor to unleash another attack, one that would hit both him and Hermod. He's willing to attack his own brethren. With a grunt, Sears X grabbed Hermod and threw him out of the way of the attack, thus taking the attack head-on. Lightning tore through his body. He would have screamed, but he didn't have the breath to unleash one. Snarling in concentration, left with no other option, Sears X once more became the powers of destruction. Everything around them shook. The ground, the columns, the walls, everything. Cracks appeared along the ground as Sears X released his power, which helped negate Mjolnir's lightning attack at the cost of damaging the surroundings. Because he was nothing but pure energy, nothing could hurt him. At the same time, he was pretty much destroying everything. The ceiling, already under threat of being destroyed, crumbled away as his powers ate at it. Knowing that he couldn't continue releasing this much power if he wanted to save the Norse gods from Loki's mind control, he sealed his powers back up the moment Thor's attack dissipated. Searsx looked at the five surrounding him once more. With Thor in front, Frigg and Freya on either side, and Hermod standing behind him with Sif, he was pretty much penned in. And he wasn't the only one having trouble. Nearly a dozen meters away, battling through the skies, visible through the now destroyed palace, Michael was being bombarded with attacks from Magni, Tyr, Not, Skadi, and Ire. He might have had it even rougher than Searsx. Tyr, god of war, clashed against Michael's light swords with his massive war axe. He should have been slow-wielding such an unwieldy weapon, yet he swung the damn thing like it was a feather. Michael was being pushed back, and matters only worsened when Magni slammed into Michael with his mace. The Archangel of Heaven, leader of the Heavenly Gate, was able to avoid the attack, but it was a near thing. What's more, he ran into Skadi, who used her powers of winter to freeze Michael's wings. As the Archangel of Heaven fell, his wings no longer able to maintain height, Tyr and Magni attacked in unison. The result was a devastating shockwave that Searsx could feel even from where he stood. The remaining columns of the palace were blasted away. What remained of the floor shattered. Searsx was forced to become the powers of destruction once more, lest he be squashed by the overwhelming force slamming into him from above. When the fierce, howling winds and massive pressure ceased, he returned to his original state. He was standing inside of a crater. Flying out of the crater, Searsx surveyed the scene. The palace was gone. The throne where Loki had been sitting was no more. He couldn't see his previous opponents anywhere, and his companions were not in his immediate vicinity. Two massive serpents of ice rose in the distance, attacking a dragon 4 times their size, Megarsormr. Earth-shattering roars echoed from the battle. Megarsormr bit into one of the serpents, tearing through it as though it was made of paper. The other attacked it while it was distracted. It didn't seem to do anything. The ice serpent's teeth shattered against Megarsormr's hard skin. Then a massive beam was launched from the dragon's mouth, and an explosion so massive and powerful that the world around him was whited out with light erupted against the ground. Searsx was given no more time to search for his other companions. Thor, Freya, Frigg, Sif, and Hermod surrounded him again. They weren't alone. Loki also stood before him, and what's more, Loki was holding an unconscious Gabrielle by the neck. Gabrielle, her normally beautiful pale skin bruised and black, was leaking blood from her mouth and several cuts that marred her flesh. Her 12 wings hung limp. Her white dress was torn, revealing more skin than she would have probably been comfortable showing off. He could tell she was alive. She was still breathing. However, her injuries were extensive. If she didn't get help soon. She tried to save them, Loki said, and suddenly, 5 more gods and goddesses from Norse mythology appeared around Searsx. Lips twisted into the sort of disturbing grin one would expect from a madman, Loki continued. It was a foolish notion. She should have just killed them. You and those in your mythology are far too soft. I knew it, Searsx muttered. You're using the same method to control these people that you used for the ones who fought us at the Colosseum. However, those devices aren't something a person like you can create. Who's your backer? Backer. HMPH. Loki scoffed as though the concept of him having a backer was absurd. Those fools in the Chaos Brigade aren't my backers. I'm merely using them for my own purposes. Once I've placed you and all those who came with you under my control, I'll begin my campaign to destroy this pathetic world, along with those idiots from the Chaos Brigade. Now, then, I tire of talking, so I'm going to have these people defeat you. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Your powers are far too useful for me. That said, you're going to become my unwilling slave until Ragnarok claims you. As his words signified an end to the conversation, the now 10 gods and goddesses began the battle against Searsx anew. Left with no other choice but to go all out, Searsx summoned all of his power. The energy he released crashed into the Asgardians, sending all but the strongest flying. Searsx didn't stop there. Having unleashed everything he had, his body quickly transformed, converting into energy, the powers of destruction, which the Bale clan was well known for. As its name suggested, the powers of destruction was, in essence, the power to annihilate everything it touched. One could consider it the erasure of all that existed. Only a being that was even more powerful than an ultimate-class devil, such as the heavenly dragons or the Ouroboros dragon, could withstand this incredible power. The ability that Searsx was using was known as Aura of Destruction. This was Searsx's true form. It was when his entire body was completely transformed into the powers of destruction, the powers condensed into a human shape. While in this form, his power was immense, easily surpassing the powers of the original Satan. At the same time, he didn't have complete control over it, so the powers of destruction spread the longer he remained in this form. So, this is your true form, Searsex, Loki said as he floated in the air, far enough from Searsex that his powers could not reach him. Gabrielle was still in his grasp. I see now why so many fear you. In this form, you are easily one of the most powerful beings in this universe. However, not even you can defeat the entire forces of Asgard. Searsex said nothing. He could have spoken if he wanted to, but he was already busy. Thor came in with his hammer swinging. Searsex smashed the hammer apart, destroying it, annihilating it until nothing remained. Another burst of power sent Thor flying. Sif and Freya came at him from behind, one swinging a sword and the other trying to pierce him with her spear. The spear he annihilated. Just touching it caused the weapon, legendary and powerful, to evaporate as though it was water disappearing on a hot summer day. Searsex then punched Sif in the chest. Her armor disappeared as she was sent flying. Fortunately, Searsex was able to hold back enough that he hadn't killed her. She would live. Something tried to impale his throat. The dagger, which was being swung by Hermod, vanished as it touched his body, which was now nothing more than condensed powers of destruction. In return, Hermod was sent flying by a kick to the face. Searsex didn't know if he died. His powers were no longer under his complete control. However, between himself and his comrades and them, Searsex was going to choose himself and his comrades. Protecting your companions was only natural. Everything became a blur of colors, streaks of light that attacked him from all sides, images that he could barely discern. Searsex fought. He fought and fought and fought. He had no idea how long he battled, how many people stepped up to face him, how many were killed or injured. He just didn't know. Time lost its meaning. The world had become shades of red as everything was consumed by his powers of destruction, which spread across Asgard at a slow but steady pace. It could have been hours. It could have been minutes. At some point, a voice penetrated the fog of battle. I'd suggest you stop, it said. Unless you want your companions to die. Searsex did stop. It took a concerted effort, but he reined his powers in, though what had already leaked out continued causing havoc. The world around him was different from the one he'd been in before. The palace belonging to the Asgardians was gone. Searsex was standing in a crater several kilometers deep, the results of his own powers wreaking havoc on this world. He didn't see any of his opponents. Had he accidentally killed them? It was entirely possible. His powers in that form were beyond his control. They might have been annihilated and he'd never know it. You really are powerful, Loki said. He was floating above Searsex, uninjured. Many of the Asgardians were also with him, as was Megarsormr. Not only that, but they were all holding one of his companions, whose beaten and battered frame sent a shock through his body. I must admit, Loki continued, I never expected you to be this powerful, but now that I have seen your power for myself, I want to subdue you all the more and take your powers for my own. What makes you think I'll let you do that? Asked Searsex. Because if you don't, I'll kill your friends, Loki said. I could always kill myself. Then I'll just place these 5 under my control and use them to attack your little sister. Loki chuckled when Searsex stiffened from fear and rage. Yes, I'll use them to attack your sister. I won't kill her, not right away. I'll rape her first, and then I'll let the Asgardians rape her. Slowly, through a combination of torture, rape, and mental attacks, I'll break her mind and soul before dismembering her and using her body to build myself a new throne. Searsex gritted his teeth. He didn't think Loki was bluffing. That was something he would do, and while he wanted to have confidence that Naruto could protect her. All right, he said with a sigh. I'll surrender. Good. Loki showed off his white teeth with a wide grin. With you in my pocket, we're one step closer to Ragnarok. Naruto. Searsex thought as the Asgardians descended upon him like a pack of ravenous beasts. I beg you, please, protect my little sister. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. 2 weeks passed by in the blink of an eye, and not a whole lot happened during that time, at least, nothing that concerned Kaneko. Some new rumors had spread about Naruto seducing the hot silver-haired teacher. Apparently, someone had caught them chatting in the nurse's office several days ago and that had somehow turned into Naruto screwing Rosweiss on one of the beds. Kaneko didn't know about what had really gone on during the time where Naruto and Rosweiss were speaking in the nurse's office, but she somehow doubted they had been fucking. It wasn't Naruto's style. He also had her, Rias, and Revel if he wanted to have sex. She didn't think he'd go to Rosweiss unless something happened between them and they fell in love. It was the weekend. As usual, Kaneko was spending the day with Revel and Ophis. They had been spending more time together, Possibly because they were in the same class, and it had gotten to the point where several people were calling them the Lowly Alliance because they were all small and cute, or something like that. Such opinions didn't really concern Kaneko. "Can you believe the nerve of that store clerk?" asked Revel. "That disgusting man was staring at us." Kaneko shrugged. "Did you think Eyes was the only perv?" "I know he's not the only pervert," Revel muttered. "I just don't like how that guy was staring at us. Naruto stares at us in a similar way." That's different. "I'm just messing with you, Yakitori." "So, all humans stare at us like this?" asked Office. "Pretty much," Kaneko said. "Though only a certain type of man stares at little girls like us." "A certain type of man?" "A lolicon," Kaneko said, and then added, "like Naruto." "But is Naruto really a lolicon?" asked Revel. "He's dating Ria-sama, so I don't really think he meets that criteria." "True enough. Naruto is the kind of person who enjoys all types of girls," Kaneko agreed. They were on their way home from visiting a nearby sweet shop. Kaneko had gone there because she wanted to buy some more candy, but Revel had gone with her because she wanted to steal their recipes and use them in a cake for Naruto. She and Naruto often had tea together. Kaneko didn't know what they talked about during that time. That was Revel's time with him. On the other hand, Office just seemed to be following them because it amused her, or maybe it was because she was studying their bodies for future reference. She couldn't tell. As they walked down the street, a strange smell caught her attention. She recognized this smell. Kaneko!" Revel shouted as she ran off. "Where are you going?" Kaneko didn't answer. She was too busy following the scent. This smell. It must be. It was. Devil Ninja. Rias was hard at work. Sitting behind her desk, Akeno standing behind her, she diligently read through numerous reports. Most of the reports dealt with Grimoire clan holdings in the human world. The Grimoire clan owned several businesses here in the human world, and since she was living there, her father had placed her in charge of managing them. This was also a test to see how well she could manage people. "It seems like we've had more work these past 2 weeks," Akeno said as she diligently refilled Ria's cup with steaming hot tea. "That's what happens when more than half of the 3 factions alliance goes off to deal with another pantheon," Ria said, taking a sip of her tea. "Thank you. Yufufu, you're welcome." Setting the teacup down, Rias leaned back and looked at the extra stack of papers that she had. These ones had nothing to do with the clan. These ones revolved around the 3 factions. They ranged from simple requests to outright demands, to dealing with logistics and funding for people seeking to move to Kuo. Among the list of people who would be coming to live in Kuo, all of the people who had taken part in the raiding game, minus a few of the young devils, were requesting permission to live here. As she continued to work, the doors to her office were slammed open and Kaneko leapt in. "Rias-tan." "What?" Rias barely had a second to grasp the situation before Kaneko bounded across the room, leapt onto the desk, and then slammed into her like a guided missile. The chair tipped. They were both sent to the floor. Stars exploded behind Rias's eyes as her head cracked against the carpet. She blinked several times. Akeno was hovering above her, a befuddled smile plastered on her face. She wondered why for a moment, when Rias-tan, your boobs are so big. Nya ha ha ha. Kaneko was lying on top of her, nuzzling her face into Rias' chest while the girl's fingers sunk into her boobs as though they were squeezing marshmallows. Rias bit back a cry of surprise when her bra was suddenly unhooked. Kaneko, what are you doing?" Skinship. Kaneko cheered as she slipped a hand into Rias's shirt, sliding between the buttons and grabbing her bra. Rias squawked again when Kaneko pulled the bra out of her shirt. How was she doing this? "Oh, my. Yufufufu. Stop laughing, Akeno. Help me, kya." Rias struggled even more fiercely when Kaneko slipped a hand back into her shirt and began fondling her boobs. Electric jolts raced up and down her spine. She tried to ignore it, but it was hard. This girl wasn't quite as good as Naruto, but Kaneko seemed to know some of her weak points. "Rias-sama," Revel said as she burst into the room. Unlike Office, who also rushed into the room, Revel was breathing as though she had run a marathon. "Rias-sama, Kaneko is." "We already know," Akeno said, gesturing to her and Kaneko. By now, Kaneko was beginning to undo the buttons of Rias's shirt. It wasn't long before her breasts popped free from their confines with a noticeable jiggle. "Oh, no. It looks like we were too late," Revel said, her cheeks flushing red as she saw the way Kaneko was rubbing her cheeks against Rias. "Never mind that." Rias both moaned and shouted. "Will someone please tell me what is going on here?" An explanation was quick in coming. It wasn't one that Rias wanted, but as she moved to the couch with Kaneko, who sat on her lap and was now sucking, nibbling, and licking her nipples, she at least received an explanation that explained Kaneko's state. So she smelled catnip. Rias would have sighed, but Kaneko chose that moment to bite her nipple, and Rias had to grit her teeth to keep from moaning. Why yes, Revel said, nodding. Era. Akino giggled. Quiet you, Rias muttered bitterly, though it was completely ineffective because she had Kaneko licking her chest. Her mind was growing hazy. What should we do? Asked Revel. We'll just have to wait it out, Rias said. The effect should only last for an hour or so. Maybe we should get Naruto to help, Ophis offered. Rias opened her mouth to tell the girl that that wasn't a good idea, but Revel was a step ahead of her, a step ahead in the wrong direction. Good idea. Revel hopped back to her feet. Wait right here. I'll come back with Naruto-sama. Wait. Rias shouted as Revel rushed out of the room. Well, she tried to shout, but when Kaneko slid a hand into her panties and rubbed an index finger along her lips, her mouth refused to work the way she wanted it to. As the door closed, Rias prayed to whatever deity was listening that Naruto was not home right now. Or they would all be in trouble. Devil Ninja. Naruto and Irina were on their way home from the grocery store. Naruto had gone out to shop for dinner that night, and Irina, who didn't have anything else to do, had decided to join him. It had made the event much more fun. On Irina's suggestion, they had grabbed supplies to make an Italian dish called cheese ravioli. Naruto didn't know how to make that, but Irina apparently did. She told them that she'd make dinner this time. He was looking forward to it. I'm surprised you haven't had it before, Naruto-san. I've only had what other people make me, or what I make myself. Naruto shrugged. No one's made this ravioli before. Then you're in for a real treat. It was a beautiful day, though with it being so late, evening would be coming soon. Even so, the air was cool against his skin. As they walked, Irina's hair swayed back and forth. They reminded him of streamers caught in the wind. They arrived home and took off their shoes. It felt weird not to have Metatron pounce on him while screaming, Ninja-sama, at the top of his lungs. Naruto wondered what the Archangel was doing. They were supposed to be dealing with Ragnarok, but did it really take 2 weeks to take care of the Asgardians? Just how strong were these Norse gods anyway? The pounding of feet reached them before Revel did, the young girl turning the corner and rushing up to them, tripping over her own 2 feet in her effort to reach them. Naruto-sama, she shouted. What's wrong? Asked Naruto. It's Rias and Kaneko. There. From the moment Revel mentioned Rias and Kaneko, Naruto stopped listening. He rushed past Revel and ran for where he thought they would be, Rias's room, except they weren't there. Frowning, Naruto tried to think of where they else might be. Kaneko's room, maybe. But no, if they weren't in Rias' room, why would they be there? They had to be somewhere else. Naruto-sama, Revel gasped as she and Irina rounded the corner. Office. Rias-sama's office. Right, I'm there. Naruto hurried down several hallways, through an outdoor hall masked from the sun by a roof, and burst into the office that held Rias and Kaneko, the office that Rias used when conducting business in her capacity as the king of a peerage. He didn't know what he had been expecting to find. Given the urgency in Revel's voice, he had assumed that Rias and Kaneko were in some kind of danger. Whatever he was expecting, whatever thoughts he might have had, none of them matched up with what he discovered. Rias and Kaneko were on the bed. It was a large bed, massive enough to fit 12 people, a canopy hanging over it. Rias often used that bed when she was too tired to reach their bedroom. He'd sometimes find her with only half her body on it, as though she'd passed out before being able to properly lie down. The crimson sheets had become a tangled mess, twisted around the 2 figures. Rias, the buttons of her shirt open, exposing her large breasts, was panting heavily as Kaneko fondled her nipples with dexterous fingers. The Nekosho was sitting behind Rias, who leaned against her as if her body had become boneless. In return, Kaneko licked up the sweat from Rias's neck. His girlfriend's cheeks were flushed a dark shade of red, and the enticing jiggle of her breasts was enough to make him aroused. Naruto had no idea what to say. His mind was frozen solid, iced over like he'd been dunked head first into the waters of the Antarctic. At the same time, all of the blood in his body was rushing toward one specific area, and it was growing larger as the seconds passed. Is this what they call arousal? Ophis asked as she crouched next to him. Oh Ophis. Naruto squeaked as he adjusted himself. What are you doing he asked, his question partially stalled when a loud moan erupted from Rias. Naruto glanced over, but he had to quickly look away. Kaneko had stuck her hand down Ria's panties and was clearly fingering her. His girlfriend's hips were bucking, and a dark stain was growing on the fabric, while juices ran down her thighs. "I've been observing the situation," Office said, looking at Rias and Kaneko. "I had no idea that catnip could do this to a nekosho." Catnip. Naruto knew what catnip did to cats, having used it in some of his pranks before, but he hadn't known that catnip worked on nekosho as well. From the looks of it, it seemed like catnip caused nekosho to feel an overwhelming lust. Maybe it sped up their mating cycle. That was his first thought, at least. Not that it mattered. Whatever had happened, he needed to find some way to resolve it. Maybe if her lust is satiated, she'll go back to normal. Naruto walked up to the bed. The dark red panties that Rias was wearing were completely stained, and her thighs glistened with a combination of her sweat and juices. He hadn't realized Kaneko was so skilled at making other women orgasm. Kaneko. Kaneko's ears perked as her yellow eyes, complete with black slits, focused entirely on him. Rias had also opened her eyes, though she was too tired to do much more than whisper his name. Most of his attention was on Kaneko this time. The nekosho let Rias fall back onto the bed and was crawling toward him on all fours, a smile on her face that spelled nothing good. Naruto Kiin. Kaneko pounced quicker than a viper, but fortunately, Naruto had expected something of this nature. He grabbed the girl before she could tumble into him, snatching her out of the air and throwing her back onto the bed. Time was of the essence. Naruto pinned Kaneko to the bed before she could pounce again. The girl struggled underneath his grip, hissing at him, though that stopped when Naruto crushed his lips to hers. The girl's entire body went stiff, from her toes all the way to her ears. It only lasted for a second before her arms wrapped around his neck as she returned the kiss. Her tongue sought entrance to his mouth, but he didn't give it. He pushed his tongue into her mouth instead. As his tongue encountered the warm wetness of Kaneko's mouth, the girl in question rubbed herself against him, grinding her hips along his erection. Her underwear was already soaking. She must have been incredibly horny long before he ever arrived. It might have even been a combination of Kaneko's and Rias juices. Knowing better than to let someone who was essentially doped on catnip set the pace, Naruto forced the girl to stop. Kaneko let out a dissatisfied, "Nya." At being unable to move. Naruto merely bit her neck. She stopped. Then she let out another, less demanding noise, which sounded more like a plea. Naruto placed a hand on her chest. Unlike Rias, whose ample breasts were large enough that his fingers sank into them, Kaneko didn't have much there. She wasn't quite flat, but it would be hard to discover something unless they were searching. That didn't mean much. Kaneko was still sensitive, and as Naruto rubbed her nipples through her shirt, he heard her release a lyrical sound that was half moan and half pure. "Naruto." Rias questioned him. "What are you? You and she can't." He knew what Rias wanted to say, but he had no intention of having sex with Kaneko just yet. She wasn't ready. Her body was still too immature. But he could still satiate the lust running through her body via other methods. Kaneko was wearing a standard pink spaghetti strap shirt. Naruto slid his hand underneath her shirt, placing it on the small lump of her right breast. Her nipple was already stiff. He rolled the hardened nub between his thumb and index finger. Another purr emitted from Kaneko as her tail curled around his left thigh. "If I can make her come a few times, I should be able to satiate her lust." Naruto pushed Kaneko's shirt up to her chest and leaned down. He took her right nipple into his mouth. Hands threaded through his hair, pulling him down. Naruto swirled her nipple around his tongue, then tugged on it with his teeth. A loud cry rang out. It wasn't a cry of pain. It was one of ecstasy. Sliding one of his hands beneath both her skirt and into her panties, Naruto immediately sought out her entrance, guarded by partially engorged lips. She was wet. His fingers slid along her glistening entrance before sliding in with a squelching sound. Kaneko's back arched and her hips bucked. Naruto pushed his finger deeper into Kaneko's entrance, while he used his thumb to find her clit. The moment he did, he stroked her as one might stroke a cat. The bucking of Kaneko's hips got worse. Her body convulsed. She shook back and forth as her loud cries reached a crescendo, and then, all at once, she slumped back onto the bed. Naruto, having decided he hadn't had quite enough, reached under her skirt and slid her panties, drenched in her juices, off her legs. Starting from her feet, Naruto kissed his way up her legs, spreading them apart as he let his lips and tongue trail along her skin, until he was licking the juices directly from her. Kaneko shuddered and moaned. Naruto lapped up her love nectar, enjoying the heady scent and taste like it was ambrosia. Not stopping until he was satisfied, Naruto eventually pulled his head out from between Kaneko's legs. The Nekosho was staring at the ceiling. However, her eyes were glazed over. Her chest heaved up and down, and her body was covered in a light layer of glistening sweat. Naruto leaned over Kaneko, to see if she would respond to his presence, but when she didn't, leaned down and pressed his lips to hers in another kiss. It took a while, but Kaneko did eventually respond to his lips. She kissed him back. Naruto nibbled on her lower lip, then pulled back. Kaneko blinked at him several times, but much like a cat that had just had its fill, she turned around, curled into a ball, and fell asleep. Naruto. Looking up at the still exhausted Rias, whose half-lidded eyes made Naruto's already stiff lower region hard enough to cut diamonds, Naruto grinned. What do you think? I'm so good at using my tongue that I can take the edge off someone who's high on catnip. Rias snorted. Don't delude yourself. She was already nearing her limit when you showed up. If anything, my perseverance is what saved the day. No. It was definitely my skills with my tongue. My endurance and stamina. My talents. Why don't you put your money where your mouth is? We'll see who really made the catnip run its course, my stamina or your sexual prowess. Deal. Winner chooses what we get to watch tonight. As Naruto crawled over to Rias and engaged in a passionate kiss as they began to masturbate each other, he forgot about the rest of the world, forgot that Ophis was still in the room, forgot that Revel and Irina had been following, forgot everything. He probably shouldn't have. Devil Ninja. Revel had arrived in time to see Naruto dominate Kaneko, to watch as he played with her body like it was a fiddle. Every moan, cry, and purr had caused her body to quake. Each thrust of Kaneko's hips as Naruto fingered her had left Revel stunned. She and Naruto had done some stuff together, but it was nothing like what was happening in that room. Naruto had fondled her breasts before, swirled her nipples in his mouth, and done similar activities. However, she had never once let him go below the waist. It wasn't something she was comfortable with. Naruto had respected that. And yet now she was seeing Kaneko, her close friend and half the reason she was in a relationship with Naruto, the other half being Rias, orgasming from Naruto's fingers. It was almost animalistic. Naruto's hand was in Kaneko's drenched panties. His mouth was on her chest, swirling her nipples around with his tongue as he plunged his fingers into her. All the while, the girl in his grasp writhed and moaned as though she was possessed. Revel didn't know what to say. She'd been stunned into silence. What's more, seeing Naruto bring Kaneko to several orgasms made her body feel hot. It was the same heat she felt when she and Naruto engaged in intimate activities. Revel reached down between her legs and placed a hand over her crotch. She almost moaned when a jolt like lightning raced through her, and she jerked her hand back. What am I doing? Naruto eventually finished pleasing Kaneko, who curled on her side and fell asleep. Revel dared to hope that it was over. Then Naruto and Rias began having sex. Revel had intimate knowledge when it came to sex thanks to Riser, but she'd never seen it before. Watching the two go at it was even worse than watching Naruto play with Kaneko. Revel's entire body was burning. There was an unbearable heat in her loins that she needed to satisfy, and it was making her head fuzzy. Fascinating. The voice beside her almost made Revel scream. She turned. Ophis was standing next to her, watching as Naruto and Rias played with each other's privates. Oh Ophis. Ophis turned to her. There was a look in the other girl's eyes that she'd never seen before. It made her very uncomfortable. You are aroused. What? And no, I'm not. Ophis tilted her head. You are aroused. I can smell your arousal. Revel blushed and covered her crotch as though that would somehow hide whatever Ophis was smelling. This girl could smell her arousal. How? How mortifying. Do you want to experiment with me? Asked Ophis suddenly. What? I'm curious to know what an orgasm is like. I'd ask Naruto, but he's occupied with Rias. That's why I'm asking you. Ophis stared at her with those two black eyes that reminded her of obsidian. Revel's cheeks became inflamed. It wasn't just her cheeks either. Her entire body burst into flames. It felt hot. She felt unbearably hot. It was strange. She was a phoenix, so she shouldn't get hot, but right now it felt like she might melt at any moment. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. Her legs moving of their own accord, Revel ran out of the room. She made it all the way to her bedroom. Slamming the door closed, she leaned her back against the door and sank to the floor. Chest heaving, Revel closed her eyes and tried to get the image of what had transpired out of her mind. However, her mind wasn't having it, and neither was her body. Revel gasped as an electric shock ran through her. Looking down, she blinked several times when she noticed that she was touching herself again. She started to take her hand away. Then she stopped. Slowly, embarrassed by what she was going, Revel rubbed herself through her cotton panties. It felt good. Revel had never touched herself before, though she had once heard the term masturbation from her brother. Riser had gotten his head bashed in for that. She had told herself that it was unsightly, that it was disgusting and she would never do it. So much for that. Unable to stand it anymore, Revel lifted her shirt so it exposed her breasts and unhooked her bra, freeing her boobs from their confines. She slid one hand into her panties and fingered herself directly, while the other hand went to her breasts, which she tweaked and pinched like she'd seen Naruto do to Kaneko and Rias. It felt so good. It was like an electric current of pleasure running through her system. Revel lifted her hips as she continued to masturbate. Something was coiling inside of her body. It was just below her stomach. She didn't know what it was, but her stomach was tightening, her thighs were quivering, her juices were drenching her legs, and her butt was clenching. A little more. A little more. Revel screamed into her shirt as she came. Her juices overflowed down her thighs as her body slumped back against the door. As she laid there on the floor, the slow realization of what she'd done dawned on her. Her face caught fire. The door was also lit on fire as a result. How was she ever going to confront Naruto-sama now that she'd done this? So mortifying. 1 month had passed since Sears went with the other leaders of the three factions alliance to Asgard, and in that time, no one could tell Rias why her brother hadn't returned. The army that had gone with him had already come back. They had reported to her father that Sears, Seraphal, Azazel, Shemhazai, Michael, and Gabrielle had been transported to Asgard without them. The army had waited for nearly a whole week before returning to heaven and the underworld. Sitting in her office, Rias worked diligently on her paperwork. With Sears gone, a lot of his work had been sent her way, though Graphia was also handling some of it as well. Even so, her workload had nearly tripled. Amao had a lot more work than a mere king, even one who belonged to a clan from the 72 Pillars. She paused halfway through one stack of documents, rubbed her eyes, and then leaned back in her seat, shoulders slumping as though she was carrying the weight of the world on them. It certainly felt like there was a world on her shoulders. A knock on the door echoed before it opened and Akeno walked in with a smile. She was pushing a tray in front of her, which had tea and scones. "Good morning, Bushu," Akeno greeted with a smile that was far more genuine than the ones she used to show. "Pulling another all-nighter?" "Akeno." Rias returned the smile with a tired one of her own. "Yes. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. Sadly, I've not much time to do it." "Are you sure it's just that?" "What are you implying? That you aren't sleeping because you're too worried about your brother?" Rias sighed. "I am worried. However, you don't need to worry about that. Naruto comes in and makes sure I get some sleep. Every night when she pulled an all-nighter, he came in and forced her onto the bed, then gave her a back and foot massage until she fell asleep. He'd done the same last night, and the night before that. She'd woken up early this morning with him still in bed. Naruto wasn't there anymore because he'd gone to train, but he would definitely come back in an hour or two in order to force her out of the office." "That's good. Your boyfriend seems to have a handle on how to deal with you." HMPH. Akeno set a cup filled with black tea and cinnamon on the desk, then grabbed a plate, filled it with scones, and put that on the desk. "Make sure you eat your fill. If you're going to work on minimum, then you need another form of sustenance." "I will," Rias promised. After putting Rias's breakfast on the desk, Akeno pushed the tray to the side, and moved to stand behind her as she continued to work. While she wrote something in a report, she grabbed a scone. She paused after taking a bite out of it. "This is delicious." Yufufufu, it was made by Revel and Irina. They've apparently started cooking together, since they both like to bake so much. "I didn't know they were baking together." "That's because you've been cooped up in your office." Rias said nothing to that. It wasn't long before she was interrupted again. There was a knock at the door. Rias, thinking it was Kiba or maybe Irina, granted them permission to enter. She never expected to see the people who walked in. It was Metatron and Barakiel, Akeno's estranged father, who entered her office. Akeno stiffened as the two walked in. Rias remained calm as both Angel and Fallen stood in front of her desk and offered a polite bow. "Metatron. Barakiel. It's been quite a while since I've seen either of you." Rias paused, making it appear like she was gathering her thoughts, but she was actually using it as a minor stalling tactic to prepare herself. "To what do I owe the honor of your visit?" "I don't know how else to say this," Barakiel began in a gruff voice, "so I'm just going to come out and say it." He took a deep breath. "Yesterday evening, we received a report that Sears and the other three faction leaders who went to Asgard with him are attacking the Greek pantheon. What? Rias didn't think she had heard right. Out of all the things that could have been said, this was simply the most unbelievable. I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? Barakiel gave her a pained grimace. We're not exactly sure what's going on ourselves, but they launched an attack on Mount Olympus just yesterday. They were repelled, but we're now facing a serious crisis. The Greek gods are demanding an explanation from us, Metatron added, for once serious, for once not going on about ninja. Unfortunately, we don't have any explanation that we can give. We assume that all of the people who went to Asgard have somehow been placed under the control of Loki, but we have no idea how to explain this in a way that won't make it seem like we're making excuses. Rias felt Akino's hand come to rest on her shoulder, but that did little to settle her nerves. Her brother and the others had attacked another pantheon. Not only that, but they had attacked the Greek pantheon, one of the oldest surviving pantheons in the world. The three factions didn't have the strength they used to possess. Even with people like Circex and Michael on their side, their faction was far from strong. They didn't have the numbers, lacked the resources, and the one god in their faction was dead. In short, attacking another pantheon, especially one of the strongest, was a surefire recipe for self-annihilation. She knew that her brother and the others were not doing this on their own initiative, they were more than likely being controlled by those strange devices that Loki had been using. Rias never imagined that her brother could be controlled by such a thing. However, perhaps it was not a matter of strength. Maybe those devices used some means that even the most powerful of beings could not protect themselves against. This is definitely Loki's doing, she said. That goes without saying, Barakiel said. The problem is that we're now in a bind. The Greek gods have given us an ultimatum. Either we kill Circex and the others ourselves, or they'll destroy our faction. What? No. Rias stood up from her seat and slammed her hands on the desk. A loud thud echoed across the room, but her focus was on the two in front of her. They can't. We can't. My brother. And the others. They. Barakiel looked away while Metatron sighed. We don't like either of those options ourselves. However, we may not have a choice. We're going to try and find some way to save them. We can't really afford to let our leaders die, but we might not have a choice. Metatron and I were told not to say anything to you, Barakiel told her. However, we believe you have the right to know what's happening. We're going to inform Sona Sitri as well. Rias wanted to scream, she wanted to cry, she wanted to do a lot of things, yell and break her desk. She did none of that. A king could not afford to lose composure. She took a deep breath and projected an aura of confidence that she didn't feel. I understand. Thank you for letting me know. You're welcome, Barakiel said softly. I wish we had more to offer you, Metatron added. Barakiel and Metatron soon left, and as the door shut behind them, Rias closed her eyes and tried to think. Sadly, her thoughts were in disarray. Her mind was scattered, particles of sand blowing everywhere, twisting and obscuring her vision, or rather, clouding her ability to think. She couldn't find a solution, an idea on what she should be doing, while in this state. Go talk to him, she said suddenly. Excuse me? Asked Akino. I know you wish to speak with your father, Rias said. Go talk to him. Akino hesitated for a second, and then hurried out of the room. Rias remained there for several more seconds. She watched the door that Akino had left through. Then she stood up and hurried out of the room as well. She needed Naruto. Devil Ninja. Ever since the catnip incident, Kaneko had been insatiable. More than ever, she sought Naruto's affection in a more physical sense, a more intimate sense. It wasn't just Naruto either. Rias had also been subjected to Kaneko's lust, which seemed to disregard genders completely. Revel had almost been a recipient, but Naruto had stopped Kaneko, knowing that Revel wasn't interested in any Yuri action. Rias had theorized that it was because she was a Nekosho devil hybrid. The effects of the catnip were essentially magnified several-fold, so even though most of it had worn off, some parts still remained. It was unknown how long it would take for the catnip to fully leave her, or if maybe the side effect was a permanent change. Naruto and Rias had been helping Kaneko take the edge off. Basically, they had her join them in bed. Kaneko hadn't had sex yet. However, he and Rias had done any number of other activities. When Naruto had asked Rias why she was helping, her answer had been, Kaneko isn't just my rook. She's my family, one of my sisters, and someone I love dearly. She is also an indispensable part of our relationship. Did you really think I would let you help her all by yourself? So while Naruto was the most involved with satiating Kaneko's newly awakened sexual appetite, Rias also took part in their activities from time to time. It was, oddly enough, one of the few activities that could currently get Rias to stop working. She wasn't there right now, though. Naruto and Kaneko were in the hot spring after training with Irina and Kiba that morning. Revel normally joined them, but she'd been conspicuously absent. Steam rose all around them, clinging to their skin, mixing with their sweat. The heady scent of minerals was combined with their own unique scents. A unique smell that belonged solely to Kaneko was accompanied by a variety of noises: Kaneko's gasps, meows, purrs, and moans. Kaneko sat on the lip of the hot spring, her thighs resting on Naruto's shoulder, feet locked together behind his head at the heels. She was using one hand groped her breasts, pinching and tweaking her nipples. The other hand was on Naruto's head, pulling him further between her legs. Her cat ears were twitching sporadically as she shook her head back and forth. Naruto, Naruto, I'm so close. Kaneko only called him Naruto when her lust had consumed her. It was a strange tick, but he thought it rather adorable. It was also a surprising turn-on. Who knew having someone call his name in cat speak could be so hot? Like a man dying of thirst, Naruto lapped at her lips, teasing her entrance and swirling his tongue over her clit. Her legs had already tightened to the point where a normal human's head would have been crushed. Good thing he was a devil. Even so, it still hurt. Her scent was incredibly intoxicating. It invaded his nose. It was not an unpleasant smell. He enjoyed her scent and taste. The amusing thought that he was dining on Kaneko almost made him snort as he ate the girl out. Kaneko fell backwards onto the tiles, her back arching, head thrashing as she cried out his name over and over again. Hearing her continuously call out his name made him more aroused than he thought possible. He wished her body was mature enough for sex. They'd have already done the deed if it was. Naruto kept a steady grip on her thighs. He loved the way her muscles bunched underneath his touch. They coiled, strong and powerful, yet trembled and shook at the same time. The softness of her skin combined with the hardness of her muscles created a strong but satisfying dichotomy. Naruto, I'm coming. For several seconds, every muscle in Kaneko's body became unbelievable tight. Her legs strengthened their grip on his head, to the point where it actually hurt, and then, all at once, Kaneko went completely slack. Her legs fell limp, her body became like a wet noodle, and when Naruto lifted his head, it was to find Kaneko staring listlessly at the ceiling. He grinned, feeling better. Ha, ha, Kaneko's heavy panting filled his ears. Naruto, I love you. Naruto chuckled. After getting clean in the hot spring, Naruto and Kaneko dressed and went their separate ways. Kaneko was probably going to find Revel in office. She usually spent her time with them, though he was sure that Revel was currently baking something with Irina. They had taken over cooking breakfast most mornings. Naruto went into his room. As he shut the door behind him, he heard a rustling noise. He looked over toward the bed. It was Rias. She had been sitting on the bed, though she was now standing. Rias, he asked. She didn't answer him, not verbally. Naruto was stunned when Rias tackled him, knocking him into the door with a harsh crack. He winced as pain entered his skull. In most cases, this would have been the moment where he asked Rias why she had just slammed his head into the door, but he didn't. Rias was crying. Her sobs were muffled, and her tears were staining his shirt. Naruto did what any man, no, any person, would do in this situation. He held her in his arms. It took a while for Rias to calm down, but she did eventually, though she continued holding him tightly. Feeling better? A little. Sorry for jumping you like that. It's fine, though now I'm curious to know what made you this way. Wanna fill me in? Rias sniffled, nodded, and then backed away from him. She took his hand and led him to the bed. Once they were sitting, she explained the situation to him. She told him about how Searsex and the other 3 faction leaders that went to Asgard had attacked Mount Olympus, how the Olympians were demanding that they either kill Searsex and the others or risk annihilation, and how Barakiel had said they might not have a choice but to do as the Greeks asked. Naruto listened to all this with a silent calm. You didn't tell me all this because you want my opinion or sympathy, Naruto said at last. I know you. What's the plan? Nose still red, eyes still runny, Rias gave him a grim smile nonetheless. It was the kind of smile that was filled with determination. However, it had hints of defeatism, probably because whatever her plan entailed could end in everyone being killed or something similar. We're going to save them, she began, but we can't do it alone. We need help. Then. That's right. Rias nodded and took a deep breath. We're going to ask all of the people who fought in the raiding games for their aid. Devil Ninja. With Rias' decision made, there was nothing for Naruto to consider. Not only could he not stop her if he wanted to, but he didn't want to, not when the matter involved the lives of 6 leaders of the 3 factions alliance. However, gathering allies was not the easiest of tasks. There was Sona and her peerage, of course, and all it took for Rias to convince them to join her was letting Sona know what their plan was. However, the others would not only be more difficult to convince, they were tougher to reach. 3 of them were in heaven. Devils could not reach heaven, unless they had a death wish. The divine powers that infused heaven would kill even an ultimate-class devil. The person that Rias went to see was Saraorg Bale, the one given the title of the strongest youth. If they were going to mount a rescue operation, then they would need the most powerful of their generation. That meant adding Saraorg, who was definitely among the top contenders for most powerful, and his peerage, to the team. Taking a trip to the underworld was no simple matter. Rias had to pull many strings to get passage to the underworld, and then they went straight from her estate to the Bale clan's estate without pausing even a minute to rest. Saraorg was already aware of their impending arrival. Someone would be receiving them when they got off the train. The train they were taking was the same one they had used to get to the underworld the first time around. Naruto was sitting on a couch by a large glass panel, looking out over the world while stroking Ria's hair as she lay on the same couch with her head on his lap. That was normally Kaniko's or Ophus's spot, but they had conceded it to Rias. So kind of them. Anyway, running his fingers through her hair was calming, and it seemed to help her remain calm, so it was a win-win situation. Asia and Issei, who were sitting on a couch immediately opposite them, were also looking out the window. "When do you think we'll be in Bale clan grounds?" asked Asia. "I believe we just passed the border a few minutes ago," Akino said as she came up beside them. "The Bale clan doesn't have as much land as the Grimoire clan," Rias added. Her eyes were still closed as she remained where she was, leaning into Naruto's hand as he continued stroking her hair. "But that's because they're a smaller clan. Since there are less members, and less of their members own a peerage, their lands are smaller because they don't need as much." "I guess that makes sense." Issei scratched his head. "I'll be honest, all this devil politics and stuff still has me confused as fuck." "You'll understand it eventually." Akino smiled. "Especially if you want to have your own peerage." A little ways off from where they were sitting, Kaniko and Gasper were playing a game of cards at a round table. Kaniko held a hand over one of Gasper's cards, watched as his expression fell, then switched to another card and watched as his face lit up. She went back to the other card and took it, grinning triumphantly when Gasper tears started leaking from the eye holes of his paper bag. Meanwhile, Kiba was polishing his blade. Only the Grimoire peerage was there right now. Ophus was getting in contact with Team Valley, Irina had gone back to heaven to ask Angelus, Israel, and Rule for help, and Rainer was traveling to the Fallen Angels section of the underworld to request aid from Bor, Gomori, Lix Tetrax, and Mestama. Sona and Ravel were meeting with Zephyrter and Seekvera respectively. With luck and some effort, they would be able to form a large group to rescue Searzex and the others. The train pulled into a station, one that wasn't as large as the Grimoire clan's train station, and the Grimoire peerage exited the train. They were met by a small entourage. The people, a trio of butlers, took them to a carriage that would drive them to the Bale estate. Naruto had come to expect large estates from devil clans. That was probably why he was surprised when, instead of appearing before a large estate, they were taken to a small house. A really small house. It only consisted of a single story, and while it had more space than a traditional one-story house, it was nothing compared to the massive mansions that the Grimoire and Phoenix clans owned. Is this really the Bale clan estate?" asked Naruto. "No, it isn't," Rias said. "This is Saraorg's personal home. He likes to live away from the Bale clan, since he and they don't get along very well." "Ah. Master Saraorg is waiting for you all in here," one of the butlers said, opening a door and gesturing for them to enter. "Thank you," Rias said, walking past the group as though she was used to not being presented with opulence. Since Rias wasn't disconcerted by the lack of wealth, Naruto didn't let it bother him and followed. Ravel froze as she suddenly became aware that there was a person standing on her ceiling. It was, of course, Naruto. Who else could it be? He was just standing there, on her ceiling like he was spitting in gravity's face, arms crossed and a single eyebrow raised. Wah! Ravel's mind was screaming at her. She could feel her face growing redder by the second. He was. And her panties. And she was exposed. This was so humiliating. Wah! Her mouth moved to form words, even though her mind was locked in terrorized embarrassment. At some point, however, her mind was able to overcome her issues. Her voice rang out like a megaphone. What are you doing here? Why are you in my room? She paused. Then, how long have you been there? I think I got here just as you were close to climaxing, Naruto admitted. Asshole. Revel threw a pillow at him. She would have blasted him with fire, but she didn't want to burn the mansion down. Pervert. Lech. What were you thinking? You can't spy on a girl in her room. Actually, I knocked several times, but you weren't answering, Naruto said as he swatted her pillow aside. Furthermore, you've been avoiding me, so this was the only thing I could think of to make you talk to me. I'm not going to talk to you now. Revel screamed. Then, suddenly, as if a switch had been flipped, she looked away, incapable of even looking into his eyes, and muttered, "And you saw me. In such an embarrassing state, too." Naruto dropped from the ceiling and crouched before her. Revel squeaked and bolted upright, moving backwards until her back hit the wall. It was probably a good thing her bed rested against a wall or she'd have fallen off, though perhaps that would have been better since Naruto had crawled onto the bed and was so close their faces were almost touching. You know, Revel, you should tell me when you're feeling this way, Naruto whispered. I wanted to but, Revel, also whispering, let out a soft gasp when Naruto placed a hand on her cheek. The way he stroked her skin, so tenderly, made her feel like she was melting. You're a part of my family, and when I gain my own peerage, you're going to become a member of it, right? That'll bring us even closer. Naruto leaned forward until their foreheads were pressed together. Rias has also given you the okay. When you want something of me, just ask. It's as you say. We're a couple. You don't need to be embarrassed to ask me for anything. Anything. Revel swallowed. Her mouth had gone dry. Anything, Naruto confirmed. Then I want you to touch me, she muttered. Revel nearly panicked when Naruto slid the hand on her cheek down to her neck, but when he began rubbing his fingers into the stiff muscles around her neck and shoulders, her body unconsciously relaxed. Naruto soon left her neck. He moved his hand across her shoulder, down her arm, moving up and down until goosebumps had formed on her skin. Not there, Revel murmured. My more intimate places. Touch me there. If that's what you want, Revel, you only need to ask. Revel shivered at Naruto's voice. Why did it sound so husky all of a sudden? All questions fled her mind when Naruto undid the bow that hung over her chest. As the fabric slid apart, he leaned down, grabbed the zipper that kept her jacket closed with his teeth, and pulled it down. He reached out with both hands, pulling her jacket apart and sliding it down her arms, until she was wearing just the white dress. Scoot forward, please, Naruto said softly. He took her hands and pulled. Revel let him. She scooted along on her butt, her dress bunching up near her hips, until her feet hung off the edge of the bed. Thanks to her short stature, she was too short to reach the floor. Naruto, now on the ground, grabbed the hem of her dress and began lifting it over her head. It was already crumpled past her butt, so lifting it was easy. Raise your arms, he said. Revel lifted her arms as Naruto continued raising the dress. She was keenly aware of every centimeter of exposed flesh that she was showing. Just knowing that he was seeing her like this was embarrassing, but at the same time, it was oddly satisfying. She felt content. Naruto was seeing her. He was the only man who would ever see her like this. A thought suddenly occurred to her. He might be the only man, but what about women? Kaneko had recently been getting sexually pleasured by both Naruto and Rias, sometimes just Rias. She'd once accidentally spied Rias fingering Kaneko through a crack in the door when they hadn't been careful enough. Was that going to happen to her? The thought should have been repulsive, but all she could wonder about was, would Naruto like it? Her dress came off. Revel raised her arms to cover her bra as Naruto tossed the dress onto the floor. They didn't remain there. Naruto pulled them away from her chest. Let me see you, he said. Revel, her face red, stuttered, do you like what you see? Of course, but I'd like to see more. She was given no chance to respond, for Naruto leaned forward and kissed her. Revel could do nothing but melt into the kiss. His lips were warm and soft. She felt her arousal spike as he gently nibbled on her lower lip, all the while, his hands were on her bra, deftly unhooking it, causing her chest to suddenly feel a lot less tight. The bra came away, and Revel was left bare. She would have covered herself again, but Naruto, who continued to kiss her, pushed her onto the bed. She fell back. Naruto leaned back up and pulled off his shirt. Revel had seen him with his shirt off before, so she was aware of how defined he was, but even so, the chiseled abs and powerfully built chest and shoulders never failed to make her yearn to touch them. Revel, Naruto said suddenly. She perked up. You're so beautiful. What are you, Hampered once more by Naruto's mouth, Revel could do nothing but wrap her arms around him as a tongue suddenly penetrated her mouth. Warm, wet. Naruto's tongue sent sensations through her like nothing else. He played with her tongue, swirling his around hers, hooking them together. Despite that, there was an underlying gentleness about his action. It was passionate, but, to her, it also felt loving. A hand soon landed on her right breast. Revel gasped into Naruto's mouth as fingers tweaked her nipple, which quickly stiffened into a point. The hand left, but it didn't matter, because another hand landed on her other breast and did the same thing. It felt so good. It was so amazing. Revel's moan was muffled by her lover. The hand once more left her breast, sliding along her stomach, tickling her skin, before reaching her white panties. It didn't slip under them. It went over them, gliding along the fabric, reaching her lips and pushing down. Revel's hips involuntarily bucked as Naruto ran his finger along her opening. The fabric of her panties were pushed into her, causing an unusual friction that felt like a static shock. As Revel gasped again, Naruto stopped kissing her mouth in favor of her neck. While licking, sucking, and kissing her neck, he finally slipped his hand into the waistband of her panties, found her entrance, and slid a finger inside. Naruto-sama. That feels. I feel so hot. Good. Time to make you burn even more. Ooh. Naruto was clearly more experienced than her. His fingers quickly made her entire body shudder with an orgasm. It came more quickly than she could imagine, but he wasn't done yet. Naruto brought his head to her breasts and took one of her nipples into his mouth. Revel screamed as he gently bit down. It raced through her nerves. Ecstasy. Her mind and body were being flooded with ecstasy. Her breasts and entrance were being assaulted. It felt amazing, mind-numbing. Revel thought she was seeing stars. There was no telling how many times she came, but she had definitely blacked out after her third or fourth orgasm. Naruto was no longer touching her. He was kneeling on the bed beside her when she finally came to. What happened? She asked, voice slurred. You passed out. I did. How embarrassing. You did, but it wasn't for long. Naruto paused. Do you want to continue? Revel could feel the heat spreading through her body, but she mustered up her courage and nodded. Yes, please. Then please let me take care of you. Flashing her a quick grin, Naruto moved off the bed and knelt before her. Revel lifted herself on her hands to look down as Naruto grabbed her black stockings. They were the only articles she had left aside from her panties. He first grabbed the left one, slid it down her leg and off her foot, and then he did the same with the right. She thought he was going to take off her panties next. However, she became confused when he grabbed her right foot and began massaging her toes. What are you doing? She asked, suddenly nervous. Her feet were tingling, like after rubbing her socks against the carpet. Rias and I haven't tried this yet, but I've always been curious to see how it feels after watching anime, Naruto said, bringing her foot to his face. You'll have to let me know what you think. She would have asked what he was talking about, but then Naruto sucked her big toe into his mouth, and Revel threw her head back as her toe was encased in a warm wetness. Amazing. It shouldn't have been possible, but somehow, as Naruto swirled his tongue around her toe, her mind blanked out as she experienced a different kind of pleasure. Naruto didn't just pleasure her big toe. He ran his mouth over all of her toes, sucking on each one, licking between them. It should have been dirty. Gross. She should have thought it was disgusting, but all she could focus on was how good it felt, especially when he ran his tongue along the soles of her feet. By the time Naruto was finished, a blushing Revel was lying on the bed, her forearms covering her red face as she bit her lip and tried not to cry out in pleasure. The bed shifted. Naruto must have sat on it, though she couldn't see him. Thoughts? He asked. Why? She mumbled. Why does that feel so good? Not sure, Naruto said. I saw it in a hentai that Rias asked me to watch with her. Hentai. Nothing. Anyway, Revel, the tone of his voice made her bring her arms down. You and I are a couple, but tonight, I would like to make you mine completely. Will you become mine? Revel thought she should have been blushing up a storm, but instead of being embarrassed, she wanted to cry tears of joy. Yes, that's what I want. I want to become yours. Naruto smiled as he moved off the bed again and grabbed her panties. They were soaking wet. As he peeled them off her hips, a wet sound issued from them, as though they were stuck to her lips. When he slid her panties over her feet, he tossed them to the floor. Revel, already knowing what was going to happen, spread her legs apart so Naruto could move between them and line himself up. As he leaned down, Naruto teased her entrance, while pressing his forehead to hers and looking into her eyes. In return for becoming mine, I am now yours. He grinned and winked. Please be gentle. I'm the one who should be saying that, Revel muttered. Naruto just kept grinning. When Naruto first entered her, it hurt. It was so unbelievably painful that Revel cried at first. However, Naruto didn't move at all, allowing her to adjust, letting the pain fade. When he finally did begin moving, it was slowly so as not to hurt her now stretched muscles. It felt good. Revel knew that sex was supposed to feel good, but she hadn't realized that it could feel this good. She now understood why her brother and his floozies were always fucking. Sex felt amazing. Naruto was a great lover. He seemed to know that she wanted slow and romantic over hot and passionate. His hips rocked against her and his lips sought hers in a loving kiss that made her toes curl. As he moved inside of her, as he kissed her, Naruto's hands sought hers, his fingers lacing with hers as heat slowly built up in her lower abdomen until she came. It wasn't just once either. Naruto held himself back until she had orgasmed at least twice more before letting himself go. She was a little disappointed that he pulled out, but he explained that, on the off chance that it could happen, he didn't want to risk her getting pregnant. I'd like to have kids, but not yet. Afterward, Revel laid against Naruto's body, enjoying his warmth as he held her to him. She fell asleep as he stroked her hair. Devil Ninja. Every woke up early the next day. After eating a quick breakfast, the group, which had become massive enough that they had to hire a bus to drive them to the airport, boarded a private jet owned by the Grimoire clan. Unfortunately, a private jet was not large enough to house over 40 people, much less the large number created by Rias, Sona, Saraorg, Seekvera, Zephyr plus their peerages, and then Angelus, Israel, and Rule plus their brave saints. To that end, they ended up taking 2 private jets. Fortunately, the Grimoire clan owned more than one jet. The flight from Japan to Greece took a total of 12 hours and 17 minutes. Their flight took them from Tokyo to Athens. They arrived at an airport, were offloaded and, after the second private jet set down, they boarded a large double-decker bus that Rias had somehow procured, which would take them to another mansion owned by the Grimoire clan. I had no idea your clan owned holdings in countries besides Japan, Naruto muttered, staring out the window. The architecture in Greece was a lot different than in Japan. While the modern buildings were similar enough, interspersed throughout them were more ancient structures built using columns and large triangle-shaped roofs. There were also a number of buildings that looked like they had a hole or sunroof in the middle. Very different. Just because I chose to live in Japan doesn't mean that the Grimoire clan only owns property in Japan, Rias said. She was sitting in the seat behind him since both his left and right were occupied by Kaneko and a very cuddly Revel. Consequently, Ophis was sitting on his lap. It was a lot harder to deal with because she no longer looked like a child. I suppose I should have guessed that. Bushu lives in Japan because she's a weeaboo. What? I am not a weeaboo. Rias shouted, blushing beet red from the roots of her hair down to her neck. That's a very misguided term, Revel said. It implies that Rias-sama thinks she's Japanese, but I'm pretty sure that Rias-sama is content being a devil. She just likes watching anime. That technically makes her an otaku. I'm not that either. Then, a Japanophile. No. Naruto would have chuckled at how Rias was being double-teamed by Kaneko and Revel, unintentionally on Revel's part though it was, but he couldn't because Ophis chose that moment to squirm against him. You have a boner, she said. Naruto blushed as Kaneko and Revel turned to him. Now that she and he had finally had sex for the first time, she seemed a lot more confident, which explained why she immediately zeroed in on the spot between Ophis' thighs. I wish you wouldn't have said anything, he muttered as he realized that it wasn't just Kaneko and Revel who were staring at him. Lix Tetrax, Angelus, and Saraorg, who sat in front of him, and Issei, Asia, and Rainer, who sat on the seat opposite him, were also staring, as though she could see his erection. Does having me sit on you in this form make you horny? Asked Ophis with a completely straight face. Okay, I believe that's enough out of you. If so, then I guess that means this form is a success. After our date, we will have to experiment by engaging in intercourse. Could you please stop talking? By the time they arrived at the Grimoire estate in Athens, which looked a lot like a Greek temple, Naruto and Rias were both thoroughly red in the face. He didn't know if that had been their intent. However, neither of them could look at anyone else for the longest time. It only became worse when the people who'd ridden in the other 2 buses that had ferried them through Athens asked about why they were blushing. Naruto realized that it was a very good thing the Grimoire clan's mansions were so freaking huge. They wouldn't have been able to house so many people at the same time otherwise. Everyone was able to have their own separate room, should they choose it, though Naruto ended up getting a room with Rias, Kaneko, Revel, and Office. He thanked the ramen gods for the large bed. Dinner that night was prepared by a host of professional chefs, and it was traditional Greek cuisine. Naruto had never eaten Greek cuisine, so it was interesting to try out the host of different foods. He didn't know what half of this stuff was called. Some of it looked like pasta with a layer of melted cheese on top. There were these triangle-shaped bread thingies with more cheese stuffed inside of them. There was salads and meats and kebabs. All of it was delicious, and Naruto nearly ate himself into a coma. As the day wore down to a close, everyone went through one last briefing before retiring for bed. The flight had given everyone their jet lag, which not even angels, devils, or fallen angels seemed capable of resisting. Naruto was probably the only one still up. He had tried going to sleep, of course, but it was really hard when he's surrounded by 4 beautiful and naked women. Several thighs caressed his stiffy, and Kaneko had taken to licking him in her sleep. It got even worse when someone's hand wrapped around his shaft. Everyone was too tired to have sex. That meant Naruto was basically lying in bed with a boner that could cut through diamond. It was not a fun experience. That was why he decided to take a bath. Like every other bathhouse that the Grimoire clan owned, the one in this Athens mansion was massive to the point of being ridiculous. It looked like a traditional Greek bath from ancient times. Shaped like a square, several columns lined the bath, which had stone steps leading into it. There were a number of aqueducts from which hot water flowed like waterfalls. Naruto didn't know if they were there for a reason or aesthetics. As he was lounging in the pool, for he couldn't call it a bath, someone else walked in. He heard their footsteps before they appeared. It was Irina. Clad in nothing but a towel, the girl with golden brown hair stepped into the room. She stopped upon seeing him. Naruto. She squeaked before, quite suddenly, looking down at herself. It was interesting to see her realize that she was naked, shriek, and then crouch down to cover herself. Irina. Naruto was a lot more calm. Couldn't sleep either. No, Irina admitted, still covering herself. Would you like me to get out? Asked Naruto. Irina shook her head. Why, you were here first. I'll get out. You don't have to, Naruto said. Since you're already here, why don't you join me? Irina hesitated. If it helps, I'll close my eyes. Oh, no, that's okay. Slowly standing up, Irina wandered into the pool, sitting down about half a meter from him. I trust you not to, look. Naruto smiled, though he didn't turn his head. He didn't want to make Irina uncomfortable. Are you worried about what's going to happen? He asked. Why, yes, Irina admitted. There's just no telling how this is going to turn out. Our strongest leaders are being controlled, and we're being expected to fight them and free them from that control. I'm afraid all of us will be killed before we can even get close to accomplishing our goals. That's a valid concern. Also, I'm being forced to fight Michael-sama. Naruto heard a loud clap, which he guessed was Irina clasping her hands together. Oh, Michael-sama, what sort of cruel fate is forcing me to fight you? Is this a test from God? Is it? Naruto chuckled. I'm sure everything will turn out fine. If nothing else, you won't be fighting alone. You've got a lot of people backing you up. Irina calmed down. I'm surprised you're not nervous. We might be going up against our own leaders, but you're going to be facing an entire pantheon alone. How are you not frightened by that? That's a good question, Naruto said. I guess it's because I know that I'm fighting for a cause greater than myself. In order to keep this peaceful life of mine, I need to fight, and I need to win. Of course, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared, but being scared isn't going to stop me from kicking ass and protecting the people I love. Rather, it's because I'm protecting the people I love that I plan to kick so much ass. Irina giggled, probably at his profanity. Protecting the people you love, huh? Sounds nice. She paused. Am I one of those people you love? What are you talking about? Naruto finally turned to Irina and gave the girl his biggest, brightest grin. Of course you are. I love you very much. Irina croaked before, with a squeak similar to that of a mouse. She turned away. Don't look this way, Naruto. You can see everything. As Irina panicked and turned into a blushing, stuttering mess, Naruto laughed uproariously like a madman. Who knew that seeing Irina blush like this could be so therapeutic? The next morning was the big one. After a large breakfast, everyone moved out. Rias and the others, that being everyone who wasn't Naruto and Office, were traveling to Mount Olympus. Their job was to wait for the three faction alliance leaders, head them off before they could attack Mount Olympus, and defeat them by using their overwhelming numerical advantage. There were 6 faction leaders being controlled. Rias and her peerage minus Naruto made 8 people. They, along with Irina, Rainer, Revel, and Rosweiss to make 12, were going up against Searsex. Likewise, the other peerages and brave saints were going to take on one of the 3 factions' leaders. Sona and her peerage were taking on Serafal, Saraorg was fighting against Michael with his peerage, Seekvera would fight Azazel, Israel and Angelus were up against Gabrielle, and Zephyr was going to fight against Shemhazai. The 4 fallen angels, Gomeri, Lix Tetrax, Bor, and Mestama would join Zephyr in fighting their leader. Naruto and Ophis were already gone, having left together earlier that morning. Their job was different. Naruto was going to deter Olympus should they decide to get in the way. Ophis was going to kill Loki. Mount Olympus was the highest mountain in Greece. Located close to an inlet in the Aegean Sea, the closest city to Mount Olympus was Larissa. The mountain was surrounded by several small villages. Unlike Athens, which was a combination of modern and ancient architecture, these villages appeared far older, with architecture that looked like it belonged in the early 1900s. Rias and the others had chosen to remain at the Olympus Ski Center, which, much to the dismay of all the devils minus Saraorg and his peerage, was just a rundown hut made of bricks and had a thatched red roof. At least the inside had couches, carpet, and a fireplace. However, in all regards, the place they were staking out was threadbare enough that no devil would willingly put up with it unless they had no choice. "I can't believe we're staying in a place like this," Zephyr complained. "This place doesn't even have a fucking espresso machine. And I'm cold. Where's the heater?" "Stop complaining," Seekvera grumbled, holding a cup of steaming warm tea that Akino had made for them. "We're all miserable. The last thing we need is to hear you bitching." "Che, shut the fuck up, you cunt. You're the one who needs to shut up." This back and forth continued for some time, with the fallen angels watching the duo as they took bets on whether or not it would come to blows. The pairs' peerages didn't help either. They actually began taking bets with the fallen angels. Fortunately, before it actually could come to blows, Saraorg stopped the two from continuing. "I know how you two feel, but we should be focusing on preparing ourselves for battle. We'll be fighting against the strongest people in our faction. We can't afford to waste energy arguing here." "I know that," Zephyr muttered as he turned his head. My apologies, Baal-sama," Seekvera said, cheeks lighting up. "I spoke out of turn. It's all right. Let's just do our best to remain calm. A storm is coming, and I'd rather go into it with a clear head." Saraorg walked back to Angelus, who smiled at him as he crossed his arms and sighed. "You're very charismatic." "Huh, you think so?" Angelus nodded. "Yes, I'm always impressed by how you can stop fights so easily." "Aha, thank you." Saraorg scratched the back of his head. The young boy next to Angelus, who always hovered around her, was grinding his teeth. Revel took all this in with a seemingly calm gaze. However, while she presented a calm exterior, inside she was anything but. Her mind was a raging maelstrom of worry. She sat beside Kaneko, Irina, Rosweiss, and Rias. The other members of the Grimoire peerage were scattered around the building. Asia and Issei were with Rainer and Akino. The fallen angel was poking fun of Akino about something, who was responding with adequate sarcasm, though Revel couldn't hear what was being said. Gasper was hiding behind Kiba. It seemed he was using the pretty boy as a shield, while said pretty boy spoke with Tsubaki, Sona's queen. While Rosweiss discussed magical theory with Rias, Irina and Kaneko remained mostly unobtrusive. "Want some?" Kaneko suddenly asked, holding out a bar of some kind of milk candy to Revel. "Oh, thank you," Revel murmured, taking the candy and nibbling on it. "You're nervous." "It wasn't a question. We're using one of the plans that I came up with, so I'm confident that it's the best plan we have," Revel began. "However, we're going up against 6 of the most powerful leaders in our alliance. Some of them have the strength of an ultimate-class super devil. Even though my plan is sound, the fact remains that it might not matter in the end." She was particularly worried about their upcoming battle with Searsex. As an ultimate-class super devil, Searsex's powers made him one of the strongest beings in the entire world. Against someone like that, her plans might amount to nothing, for how could a plan work when it involved going up against someone who could destroy that plan simply by opposing them with overwhelming force? "Don't worry too much," Rias said, stopping her conversation with Rosweiss to reassure Revel. "Your plan is a solid one. Even if it doesn't work out perfectly, I'm sure we can succeed so long as you keep watch and direct us accordingly." Revel's role in this fight was lead strategist. She was not going to fight. She was going to watch the fight and advise the others according to changes in the battlefield. The biggest problem I can see is whether or not everyone will be able to hold off Sears long enough for my plan to work. Revel bit her lip. Provided Eyes has enough time, he should be able to boost your power with his sacred gear high enough that you can theoretically take your brother on in a straight-up fight, at least, long enough to destroy the device that's controlling him. Once Sears is no longer under control, freeing the others shouldn't prove as difficult. The plan that Revel had concocted was simple. Rias Grimori and Issei Hyudo would stay behind the fighting lines, while everyone else fought against Sears. They would hold off the current Lucifer, essentially providing a distraction for Issei and Rias, who would use the boosted gear's ability to double someone's power every 10 seconds to increase Rias's power, until she was strong enough to fight Sears herself. After that, the others would clear out, Rias would move in, and free her brother from Loki's control. It was a very basic plan, one that could be adapted on a whim to adjust for variables in the fight, and with Revel providing tactical support, there was a chance for their victory. However, that chance was still low. If Revel had to estimate what their chances for victory were, she would say they had a 1/500th shot at winning. The problem wasn't necessarily the plan either. Sears was just that powerful. "That's why you're our strategist," Rias said. "We all know how strong my brother is. As an ultimate class super devil, his powers are on a level of their own. I think everyone here understands that our chances for victory are low. However, they aren't zero, and if they aren't zero, then it means there is still a chance." Rias placed her hands on Revel's shoulders. "We'll take that chance and win. I have confidence in your tactical abilities to make it so." Revel was stunned at the amount of faith Rias had in her, but she was also happy. Her brother had always relied on her for tactical advice. However, Riser had never really placed faith in her before. He had just used her, and then ignored her after a rating game was won. Rias was stating, unequivocally, that she had faith in Revel's abilities. Wiping her eyes, Revel gave Rias her best smile. "Yes, I won't let you down." Rias returned her smile. "I know you won't." Before anything else could be said, the warm moment between them was ruined when, without warning, a massive shock wave slammed into the Olympic ski center. Shouts rang through the air as the roof was ripped off by incredible force winds. Several of the people inside were also lifted off the ground and would have gone flying were it not for Saji using his sacred gear to keep everyone from shooting off. Revel screamed as her ears were assaulted by the intense sound. She covered them in the hopes of lessening the pain, but it did little to help. It hurt. Blood was leaking from her ears, warm and wet, running down her neck. She couldn't even hear anything anymore. It was as if all sound had been muffled. When the shockwave finally ended, Revel realized that she and Kaneko were being hugged tightly by Rias, who had projected a shield to protect them from the worst of it. Several other people had also created a shield. Rosweiss was protecting Irina, Saraorg was doing the same with his peerage and Angelus and her brave saints. Issei had protected Asia, Akino, and Rainer with an ability she didn't know he had. Meanwhile, several members of Sikvera's peerage were helping protect the others. "It looks like the battle has started," Rias murmured before speaking to everyone in a loud, commanding voice. "This is where it begins. Everyone, get ready. Once Naruto launches his assault on the Greek pantheon, we'll begin our attack and wrest our leaders from the control of Loki." Devil Ninja. Naruto floated above the battlefield, looking down with his arms crossed as the dimension that separated Mount Olympus, the real Mount Olympus, from the human world shattered under the might of Sears in his true form. Already, the gods and goddesses of the Greek pantheon were pouring down from their homes. He didn't know any of them. He didn't need to. His job in all this was simple: fight the Greeks and keep them from destroying Sears and the other leaders. Rias, her peerage, and everyone else was already on their way to the battlefield. They were nothing but tiny specks to his eyes. He estimated that they would reach the war zone in about 2 minutes. That should be plenty of time. "Are you ready, Kurama?" "Yes." "Then let's do this." Naruto had been training hard to control Kurama's immense power. It was difficult because Kurama now had a nearly infinite amount of power, but he had picked up a secret to controlling it. Sage Mode. Sage Mode was the act of gathering nature chakra to strengthen the body and chakra. Naruto had discovered that the issue wasn't mind over matter, so much as his body and chakras simply couldn't handle the pressure created by Kurama's chakra. It was trying to fill a glass with water using a fire hydrant. The power was simply so immense, flowed so quickly and was so powerful, that it caused cracks to appear, thus causing the power to leak out instead of remaining inside of him. Sage Mode fixed that. Naruto closed his eyes, held his hands together in a basic hand seal, and gathered nature chakra. Since they were near Mount Olympus, a land not only lush in nature but also filled with the power leaked from the gods of Olympus, gathering the energy was a trifle matter. He quickly entered sage mode. Now, maintaining his calm, Naruto kept a tight leash on his sage mode as Kurama's power flooded his body. He felt the transformation occurring. It was more complete than the previous times they had done this. The cloak appeared around him, his clothing turned black while golden lines appeared along the fabric, and the two bangs on either side of his head stood up like a pair of ears. What's more, 13 truth-seeking balls appeared behind him. Naruto wondered about the number, which was more than his usual 9, but he dismissed them. His transformation had been successful. He'd also successfully kept himself from accidentally destroying any mountains, which was good. Even so, the power that he was unleashing had caused the battle between the Greek pantheon and the three faction alliance leaders to stop. With eyes enhanced by the power flowing through him, he could see the gods, goddesses, and faction leaders staring in his direction. He grinned and slammed his right fist into his left palm. A shock wave, small but strong, ripped through the air. Time to get this party started. Let's go, Naruto. Right. Naruto did not hesitate. Creating a sonic boom that echoed behind him, Naruto suddenly appeared immediately in front of the leader of the Greek gods, the only god who Naruto actually knew the same of. Zeus. The tall, blonde man's bronze eyes widened as he suddenly realized that Naruto was directly in front of him. He was given no time to actually do anything, however, for Naruto slammed his fist into the lightning god's chest. As Zeus disappeared, the air around them exploding as the man was sent flying like a rocket on its way to the moon, Naruto twisted his body and kicked the god who'd been closest to Zeus. Naruto didn't know who he was, some guy with a beard, but that god was sent sailing toward the ground. Naruto almost winced when the ground exploded after the god made impact with it. Like a tidal wave swelling from the sea, large chunks of earth erupted, flying into the air and spreading across the land, only to crash into the ground and cause more destruction. It was a good thing the nearest city was several dozen kilometers away, though it looked like Olympus National Park was going to take damage. Knowing that he couldn't hesitate, lest he give the gods of Olympus time to launch a counterattack, Naruto sent out his truth-seeking balls. Many of the gods scattered, though a few were knocked out of the sky. Keeping on the pressure, Naruto charged 2 Bijudamas in his palms and, taking aim at a pair of goddesses trying to get close to him, Naruto unleashed them. Bijudamas were made from a ratio of 8. 2 positive black chakra and negative white chakra, shaped into a ball, condensed, and then fired. His father's Rasengan was modeled after them. The attack was usually fired from the mouth. However, Naruto didn't need to create one in his mouth. A Bijudama was also incredibly destructive, capable of annihilating entire mountain ranges with a single attack. Against a person, it was basically a one-hit kill shot. Against a god or goddess, they could survive it, but they'd definitely get injured, unless they were powerful. These 2 goddesses, a gorgeous older woman with vanilla hair and red eyes and a silver-haired beauty wielding a bow and arrows, proved that they were more than they appeared. The older woman slashed her left hand down. The Bijudama was split in half. The other one flew backward, releasing arrows more quickly than Naruto could keep track of, until the Bijudama eventually imploded on itself. Naruto thought it was a stupid move. The Bijudama was composed of condensed chakra, which meant that when it imploded, it didn't just suddenly vanish as though it had eaten itself. It reacted violently. A massive detonated spread out from where it had been, sending all of the gods who'd been in the area flying as though they'd been struck by Great Red's massive tail. Only 2 people remained where they were, Naruto and the older woman. "I recognize you," the woman said at last. "You are Naruto Uzumaki, a member of Ryusuke peerage." Naruto didn't let her know how shocked he was. "I had no idea that you knew who I was." The woman smirked. "I'm not surprised, since we haven't been introduced. I am Hera, the matron of the Greek pantheon. We do not normally pay attention to your kind, but ever since the angels, devils, and fallen angels formed an alliance, some of us have decided that you were worth watching. I saw the raiding games that were being held in the underworld. I also saw you destroy the entire Colosseum." Naruto blushed. "That wasn't on purpose." "Perhaps not, but your power, in particular, has left many of us wary." As she spoke, several of the gods who'd been blown away came back and surrounded Naruto. Zeus, who had been launched who knew how far by Naruto's punch, also returned. There was a large bruise shaped like Naruto's knuckles on his chest. His face was also rather red and lightning skittered across his body. He seemed upset, though Naruto couldn't fathom why. I'm guessing you're here to save your comrades who have attacked us, Hera continued. Would you not do the same if our positions were reversed? Asked Naruto. Sears X and the others are currently under the control of Loki thanks to a device he received that uses nature chakra to manipulate the minds of others. Apparently, the entirety of Asgard is also under Loki's control. My friends and I are here to free them. We don't actually have a quarrel with you. I just can't let you fight. Naruto tilted his head. Won't you consider staying out of this? Do not make me laugh, boy. Zeus shouted, snarling. Your alliance attacked Olympus. There's no way we're going to let your kind get away with this. I assumed as much. He didn't really blame these people for being angry. Really, if he'd been the recipient of an unprovoked attack, he would have been in the same position as them. However, he hadn't been, and the people attacking them were his friends, who were under the control of a madman bent on causing the end of the world. So even though he understood where these people were coming from, he had no intention of just letting them do whatever they pleased. Raising his hand, Naruto gestured for all of the gods and goddesses now surrounding him to bring it. If you want to get to Sears X and the others, then you'll have to go through me, he declared. You can come one at a time or all at once. It won't stop me from kicking all your asses. Devil Ninja. Revel did not partake in the battle when it started. She floated high above the battleground so as to better observe how all of the variables were interacting with each other. Rias's peerage as they fought, Sears X and his powers, Rosweiss, Irina, and Rainer, and any unknowns who might become embroiled in the conflict. Information in this battle would be key. Far below her, numerous battles were taking place, the clashes causing small starbursts and explosions and sonic booms that created fierce winds, which even she could feel from up there. Rias and her peerage had engaged Sears X, while the other angels, devils, and fallen angels had become embroiled in battles with their respective targets. Further away, Naruto was defending himself from all sides against an entire pantheon of Greek gods. She would be lying if she said she wasn't worried. However, her boyfriend seemed to be keeping the Greeks on their toes. Revel couldn't actually see Naruto. All she caught were flashes of light. It was as if he was teleporting all around the battlefield. Occasionally, one or more of the gods would get smacked away and go flying, sometimes there were massive explosions, and every now and then, the ground beneath them was destroyed. Already several cracks and abrasions were appearing far below, creating canyons where Mount Olympus had once stood. She could see Rias and Issei floating far to the back, side by side. Issei had placed a hand on Rias's shoulder, the hand with the boosted gear, and he was using his boost ability to double Rias's power every 10 seconds. She didn't know how powerful Rias would need to become, but Revel had determined that she would need at the very least, 5 minutes worth of being boosted to be a match for her brother. Kiba. Irina is having trouble. Provide backup. Akino. Lay suppressive fire for Kiba. Keep Sears X-sama occupied. Kaneko. Go in from above. Hit him with a heel drop when he's not looking. Revel narrowed her eyes as she watched the battle play out, directing the forces of the Grimoire peerage combined with Rosweiss, Irina, and Rainer. She was doing her best to keep their side from being overwhelmed. The problem was that Sears X was simply too powerful for normal devils to fight against. Kiba went in to defend for Irina, while Akino sent lightning at Sears X from below. The lightning was blocked. Kiba's sword was also destroyed when it came into contact with Sears X's powers of destruction. Before he could pull back, Kiba's hand was likewise reduced to subatomic particles. As he screamed in shock and pain, Kaneko came in from above, descending like a missile on Sears X's head. Her hand was blocked by his forearm, but her strength was such that he was launched toward the ground. They had maybe half a second's reprieve. Asia. Heal Kiba. Gasper. Stop Sears X-sama's left hand. Rainer, use your light spears to distract him. It wasn't long before Sears X flew back up to engage them again. Gasper used Forbidden Blur View to stop Sears X's left hand from moving, though he couldn't do so for more than 0.2 seconds. It was enough. During that time, Rainer threw a light spear at Sears X, which struck his back. No damage was done. Sears X was too powerful for a weak angel like Rainer to hurt, but it did push him forward, which was all they needed right then. Akino. Rosweiss. Akino and Rosweiss stood side by side, hands out, palms pointed toward Sears X. While Akino generated a massive amount of lightning that surged from her fingertips, Rosweiss generated a lot of water, which combined with Akino's lightning to create an intense beam of white energy that blasted Sears X in the face. Or it should have. Revel groaned when Sears X merely raised his hand and swatted the attack as though it were a fly on the wall. The beam of condensed energy careened toward the ground. It struck, causing a massive explosion that rearranged a good portion of the landscape. Fierce winds struck Revel, who shielded herself from it using her family's fire attribute to create a barrier. She couldn't afford to look away from this fight. Akino and Rosweiss, keep up the long-range bombardment. Move around to present a harder target. Kiba and Irina, flank him. Kaneko and Rainer, work with Gasper to create an opening for Kiba and Irina. Gasper continued to use Forbidden Blur view from a distance, even going so far as to activate his balance breaker to increase his power. It didn't do much. However, with balance breaker, he was able to slow Searzex's reactions by a fraction of a second. Sometimes, a fraction of a second was all a person needed. Kaneko slammed into Searzex first. She struck him in the face with both feet. A sonic boom echoed like a thunderclap as the Super Devil was sent flying, right into Rainer, who stabbed at him with her light spear. The spear, sadly, didn't do anything, and Searzex merely swiped his hand and used his powers of destruction to cut Rainer's arm off. Asia, heal her. While Rainer fell, Asia used her newly awakened ability to heal from a distance to restore Rainer's arm. It was gruesome sight. Revel was fortunate that she had grown used to violence thanks to participating in her brother's raiding games. While Asia healed Rainer, Kiba and Irina had double-teamed Searzex. Kiba was using Ascalon, the holy sword that Michael had given to Issei. His own demonic holy sword, created by the sacred gear, Sword Birth, was not powerful enough to even scratch Searzex, but that sword was another story. Meanwhile, Irina used Excalibur Mimic to attack. Sadly, Excalibur Mimic was only a small piece of the true Excalibur and therefore not very powerful. Searzex didn't even get injured by it, and Irina was nearly killed when Searzex rained his powers of destruction on her. Irina moved out of the way before dying, but the attack annihilated half of her face and a good portion of her left wing. Searzex then turned on Kiba, but Revel directed Rosweiss to activate a shield that adequately saved him, while Akino sent more lightning at the current Lucifer to create a distraction. Asia, Irina needs you. As Asia began to heal Irina, Revel bit her teeth in frustration. This battle had only gone on for 30 seconds, and they were already being pummeled. Those 5 minutes felt further away than ever. Devil Ninja. Saraorg and his peerage were fighting against Michael. It had been determined that they would fight Michael because he was the second strongest among the 3 faction leaders. Fortunately, they only had to contend with Michael. It made things a lot easier. While Michael was said to wield powers akin to a super devil, was an expert in magic, and knew more light magic than most others, Saraorg was confident that he and his peerage could keep this man occupied. Saraorg did not inherit the Bale clan's powers of destruction like his cousin Rias had. To that end, he had trained his body to surpass every physical limit that most people, be they devil or human, placed on themselves. It was this physical strength that earned him the title of the strongest youth. His body was both extremely durable and incredibly powerful. He used those to his advantage in this fight. Saraorg had already equipped Regulus, the Nemean lion that had been sealed inside of the Longinus Regulus Nemea. Not only was he already equipping it, but he was using Regulus's most powerful form, Regulus Ray Leather Rex Imperial Purpure. Otherwise known as Breakdown the Beast, this technique gave him the power to match a Satan-class devil for a limited amount of time. Considering he was going up against the Archangel Michael, he thought it a prudent decision. A massive spear of light easily 10 times his height raced toward him, but Saraorg roared like a beast and smashed his fist into the light spear. He gnashed his teeth together, strained his limbs, and then shattered the attack, which sent streaks of light in every direction. His fist was smoking. So even in this form, I'm still no match for Michael. It was obvious, but disappointing at the same time, though it also made him glad that he was not fighting Michael alone. Coriana created numerous spears of ice that she sent at Michael. They shattered when the Archangel created swords and cut them all down, but then Dandoma slammed a fist into Michael's backside, sending the Archangel soaring into the sky where Ladora, already transformed into a dragon, doused him in a whirlwind of fire. They knew better than to let him have a moment's rest. Baruka, riding on Altabaru, tried to hit Michael with his 2 lances. They were blocked by a pair of swords from Michael, who had dispersed the flames with a single swipe of his blades. However, this left him open to Liban, who used his sword in conjunction with ice magic to create a chilling cutting blade. While that attack also failed when Michael raised his other sword to block it, it gave Saraorg the necessary time to prepare his attack. The ground exploding beneath his feet, Saraorg threw himself into the air faster than human projectiles, reaching Michael in less than a second. He punched Michael with all the strength he possessed, only to grimace when a sword dug into his back. His attack had knocked Michael back, but not only had the Archangel blocked it, he'd retaliated with his other sword. Regulus. I'm all right, Master. Focus on the battle. I know. His peerage was working in pairs. Liban worked in conjunction with Coriana, who used her own magic to boost his. While he couldn't get close to hurting Michael, his swords were now strong enough that they actually froze over the light swords that the Archangel was using. Before their foe had time to recover, Kuisha, his queen, used her power of hold to create a portal that sucked up Michael's swords and sent them back at him. The bladed weapons didn't pierce him, but they knocked him into Ladora's twin spear attack. Saraorg waited and watched, his eyes on the device attached to Michael's neck. All he needed to do was destroy that device. Gathering his power, Saraorg breathed in, breathed out, waited until Mistita and Gandoma created an opening for him. Then he launched himself at Michael like a blitzkrieging tank. Michael created another spear, a huge one, but Saraorg wasn't interested in spears. Gandama and Ladora whittled the attack down before Kuisha sucked it into a portal that launched it back at Michael. As divine energy cascaded all over the place from the explosion, Mistita and Coriana created an opening for him by creating a barrier that protected him from damage, mostly. Soon he was through the attack. His armor, Regulus Nemea, was smoking from holy damage, and his face was burnt, but he was in the perfect position. Michael wasn't even a centimeter away. Saraorg reached out and yanked the strange necklace-like device from the Archangel's neck. It was a good thing he'd done so. Saraorg had reached his limit. Regulus transformed from armor back into a giant lion as Saraorg crashed face first into the ground and rolled across the destroyed and craggy surface. He dug his hands into the dirt, scrabbling to keep himself from rolling, and though it took a while, he eventually stopped himself, good thing, too. He was centimeters away from falling into a chasm. He blinked several times and strained his muscles to stand up, but Regulus Ray Leather Rex Imperial Purpure was a technique that did more than merely grant him strength, it exhausted him to the point where he could barely move. All he managed to do was roll himself onto his back. As he stared at the sky, several people landed beside him. Most of them were his peerage. However, Michael had also joined them, his eyes clear, lips turned into a sad smile. I appreciate your help, Michael said gently. You and your peerage fought bravely and saved my life. Saraorg tried to open his mouth, but he was too tired to even do that. Regulus spoke for him. It was no trouble, is what Master wants to say. Michael's smile seemed to say otherwise, but he made no comment. Since you saved me, allow me to return the favor by aiding all of you in your task. He looked up at the battle still taking place around them. I shall go and free my comrades from Loki's mind control. Saraorg would have said thank you. He didn't. He still couldn't find the strength to open his mouth. I appreciate your assistance, is what Master wants to tell you. Fortunately, he had a Nemean lion who could speak for him. It was almost creepy how Regulus could practically read his mind. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. Boost. Rias bit her lower lip as she struggled to keep herself from moving forward to confront Searsex. It was hard. Her peerage was on the ropes, and she couldn't do a single thing about it. Not yet. Not until she had enough power that confronting him had a chance of success. Boost. She didn't know how long they had been boosting her power, but it was easy to feel the difference, since every time Issei used the Dragon Emperor Gauntlet's ability, her powers doubled. Rias had been keeping count. Her powers had been boosted 27 times. What was 27 times 10? 270. So, they'd been at this for 270 seconds, which was close to the 5-minute mark that Ravel had set. Boost. She watched the battle between her peerage and her brother. Kiba and Irina were doing their best to harass him with guerrilla tactics, while Akino and Rosweiss fired at him with long-range bombardment. Akino used primarily lightning, though she also used the divine lightning of her heritage, of Barakiel's heritage. Rosweiss was using a wide array of magic that Rias had only dreamed of before. Fire, ice, lightning, wind, the elements were hers to command, and she commanded them with an enviable talent. While they kept Searsex busy, Gasper used Forbidden Blur View to stall Searsex from attacking while Kaneko landed a deft attack that knocked him away. Well, that was what they were trying to do. Boost. Even as she watched, Kaneko's entire chest was caved in from a punch by her brother. She wanted to scream when the Nekosho was sent flying. Asia, who sat in the wings, went after the girl and healed her, but just seeing what happened hurt. She wanted to fight, she wanted to protect her family. How long would she have to wait here? Boost. Oh okay, Issei gasped for breath. That should do it. 30 boosts. Sorry it took so long. Issei had probably never used the boosted gear to boost someone else's power this many times, especially since Rias had been keeping track of everyone's progress, and she knew that the most Issei could use on himself right now was 20. Sweat poured from her pawn's forehead as he hunched his shoulders like he was carrying a world's worth of weight. His face was slightly red. She didn't think it was from being in close proximity to her. He'd really strained himself. "Thank you, Eyes," Rias said. "Please rest now. Leave the rest up to me." "All right." Rias could feel the power flowing through her, coursing through her body like an undeniable, raging torrent. She wasn't sure if she could adequately describe it. Rias felt like she could take on the entire world by herself. She wondered if this was what Searsx felt like every day. "Revel," Rias said into her communicator. "I'm ready." "Okay. Everyone, clear out. Rias is going to take on Searsx now." Rias took a deep breath. Breathe in. Hold it. Breathe out. She prepared herself both mentally and physically for what she was about to do, attempt a feat which she had never done before. Attempt to condense the powers of destruction into herself like her brother could do. It was far harder than she imagined it to be. The powers of destruction were an uncontrollable disaster, annihilation in its purest form. Trying to condense those powers was like trying to stop a star from going supernova. Sweat broke out on her forehead as she struggled to control her powers. Her body shook as the strain caused lightning to course through her. It hurt. However, she struggled on, pushing her mind and body past their limits to do what she had seen her brother do only a few times in her entire life. She succeeded. Human-shaped aura of destruction. Her brother's ultimate technique, his magnum opus, the ability to convert oneself into the powers of destruction that destroyed everything regardless of the will. It felt weird. It was like her body was there, but she had no mass, no weight. She supposed that was because her body was now composed entirely of energy. Rias tried to breathe out, discovered that, for whatever reason, she couldn't draw breath, and then decided to just go for broke. It took less than a second to reach Searsx. It was like she had teleported. Rias didn't waste any time. The moment she was before her brother, she slammed into him with a right hook that made him go flying backward with a loud sonic boom as he broke the sound barrier. The mountain behind him was destroyed. Completely. The entire Mount Olympus, which stood at an elevation of 2,918 meters, exploded in a violent spray of dirt and rocks. It was as if someone had buried a nuclear bomb deep beneath the mountain and then set it off. Everyone else shielded their eyes as they struggled to remain where they were, but Rias did not. She floated where she was, her body leaking powers of destruction, which annihilated everything that tried to touch her. Searsx wouldn't die from just that. And she was right. Not even a second later, she felt an immense surge of power, and seconds after that, Searsx, his body now transformed into the human-shaped aura of destruction, came at her. Rias met him head-on. Their clash caused the very air to explode as powers of destruction met powers of destruction. Rias was not used to fighting hand-to-hand, but she had been practicing every day that she could with Naruto and the others. While she was a king, and a king's job was to remain in the back and guide her peerage to victory, she didn't want to be incapable of protecting her friends when the need came. It was why she'd done her best to learn how to fight barehanded. Her powers, boosted by the boosted gear, allowed her to keep fighting against her brother. Their powers leaked out of their bodies, incapable of being fully contained, and began destroying the surrounding area. The ground beneath them slowly ground away as though it was evaporating, forming a large crater that grew larger with time. Every attack and counterattack caused the area around them to explode. Throughout it all, Rias realized something. She was not as powerful as Searsx. Even when she was using human-shaped aura of destruction, Rias did not have Searsx's power. She might have been able to keep up with him in the beginning, but the longer the fight went on, the less energy she had. Her reserves of demonic power were rapidly dwindling. Meanwhile, Searsx was still going strong. "Rias," Searsx said suddenly. "It seems you've become ridiculously strong in the time I've been away." Rias faltered. Searsx. Brother." Searsx pulled back. The aura surrounding him disappeared. Searsx, now back in his normal human form, grinned at her. "I have to thank you. If you hadn't begun using the powers of destruction like that, I wouldn't have been able to break free of that mind control device." Rias was so shocked that all the power she had gained from the boosted gear evaporated. She transformed back into her normal self. Her body felt heavier than she was used to. But, how? Still grinning, Searsx pointed at his neck, where the control collar had been wrapped around. "It wasn't there anymore. It's thanks to you. When you used the powers of destruction, my body recognized you as a major threat and used it as well. When I transformed into my true form, the collar was destroyed. He scratched the back of his neck and blushed. I apologize for continuing to fight, but you had become so strong that I wanted to test how powerful you've become myself. Oh. She wanted to be mad at her brother, but she wasn't. Actually, she was kind of tired. Everything was spinning, and the world appeared out of focus. Whoa. Rias felt, more than saw, her body leaning against someone else's. It was probably Sirzek's, but she couldn't tell. She was too tired to lift her head. I guess you're not used to using the powers of destruction like that, Sirzek said in her ear. Once we get home, I'll train you. Rias would have told him that she was only able to transform like that because Issei had boosted her powers, but she was too tired. A shockwave suddenly rippled through the air. That aura, is that Naruto? Sirzek asked. Probably, Riza said. Holy shit, I knew he was powerful, but I didn't know he was that powerful. And wait, why the hell is he taking on the Greek pantheon by himself? Rias was too tired to answer, but, even with her head leaning down, her lips still quirked upward into an amused smirk. Devil Ninja. Naruto wore a fierce snarl as he slammed a Rasengan into some guy's face. He had learned a few seconds ago that this guy's name was Poseidon. As the man went flying so far that all Naruto saw of him was a large splash as he crashed into the sea, Naruto turned away to block several arrows being shot from a bow. He knocked them aside with his hands, but then he was hit in the chest with a lightning bolt. Grimacing as the bolt tried to penetrate his stomach, Naruto exerted more influence over Kurama's chakra and used the truth-seeking ball, transformed into a sword, to slice the thing in half. Then he sent 5 more truth-seeking balls at the one who sent the lightning bolt, Zeus, who created blades made of lightning to swat them away. Sadly for Zeus, Naruto could control where they went. The balls curved around him and impaled his back, though they didn't do more than break the skin. Damn these gods and their ridiculous durability. The hell is this guy made of? Naruto had no time to contemplate that as someone with teleporting abilities like his father appeared before him. Being used to high-speed battles, Naruto was able to block all of his punches and kicks, but this blonde dude was clearly a distraction. The woman with the bow and arrows was lining up a shot behind him. You're pretty good, Naruto said. The man grinned. It was bright and sunny, kinda like his own. Thanks, he said before vanishing. Naruto spun around as the air behind him whistled and punched the arrow aimed at his back. The arrow exploded, launching him backward, toward the waiting first of the vanilla-haired woman, Hera, whose bright smile made him understand that she was going to enjoy this. Don't think poorly of me, child, she said before trying to deck him in the face. Naruto disappeared before she could. He reappeared behind her and struck her with a double heel kick to the shoulder blades. Fuden, Suin Rasenshuriken. Naruto created a Rasenshuriken in each hand and lobbed them at 2 of the pair of gods that came at him from the front. Zeus and the blonde man had clearly learned their lesson from last time. They dodged, though it didn't stop the blonde one, Apollo, from getting sucked into his attack, which exploded the moment he touched one of the blades, creating a giant sphere of compressed wind blades that cut into the man. Zeus avoided it by destroying the Rasenshuriken with a lightning bolt. Naruto cursed. Naruto. What is it? I'm kinda busy. Naruto flew above another lightning bolt that Zeus sent his way. He frowned when his feet tingled with electric jolts. His cloak should have protected him from that. You're running out of chakra. What do you mean? Like, I'm running out. No. Your chakra is being siphoned off. Your reserves are shrinking. They're what? Naruto was so shocked by what Kurama had said that he couldn't avoid the punch from Hera. A loud crack rang across the battlefield, which Naruto could have sworn were his ribs breaking. The world around him suddenly blurred as his lungs were deprived of oxygen. Pain struck him before he could even blink, and when he came to, he was lying in a crater and Kurama was shouting nonsense. I don't know what's happening, but your chakra reserves are growing smaller. It's different from someone stealing your chakra. It's like the amount that you have at your disposal is shrinking. How is that possible? Naruto groaned as he stood to his feet. His chakra cloak was flickering. He swayed as he stood, blood dripping down his face. It took him a moment to notice the stinging sensation in his left arm, but he absently realized that his arm had been twisted the wrong way. I don't know. However, I know the source. It's Sage Mode. Sage Mode. I noticed it when you started fighting. Your chakra began shrinking. I thought it was just the natural chakra you lost while using chakra extensive techniques, but that's not it. Your chakra pool is actually decreasing. I have no idea how this is possible. I see. So the more I use Sage Mode, the smaller my chakra becomes. Yes. Naruto frowned. He didn't understand how this was possible, but he was beginning to suspect that something had happened when he was thrown into this world that was causing these problems, or perhaps his mere existence was something that this world couldn't accommodate for. He didn't know. It wasn't like he had knowledge on interdimensional travel. This was also different from Kagaya's ability to create her own dimensions. Either way, Naruto was in a pickle. He was losing chakra, no, his capacity was shrinking. This meant that, eventually, he'd no longer be useful so long as he kept using Sage Mode. Damn. What should he do? It looks like you are running low on power, Zeus said, landing in front of Naruto with the 9 other Greek gods that he'd been locked in combat with for who knew how long. I still have enough left to kick your ass, Naruto snarked. Arrogant prick. Calm down, dear, Hera said, raising a hand. It's clear that he can no longer fight. He's just goading you. Zeus growled but said nothing. What should we do now? Asked Poseidon. Obviously, we should kill him, Zeus said. But is that the right thing to do? Asked Apollo, the blonde man. I mean, he's just trying to protect his comrades. How does that excuse his actions, or their actions, for that matter? I believe we may have been hasty, another woman said, a beautiful lady with silver hair. He didn't know her name, but he'd seen her hanging in the back. Naruto could only assume she was their strategist. We did not listen to this child when he told us his reasons for defending his leaders, but I think what he has to say affects us as well. We should hear him out. Don't mask your intentions behind such a blatant lie, Zeus grumbled. This was the outcome you were hoping for all along, isn't it, Athena? I'll not deny that I was not thrilled by the idea of fighting an unknown opponent without knowing why, Athena admitted. In war, information is more important than brute strength. So says you, a scarred man said. I am a goddess of war, Eris, Athena said calmly. We don't know anything about what is happening or why. I'd like to know whether or not the people before me are truly our enemies. It seems more to me like they are simply pawns being played with by a chess master. Don't try to act intelligent with me, cunt. All of you calm down. Hera shouted, silencing everyone. We have company. At that moment, Circex, Michael, and all of the 3 factions' alliance leaders, along with Rias and the others who'd gone to rescue them, descended from the sky. Circex and Michael stood at the front, but Azazel, Gabrielle, Shemhazai, and Seraphal were right behind them. As one, all 6 leaders bowed deeply. I apologize for the inconvenience we've caused you, Circex spoke for all of them. Please do not blame Naruto for what happened. It was our carelessness that led to this situation. Perhaps you should tell us what is going on, Hera suggested, suddenly calm and placid. Naruto looked at Zeus, who stood behind the woman. Of course, Circex replied. We'll tell you everything that you want to know. As the 3 factions' leaders spoke with the Greek pantheon, Naruto finally allowed himself to slump back in relief. It looked like this battle was over. Fuck, he was so tired. Devil Ninja. 2 days had passed. All of the devils, angels, and fallen angels that Rias and the others had convinced to help them in their mission had returned to the underworld. Meanwhile, the Grimoire and Sona peerages had gone back to Kuo. Several meetings had taken place between the 3 factions and the Greek pantheon, though neither Naruto nor Rias were privy to what happened behind closed doors. That said, Circex had promised to inform them of what happened when negotiations concluded. Naruto was sitting in the occult research clubroom. Classes had ended. It was back to business as usual. Naruto was working on his homework. It was math. Naruto hated math, and school, and anything that involved learning useless crap that he would never use. He still didn't even know why he needed to know about Pythagoreans and ossicles and what have you. This would not do him any good in real life. Still, he was in school, and Rias wanted him to do well, so he had to do it. He was the only one there at the moment. The other members of Rias's peerage were out on the job. That meant he was pretty much alone. As he was trying to learn about quadratic equations, the door to the clubroom opened and Rosweiss stepped inside. Rosweiss, Naruto greeted. What's up? I was just wondering if Master Rias was in, Rosweiss said. Master. Ah, yes. I didn't tell you, did I? Said Rosweiss. I've become a member of Rias's peerage. You have? Yes. I was reluctant at first, but Rias convinced me after she mentioned all of the great benefits that comes with being a devil under her peerage. I'm really looking forward to the excellent pay and full coverage. I'll be able to buy a lot from this 100 yen store that I found the other day. Naruto wasn't really surprised that Roswise had become a member of Rias's peerage, but he was shocked that it had happened so soon. Still, he thought it would be good for her. It was like a new lease on life. I'm happy for you. I know you'll fit in with us. Thank you. Roswise smiled, though that smile quickly left and was replaced with a frown. I hope you don't mind, but I wanted to ask. Where is Ophis? Ah. Naruto gave her a strained smile. Ophis is busy. Roswise tilted her head. Busy. Very busy, Naruto confirmed with a serious nod. Tilda Devil Ninja Tilda. Ophis frowned as she stepped out of a vortex of her own creation. The ability to travel through dimensions at will was one that only she and Great Red possessed. Well, there might have been a few others who could do the same thing, but they couldn't enter another dimension so easily, especially not one belonging to a different pantheon. The area that she appeared around was definitely Asgard, but it looked like a major battle had taken place there. Everything was destroyed. The buildings were wrecked, the mountains were gone, and there was a giant crater in the ground that must have been at least 100 meters deep. Ophis walked up to the lip of the crater. It was perfectly smooth. That must have been Sears X's powers of destruction at work. This is an unexpected surprise, a voice said above her. It was Loki. Ophis, the Ouroboros dragon, to what do I owe the honor of your visit? Loki wasn't the only one present. There were several dozen people surrounding her, gods and goddesses of the Norse pantheon. All of them were bearing weapons, hammers and knives and swords and staves, which were clearly pointed at her with hostile intent. Ophis did not respond with words, for words were useless and not the reason she was there. If she wanted to exchange words with someone, then she would talk to Naruto and his friends. She actually liked them. Her first attack was launched at a man with red hair, a beard, and a hammer. It was aimed at the device on his neck, which was destroyed. Sadly, her attack was still powerful enough that he was sent soaring into a mountain wall several dozen kilometers away. Ophis ignored him. The attack on the red one seemed to be the signal for the others to attack, for they came at her in mass, attacking from every conceivable direction and angle. Such an attack would have overwhelmed anyone else. No one else could have survived such a situation. But she was not just anyone. Ophis unleashed her power, an explosion of energy that forced everyone away from her, sending them all sailing through the sky like ragdolls. Ophis then launched her snakes at everyone present. Each snake latched onto someone, biting the device on their necks and injecting heat powers into them, destroying them with ease. All of the gods and goddesses around her were unconscious now. They must have been under that control device for a long time. The device put a huge mental strain on people because it forced their mind into submission and made them obey the will of the person who the device was attuned to. Ophis didn't really know how the device worked, exactly, but everything she knew, she had learned from Naruto, who also didn't know everything about them. He did say something about nature chakra, but Ophis didn't know much about nature chakra either. I see now why people call you the Ouroboros dragon and the Infinity Dragon God. Your powers truly are extraordinary. Loki paused before extending a hand toward her. Why don't you join me? I could use the help of someone with your power. Ophis didn't even need a second to answer that question. She launched a massive column of black energy at Loki, who evaded the attack. She frowned. It looked like she would have to use something stronger. Come now, Ophis, Loki began, can't we be civilized about this? I have nothing to say to you, Ophis said. She sent another blast of power at Loki, who, again, evaded the attack with ease. That's a pity, Loki said. Having the Ouroboros dragon on my side would have made reaching my goals easier. Don't care. Loki was definitely a slippery opponent. She had been firing her attacks almost non-stop now, but he was still evading every attack that came at him. Ophis could have used a more powerful attack, but that would have meant destroying Asgard, which would have also meant killing everyone there. In most circumstances, Ophis wouldn't have cared about something like who she killed, but she knew that Naruto didn't want any unnecessary bloodshed. It looked like she would have to get creative. She sighed. How bothersome. Because she was sending a constant stream of deadly attacks his way, Loki had no time to counter her, busy as he was dodging every barrage of black energy that she sent at him. She kept him busy with that. Meanwhile, she discreetly sent several snakes into the ground, which she had crawled beneath the surface. Once she had positioned them where she wanted them, Ophis began herding Loki toward her snakes. Loki didn't seem to realize what he was doing. His face was suffused with red as he scrunched it up in concentration. He was probably getting frustrated by his inability to counterattack. She sent several beams over his head, which came so close to hitting him that they grazed his hair. Ophis frowned. He was too quick for her slow attacks to hit. She could have probably taken him out in hand-to-hand combat, but she didn't actually know how to fight barehanded. Perhaps she should ask Naruto to teach her when she returned home. Home. Even as she continued attacking, the thought that entered her mind surprised her. She was beginning to think of Naruto's home as her home. No, it was more like, wherever Naruto was, that was her home. How odd. When had she begun to truly think of that boy's lap as the place where she belonged? Ophis realized that she was losing focus. Shaking her head, she turned her attention back to Loki, forcing him to the ground with a barrage of long-range firepower. Oddly, her attacks weren't spells. Ophis didn't know any true magic. She was just releasing her power in short bursts. Lower and lower Loki went, until, finally, his feet touched the ground. That was when Ophis had her snakes leap out from the ground and attack, sinking their fangs into Loki's thighs, calves, butt, and torso. The Asgardian screamed in surprise and pain. He struggled to pry them off, but the snakes were already doing damage. What is going on? What is this? Loki screamed as his body expanded like a balloon. You wanted power, didn't you? Asked Ophis. That's why I've decided to give you power. No, Loki screamed as his body continued swelling. His cheeks were now round and puffy. They reminded Ophis of a Jigglypuff. I didn't mean it like this. I don't want power like this. No, no. Cracks started appearing on Loki's body, spreading quickly as Ophis's power overwhelmed him. When Ophis gave people power, she normally only gave them a single snake, the reason being that a person, whether they were god or devil or human, could only hold one snake's worth of power without, well, exploding. Loki had 12 snakes latched onto him, and all of those snakes were injecting her energy into him. It was too much power for even a god to take. With one final wail of despair, Loki, trickster god of Norse mythology, exploded in a violent spray of energy. Ophis remained where she was as the explosion swept over her. A barrier appeared in front of her, protecting her vision as a shock wave rushed over the land, destroying everything in its wake. She didn't hesitate to place the gods and goddesses who'd been rendered unconscious under her protection, containing them within a bubble that kept them safe from her power. Sadly, Asgard was not so lucky. Ophis frowned as cracks appeared above her, tears in the dimension. Had she used too much power? Perhaps she should have only used 2 or 3 snakes. Well, it was too late to worry about that now. These Asgardians might be upset that their dimension was destroyed, but really, it was their fault for letting themselves get caught in Loki's trap. With a loud sound like thunder striking the ground, the dimension of Asgard was destroyed, and the swirling nebula of the void greeted them. All of the Asgardians were still safely ensconced in her protective bubbles. They would not die from being exposed to